Good morning. So today we continue the Vikings. And this morning we will look at their worldview, their cultural system. And as I mentioned last class, I do believe that the Viking culture is truly one of the outstanding cultures in Western civilization. The problem, though, is we know actually very little about the Viking culture. And there are certain reasons for that. The first reason is that they were purposefully an oral tradition. So it is our prejudice, it is our belief that a literary culture is superior to an oral tradition. It's harder to read and write. But what we forget is that when we transition from an oral tradition to a literary culture, we lose a lot in the process. And there are many cultures that have the capacity to read and write, but they chose not to because for them it was much more important to preserve their oral tradition than it was to adopt a literary culture. And as I'll explain in today's lecture, there are many actually good reasons why you would want to preserve an oral tradition. Okay? That's the first reason. The Vikings were purposely an oral tradition culture. The second reason is that eventually the Vikings would convert to Christianity. And in this conversion process, which would take generations, they had to abandon a lot of their tradition and heritage, including their mythologies and their historical memory. The Vikings were perceived as barbarians by the Christians. And because of the traumatic Viking encounters with Europe, there was an intention or purpose in trying to eradicate the Viking memory. Please keep in mind that we don't know that much about the Vikings. What we do know about the Vikings comes from two sources. The first is archaeology. We basically dug up their graves, some of their graves, not all of their graves, and through their graves, we're able to reconstruct some of their culture. But the main source of our understanding is through Norse mythology. Unfortunately, we only have a fraction of their entire mythology. Their mythology, it's vast, it's grand, it's epic, it's beautiful. But we only have a fraction of that. And unfortunately, over time, Christian intellectuals want to sanctify or purify the Norse mythology because the Norse mythology is extremely violent and sexual. And so they basically clean it up, which means that a lot of what we have has been interpreted through Christian lens. So please be careful about that, okay? So I will try my best to reconstruct the Viking worldview, but please understand there are severe constraints and limitations. And the way I will reconstruct the Viking worldview is by comparing and contrasting it with other mythologies, other civilizations, other cultures, and by using literary interpretation, and ultimately by using my imagination, okay? So please take what I say with a grain of salt. Be skeptical, be suspicious, ask questions, challenge me where you feel you need to, okay? All right, so let's get started. All right, let's look at the Viking tradition in contrast to the Greeks and the Romans, okay? So the Greeks, how did they see the world? Remember, their idea of the community was the idea of the polis. The polis gives us our word for politics. And the idea is that a community is a group of men, only men, who come together to debate and argue about the future of the community. And as such, the individual is someone who stands out, okay? The word they use is eudaimonia or arete. Okay, eudaimonia means flourishing. You can only flourish if you stand out among a group of men. Arete is proving your excellence among a group of men. And so I'll give you two examples of this Greek worldview. So the first is Achilles from the Iliad. Remember, in the Iliad, Achilles tells everyone, I am in Troy to seek personal glory. I don't care about the Greeks. I don't care about Helen or Troy. I don't care about what others think. I just want to stand out. I care about my own personal glory. And that's why he's willing to let Hector and the Trojans almost destroy the Greek army. Okay, so that's one example. Another example is from Herodotus, his book Histories. And it has to do with the Athenian leader Themistocles. Okay, so this is the year 480 BCE. And in the year 480 BCE, the Persians are invading the Greek mainland. Sparta, Athens have united against the Persians. The Persians burned down Athens, and the Athenian people are on their ships. And at this point, the Spartans, who are in command of the military, and the Athenians have a huge argument. The Athenians want to challenge the Persians on the sea and defeat them and defeat their navy. The Spartans want to use their navy to protect their homeland, the Peloponnese, against the Persian invasion. And they cannot come to an agreement. So what Themistocles does is he sends a spy, a servant, to the king of the Persians and tell him, hey, the entire Greek navy is stationed in Salamis. Okay? But they're about to run away from you. So here's a great chance to send your entire Persian navy to crush the Greek navy once and for all. And that's what the king does. And at the Battle of Salamis, the Athenians and the Spartans destroy the Persian navy and turn the course of not only the war, but of Western history. Because if the Persians had won that day, then we would be living in a Persian-influenced world as opposed to a Greek-influenced world. Okay? But if you think about it, what Achilles and Themistocles are doing is what we would call sedition or treason or betrayal. Okay? But that's just the Greek worldview. The Romans had a very different perspective. They understood community as fundamentally about tradition. And as such, the individual had to be pious to the tradition, had to be loyal to the tradition. They used the word piety. Now, in China, we have a concept called filial piety. Guys, this is very important. Completely opposite. Okay? In China, filial piety means obedience to your father. What your father says is right. Okay? That's what it means. But in Rome, piety means loyalty to the traditions of Rome. So the classic example is Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar wanted to be king. He was about to break a lot of Roman traditions. So his friends, including his biological son, Marcus Brutus, killed him. It was more important for Marcus Brutus to be loyal to the traditions of Rome than to be loyal to his father. Okay, so that's the Roman tradition. Then you have the Viking tradition. For the Vikings, and this is very interesting, the community is a set of stories. Okay? And stories are not the same as tradition. Tradition is what is past. It is what is written down. Stories are memories that are living, that which a community tells about itself. And therefore, there is a flexibility to these stories. They can be reimagined over and over. The basic structure, the outline is the same, but the community has to constantly relive and reimagine these stories. And therefore, the individual is a person who acts out these stories. Okay? Acts out these stories. And he acts out these stories by either through ritual, either through adventure, or exploration. Okay? So, this is a hard idea to understand. Okay? How is this different from the Roman tradition? But let me tell you a story to illustrate this Viking culture. Okay, so 30 years ago, a long time ago, I was having lunch with a new friend. And he went to a very good school called Georgetown. It's based in Washington, D.C., and it's where Bill Clinton went, okay? This is where a lot of the Washington foreign policy elite go to school. And he told me that at Georgetown, there's a tradition, a competition among undergraduates. And the competition is who can go the furthest to do the most useless thing. And a lot of undergraduates participate in this competition. So what my friend and his friend did was, one day they got in a car, they drove 12 hours to Canada, the Canadian border. They crossed the Canadian border, then they got out of the car and went into the forest to take a piss. Then they got back in the car and drove all the way back to Georgetown. They spent 24 hours driving so that they could take a piss in Canada. Okay? Now you think, this sounds really stupid, but the most interesting thing about the story is that it is memorable. Right? Memorable. And what this means is that 50 years after they graduate from Georgetown, people will still remember what they did. Not only that, but they'll tell their friends, they'll tell their colleagues, they'll tell their children. So this memory will persist over time. No one will remember who got the best grades at Georgetown that year. No one will remember who had the most money, who made the most money in his or her life, okay? But everyone's going to remember these two guys who got in their car and drove 24 hours just so that they can go to Canada to take a piss. All right? So that is Viking culture. It's not about winning glory or protecting tradition. It's about doing what is shocking, what is new, what will add to the imagination and the memory of the community. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. So their main memory is, of course, their mythology, Norse mythology. And Norse mythology, I would argue, is the greatest mythology in human history. We still have it today. Okay? You might have seen these Marvel movies, right? Thor, the Thor series. There are a lot of TV shows based on the Vikings. So the Viking culture, the Norse mythology, is still celebrated today. Okay? So let me explain to you why I would argue that Norse mythology is probably the greatest cosmological system we have. Okay, so first it's grand. In this mythology, there are 9 realms. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And it's all connected by a world tree called Yggdrasil. Okay? No one knows what this world tree looks like, but it's basically the equivalent of God in this system. Okay? And in Yggdrasil, there are 3 gods who control the fate and destiny of the world, called the Norns. Okay? So it's very grand and epic. Also, what's important to understand is there's nothing outside this universe. Okay? This is it. Second is that it's complete. What I mean by that is it has a beginning and it has an end. Okay? The beginning is there's a rift, and from the rift steps a frost giant named Ymir. And then comes a cow, a cosmic cow, who then licks the ice, and that releases another god who will eventually give birth to another god who will give birth to the 3 major gods, including Odin. And these 3 major gods will kill Ymir, and from Ymir's carcass, they will build the universe. Okay? That's the beginning. But there's also an end. And the end is what they call Ragnarok. Ragnarok. And Ragnarok is the end of everything. It is a final battle between the gods, who are called the Aesir, okay? So Odin is the All-Father, the main god, and all children are called the Aesir, okay? The Aesir will fight a final cosmic battle between them and their enemies. And in this final battle, everything will die. Nothing will be left. Okay? Then that's it. Now, as I mentioned, the Christian tradition will take the story and adapt it for its own ends. So in the Christian tradition, Ragnarok does happen, but guess what? After the end of the world, two humans, a man and a woman, will emerge from the destruction and reconstitute the world, okay? That's the Christian tradition. In the Norse tradition, everything ends. And you may think to yourself, oh, well, this sounds extremely pessimistic. But that's only because we're looking at it from our perspective. From the perspective of the Vikings, the end of the world means that you must cherish every single day. Live with honor. Live with glory. Live with courage. Cherish every moment. Okay? And that's the idea. The third thing about Norse mythology is that it's unified. So all the characters, everything that happens is contained within this mythology and contributes to development of this mythology. So this mythology not only includes gods, but also includes humans, okay? Who are champions of the gods. So there's a very famous love story within this mythology between a human named Sigurd and a Valkyrie who is a servant of the gods named Brunhilde. Eventually, what will happen is that there'll be a very famous German composer named Wagner who will take the story of Sigurd, Brunhilde, and this entire Norse mythology and construct something called the Ring Cycle, which is the most famous opera in German history. And this becomes one of the foundations of modern German culture. This Norse mythology will also become the inspiration for Tolkien's epic called Lord of the Rings. Okay? So these are the two most obvious examples of how Norse mythology still impacts our world today. Okay? And as we go along the semester, I will show other influences. All right? So what Norse mythology is trying to do is create community among the Vikings and instill certain values. Okay? The three major values that these stories manifest and express are courage. The courage to explore, the courage to seek what is new and unknown, to venture forth into the unknown. Because Vikings are mainly explorers and adventurers. Raiding is only a small part of their community, okay? Second is the idea of loyalty. And this is a very important concept. When you go out on new adventures, you're usually going out with your brothers, your friends. Okay, it's like a band of brothers. So you have to survive, you have to be willing to die for them. You have to die for each other. If the survival of the group requires you to make the ultimate sacrifice, you have to do so. Okay, loyalty. Loyalty means love for each other. It does not mean obedience. Remember, in the Viking world, it is very egalitarian. There's very little hierarchy. Okay, they're high status people, but they're high status because they've proven themselves worthier than the others, because they're braver, because they're stronger, because they're more clever. Okay? Now, last Viking value is resourcefulness. So the idea here is, when you venture off into the unknown, you cannot know what to expect. You can't plan ahead. You can't be strategic. So you can only be resourceful, meaning you must respond to the danger as it arises. You have to be very, what we call, quick-witted. You have to have street smarts. Okay? So these are the three main values or ideas that Norse mythology is trying to express and instill in the people. Okay? So that's a general introduction to Viking culture. Now what I will do is I will provide evidence and examples for this argument. Okay? All right. But is this clear to you guys? Okay. All right. So now let's do the PPT. And look at the evidence and the examples. Okay. All right. The Viking worldview. All right. First thing I need you guys to understand is that every culture, every society fundamentally asks itself three questions that this painting from Paul Gauguin captures, okay? Where do we come from? What are we? Where are we going? Every culture is trying to grapple with these three questions. Paul Gauguin, I'm not sure if you know who he is. He is a very famous French artist. He started off actually as a financier, a stockbroker, and then he basically became disgusted with the material lifestyle of modern society. So he got on a boat and went to Tahiti, where he painted. He interacted with the natives, and through this interaction, he began to grapple with what it means to be a human. What is the human project? And what he believes, and what most actually anthropologists believe, is to be human is to ask these three questions. Where do we come from? Why are we here? Where are we going? Okay? And that's ultimately what Norse mythology is trying to grapple with as well. Okay, so again, we know our evidence, our understanding of the Vikings comes from archaeology. So we are able to dig up their graves. And what we discover is, and it's very interesting, is that each grave is unique. Okay? And it seems that each grave in its own way is telling a story about who this person is. It's like this grave was not meant just to send this individual into the afterworld, but also to remember him or her and his or her achievements and life. Okay? So let's look at some reconstruction of these graves. Okay? And as you can see, this woman is buried with tools, an arrow, as well as a dead horse. So we're not able to reconstruct her story, but obviously those who knew her knew exactly what the story represented, okay? This is another example where man is buried with his ship. The Vikings are the only society to bury people in ships. Another example, and as you can see, they're all unique. In fact, what's really interesting for us is to appreciate that funerals were the most important aspect of Viking society. It's what brought the community together. And it was what they remembered the most. It is funerals are what contributed to historical memory in the Viking world. As you can see, this funeral is extremely elaborate, involving a lot of animal sacrifice. These horses are being gathered up to be sacrificed. There's also human sacrifice. And these funerals can last for a long time, 10 days. Okay? So again, because the Vikings never wrote anything down, we actually don't know that much about these funerals. In fact, we only have one historical record of a funeral. Okay? And this happened in the Viking Rus. Okay? So this is the eastern world near the Volga. And it was written down by a Muslim diplomat and traveler by the name of Ahmad ibn Fadlan. Okay? And he is from the Abbasid Caliphate. And he is in the Viking world in order to negotiate a treaty of trade. Okay? The Abbasids and the Vikings traded a lot. And as an honored guest, the Vikings invited him to a funeral of a deceased chieftain or king. All right? Now, Now, there's certain things about this funeral that's important for us. The first thing is that it would last 10 days. Okay? It's a very elaborate affair that requires a lot of choreography and coordination. The second thing is that a third of the man's wealth was spent on the funeral expenses. So basically a feast for everyone. Okay? A third was spent on his funeral clothes that was tailor-made for him. So this is like the best clothes. And a third was given to his wife. What this tells us is, first of all, this man, even though he was high status, he didn't have that much wealth, right? And second of all, the Vikings are a very egalitarian society. And the third thing that's important for us, they didn't care that much about wealth, period, right? They spent a third on the funeral. They just burned away the money. Okay, so what's also important for us to remember is there is a funeral director. There's a woman who Ibn Fadlin calls the angel of death, who is coordinating and orchestrating this funeral. During the course of this funeral, there are things that happen that absolutely disgust him. Okay, so before we continue, please keep in mind that Ibn Fadlin, he's an observer. He doesn't speak the language. He doesn't know the culture. So he doesn't exactly know what's going on. Second of all, he's a Muslim. So he has his own cultural worldview that is in conflict with the Viking worldview. The third thing is he is writing this down after the fact. And if you do that, what often happens is that you will misremember a lot of things. So please take his description with a grain of salt, with some skepticism, but also please remember that we have no choice in the matter because this is the only written record of a Viking funeral from this time. Okay, so we have absolutely no choice in the matter. So let's look at what he writes and then try to reconstruct the Viking culture and understanding. Okay, so first thing he says is they cut a dog into and threw the halves into the boat and placed the man's weapons beside him. Okay, so again, they are celebrating his life. They are memorializing his life. They had 2 horses run themselves sweaty, cut them to pieces, and threw the meat into the ship. Finally, they killed 2 cows, a hen, and a cock, and did the same with them. Okay? So not only are they remembering him, but they're giving him supplies to help to sustain him as he ventures and voyages into the afterworld. Okay? Now, this is interesting. They ask for a human sacrifice, and a slave girl volunteers. Okay? Clearly, she didn't volunteer, but she volunteers. And let's see what happens. Meanwhile, the slave girl went from one tent to the other and had sexual intercourse with the master of each. Every man told her, "Tell your master that I have done this purely out of love for you." Okay, it's not, this is incorrect. It should be for him. All right? So this is really confusing for us. It's a funeral, and they're having sex with the woman who is about to be sacrificed. So we absolutely no idea what's going on. But I'm going to make a guess. I'm going to use my imagination. Okay? First, it's important for us to understand who the slave girl is. She's not a normal person. I would argue that she must be the lover of the deceased chieftain. Why? Okay, here's the logic. Remember the Iliad. Okay? In the Iliad, the entire story begins with a problem. The problem is that Agamemnon, the leader of the Greeks, he has kidnapped a girl who happens to be the daughter of a high priest to Apollo. And the king and the priest comes to him and says, I will give you all the gold in the world, but please give me back my daughter. And all the Greeks have said, "Oh, you should do that, Agamemnon. Please give back the daughter," okay? That's just the custom of war. If a father can ransom the daughter, you have to return her. But Agamemnon says this, "I'm not going to return her because I love her. I love her more than my wife." And as a result, the high priest prays to Apollo, who unleashes a deadly plague among the Greeks. The Greeks are dying. So finally, Achilles steps up and says to Agamemnon, "You have to return the girl." All right? Now, Agamemnon has lost face. So he says to Achilles, fine, I will return the girl that I love more than anything else in the world, but you must give me your girl, your slave girl. And Achilles gets so angry at this that he refuses to fight for the Greeks, which leads to the disaster of the Trojan War. Okay? So what is this telling us? This is telling us that in this world where these men are far from home and they kidnap these slave girls, they fall in love with them. And in the process of falling in love with them, these great men confer status and power onto these slave girls. Okay, does that make sense? All right? I know this is hard to understand, but the slave girl is not a normal girl. She is the lover, the mistress, essentially the wife of the chieftain who's died. Okay? So another question then is, why has she volunteered to kill herself? Okay, well, if we continue the logic, then I would argue that it's because without the man, she has no status and power in the community. She'll go back to being a slave. And she might be ostracized. So by volunteering and sacrificing herself, she will win status and power and honor for her children and for her relatives in the community. She will make her family part of that community. Okay? That's why she does this. Now then the question then is, okay, I don't get it now, because if, in fact, the slave girl is the chieftain's favorite mistress, and if this slave girl does, in fact, love this man, why is she having sex with everyone? Okay, and the answer is, in this world, gifts are very important. Basically, if you go to war and you win things, you have to share it with everyone, okay? So what this deceased man is saying, now that I'm dead, I give you one final gift. And it's the greatest treasure that I can possibly give you, which is the woman I love. Okay? And that's why each man is forced to have sex with her. And they tell this girl, when you go to your master, tell him I only do this out of my love for him, not for you. I don't have sex with you. I do not want to have sex with you. But I will in order to celebrate him, to honor him, to love him. Yes?
So if they show their love in this way, doesn't mean like they are having sex with the dead master in some ways that's spiritual.
So, June, that's a great question. In their imagination, are they having sex with the dead master? And yes, you can make that argument, okay? Because remember, in this world, homosexuality is not, it doesn't exist. It's okay for men to have sex with each other. It's okay for men to have sex together with one woman, okay? And that's how they create intimacy and bonding. Because remember, when you're out in war, you have to be able to make the ultimate sacrifice. So you have to bond with your fellow soldiers. And the best way to bond is through sex, okay? Sex with each other, but also sex with other women, okay? So you can make that argument, okay? Again, I don't know what goes on in their heads, but if you extend the logic, yes, then they think they're having sex with the master through the girl. All right? And that's why they say, I'm only doing this out of my love for him. Not for you, but for him. Okay? So let's continue, okay? In the afternoon, they moved the slave girl to something that looked like a door frame, where she was lifted on the palms of the men 3 times. So the door frame represents access to the afterworld, okay? So she's being sacrificed now. The first time, she saw her father and mother. The second time, she saw all her deceased relatives. And the third time, she saw her master in paradise. Okay? So what this is she, the slave girl, who is not part of the community, what she's really doing is implanting her personal memory into the community as a whole. She's making her family part of the community now. Right? She's talking about her past. And everyone, again, this is a community event, everyone's observing, everyone can hear her. All right? So they know that after she dies, they must honor her memory by honoring her relatives and family. Okay? There it was green and beautiful, and together with him she saw men and young people. She saw her master beckon for her, then she was brought a chicken which she decapitated, and which was then thrown on the boat. Okay? Again, this is some strange ritual that I have absolutely no idea what it means, but it must mean something. Okay? Often what they do is they reenact mythologies. Okay? So there must have been a famous story where a woman decapitates a chicken for some reason. Okay? And she's doing that. They are reliving mythologies. All right, let's continue. Thereafter, the slave girl was taken away to the ship. She removed her bracelets and gave them to the old woman. Okay, she took what was most valuable to her and gave her to the old woman who is the angel of death, the funeral director. So what she's doing is giving thanks to the old woman. Right? She's giving her a gift. She's bribing her for the honor of being sacrificed. Thereafter, she removed her anklets and gave them to the old man's 2 daughters. Then they took her abroad the ship, but they did not allow her to enter the tent where the dead chieftain lay. Okay? She's about to be sacrificed. The girl received several vessels of intoxicating drinks, and she sang. These intoxicating drinks are often psychedelics, okay? All right? So these psychedelics are meant to enhance her visuals. Okay, now she's singing. Before the old woman urged her to enter the tent, I saw that the girl did not know what she was doing, notes Ibn Fallon. Okay, so Ibn Fallon is completely confused by this. But what we need to understand is this is highly choreographed, right? Every person knows what to do in this process. It's a ritual, meaning that there's a script in place, and meaning that the chieftain and the slave girl and the old woman all discuss this beforehand. Okay? That's the only way this makes sense. Then the girl was pulled into the tent by the old woman, and the men started to beat on their shields with sticks so her screams could not be heard. Okay, so the tent is being surrounded by warriors with shields. Okay? 6 men entered the tent to have intercourse with the girl, after which they laid her onto her master's bed beside him. All right? So 6 men basically rape her together. And what this is doing is reenacting the memory of being with their chieftain, right? Going out in raids, sacking a city, and then raping the woman together. Guys, I know this is terrible. But again, we have to try to understand their worldview and their practice. The two men grabbed her hands and 2 men her wrists. The angel of death looped a rope around her neck, and while 2 men pulled the rope, the old woman stabbed the girl between her ribs with a knife. Okay, she's being sacrificed by the angel of death, and that's how she dies. All right? Thereafter, the closest male relative of the dead chieftain walked backwards, naked, covering his anus with one hand and a piece of burning wood with the other. Again, this must come from a certain mythology, okay? That's the only way we can explain this practice. Why is he going around naked? He ships the ship aflame, after which other people added wood to the fire. Okay? And that's how he dies. All right? Again, this sounds gruesome. What they're doing is they are celebrating the man and implanting his memory into the community. Because everyone participates in his funeral, the man, his memory, is now part of the community's collective consciousness. Okay? He has become a story within the community, and therefore will be remembered forever for his achievements. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? All right, so this is again a depiction of the funeral. And again, the Greeks and the Romans had equivalents. And we'll discuss these equivalents so that you better understand what's going on. For the Romans, that's something called a triumph. A triumph was the highlight of Roman life. It was basically a general who won great conquests. And so he came back in a military parade. The parade would offer a lot of things. It would offer some pictures of the conquered territory. It would parade treasures like elephants or gold captured from the conquered people. It will also parade slaves and captured people, like usually kings. And it would feature the soldiers as well as the triumphant general. Okay? What's important for us to remember is at the end of this parade, they go to the temple of Jupiter, their god, and they will sacrifice these slaves and these captured kings to the god Jupiter. Okay? So it's very similar to the funeral, guys. The Greeks, on the other hand, had theater to build the community's collective consciousness. All right? The community all participated in the theater. So there were no professional actors. It was community members that participated in the theater. And the community, the spectators, would judge which theater was the best. It was the highlight of the community to pick the best playwright for that year. It was the greatest honor. It's like winning the Nobel Prize, basically. Okay? The theater it's very different. They didn't practice any human sacrifice. They didn't parade slaves around. What they did often was write about war from the perspective of the enemy. Okay? So Euripides wrote something called Trojan Woman, where he wrote about the Trojan women who were raped and captured and kidnapped by the Greeks. And Aeschylus wrote about the Persian loss. Okay? And that's why the Greek civilization is considered the most imaginative in human history because it practices empathy. It changes perspectives. It's willing to celebrate everyone. Okay? So that's the Greek world. Okay. All right. Let's talk about a little about Norse mythology. Remember, what I said was that Norse mythology, its purpose is to express and promote three values: courage, loyalty, and resourcefulness. Right? So the example of courage is Odin. At the beginning of the world, Odin, who's the god of knowledge, he wants to seek all knowledge. So he flies around Yggdrasil, the world tree, and he goes into different realms. And he meets a god who has something called the well of cosmic knowledge. If you drink from the soup, you gain cosmic knowledge. So Odin wanted to drink it, but he had to make an offering. So he offered what was most valuable to him, which was his eye, guys, okay, his eye. So he plucked out his eye, gave it to the god, and drank from the well of cosmic knowledge. But once he drank from the well and learned cosmic knowledge, he became more curious about the universe. And so he started to venture into more unknowns. Eventually, he went into the realm of death. And no matter how hard he tried, he could not penetrate this world. There were too many winds. There were too many barriers. So he killed himself, right? Because that's what you do. If you want to enter a death world, you have to kill yourself. So he killed himself and was dead for a long time. But in his death, he was able to see all the secrets of the universe. And then afterwards, he resurrected himself. Okay, so Odin personifies the idea of courage in the Viking world, to seek the unknown relentlessly. Okay, even if it costs you your life and your eye. Okay, the idea of loyalty. All right, so in the Norse world, there'll be a Ragnarok. And there's a wolf, Fenris, who will foreshadow the arrival of Ragnarok. He's very dangerous. But when he's born, he's just a little pup. So the Aesir, the gods, basically decide to adopt him as a pet. Okay, they think he's harmless. And his master is Tyr, who is the god of war among the Aesir. But very quickly, Fenris grows to be huge. And now the gods see him as a menace. So they try to tie him up. But no matter how hard they try, they can't tie him up. And it becomes like a game. And Fenris thinks this is really funny, okay? But the gods become really worried, so they go to the dwarfs. And they ask the dwarfs to create a magic rope, which they do. And Tyr goes back to Fenris and says, hey, let's continue this game of us trying to tie you up. But Fenris says, like, okay, but how do I know that you will release me if I can't get out? Here, put your hand in my mouth and if you don't release me, I'll take your hand. All right? So the gods discuss this, and Tyr volunteers to do this, knowing that he's going to lose his hand. All right? And that's what happens. They tie Fenris up, and Fenris wants to be released. The gods refuse because he's a menace. And then Fenris just bites off the hand. Okay? That's the idea of loyalty. Loyalty to your friends. Right? Resourcefulness. Okay. So the gods are always at war with the frost giants. One day, a man named the Builder comes to them and says, I can build you a wall to protect you from your enemies in 18 months. Okay, this is Asgard, the home of the gods. And the Builder says, I will do this, but I want 3 things. I want the sun, I want the moon, and I want the beautiful goddess Freya in marriage. And Odin and the gods are like, no, that's a stupid deal. But Loki, who is the god of mischief and the blood brother of Odin, says to Odin, take the deal, but make it 6 months. Give him 6 months. That way he'll finish about 1/3 of the wall, and we can finish the rest. And Odin thinks, that's a great idea. Okay? And the Builder agrees to this deal on one condition, that he's allowed to use his horse in order to carry the bricks and the concrete. Okay? And the gods agree. What they don't know is the horse is a magic horse. And the horse is able to travel as fast as light itself. And so the Builder is able to really quickly build that wall, and he's about to finish the wall. Odin says to Loki, you got us into this mess, get us out of this mess, or I will kill you. So what does Loki do? Loki thinks, and he's a shapeshifter, right? And he's able to shapeshift into a mare, a beautiful horse, okay? Like this. The Builder's horse sees the mare and becomes really excited, right? And he runs off. And the Builder is not able to finish the wall. And Loki gives birth to a horse, a baby horse, that then becomes Odin's horse, okay? That's the idea of resourcefulness. There are some really funny stories within Norse mythology, okay? One of the funniest is this. Thor has a magic hammer named Mjolnir. He loves it. He loves it so much that he sleeps with it. He puts it under his pillow. One day he wakes up and finds it missing. So of course he thinks it must be Loki, because Loki's always playing these tricks on the gods. But Loki says, I didn't do it, and I will find out for you who did it. So Loki explores, and he finds out that it was the Frost Giant King who stole the hammer. And the Frost Giant King will only return the hammer if the gods give him Freya as a wife. Loki goes back, and Freya says, screw off, I'm not going to do this. So Loki says to Thor, I have a plan. The plan is he's going to dress Thor up as Freya. He's going to put a wedding dress and a veil on Thor, and Loki will disguise himself as a bridesmaid, okay? Stupid plan, but they do this. They go off, and the Frost Giant King doesn't really notice that Freya is a huge man. They have this huge feast, and unfortunately, Thor loves to eat, and he loves to drink. So basically, this huge feast, Thor is eating this oxen, he's drinking all this beer, and he's burping in the process. So the Frost Giant King is kind of like confused, but he's also really excited. At the wedding, the Frost Giant King presents the hammer, Mjolnir, to Thor, and he lifts the veil to kiss Thor, and that's when he realizes that it's actually a man. And then Thor gets his hammer and beats the crap out of the king, okay? So there are many stories like this, which are really funny and imaginative. What do these stories tell us about the understanding of the individual in the Viking world? This is Neil Price. And to prepare for this lecture, I did a lot of research, including listening to his YouTube lecture, which has over about 1 million views on YouTube. But he's a Viking expert. He's an archaeologist. I highly recommend that you listen to his YouTube videos if you're interested in this material, okay? But this is what he has to say about the Viking worldview. The Viking, the individual, is shaped by 4 forces, okay? First is the hamar. The hamar is basically the shell or the shape of the person, okay? The outer being. So it may not be the body, actually, but it's the shell, okay? Second is the idea of the hamingja. The hamingja, think of it as a pet who follows you around, and it personifies luck, okay? And because it's a pet, you can either nurture the pet or not nurture it, okay? You nurture it by showing courage, right? So in battle, if you run off, if you enter the battle with courage, the pet will be with you. But if you run away and you hide yourself, the pet might run away. And in the Viking world, all that matters is hamingja, okay? You win if you get lucky, not because you're stronger. The third idea is huger. And huger is your essence, your soul, okay? Who you are really. And the last idea is feja, okay? And feja is what you inherit from your family. It is the guardian spirit of your family. So think of it as the collection of your ancestors who whisper you advice in your dreams. Today we would call this concept intuition, right? Intuition. That's what it represents. So as you can see, Neil Price and other experts are showing us that we think of the Vikings as barbarians, but in fact, they have a very complicated and nuanced understanding of themselves and the world. Right? Okay, so now the question then is, how are the Vikings able to do this? My argument to you is it's because of the oral tradition. We are simply not as creative as people who tell stories every day and who make stories the heart and center of the community, okay? So this is an overgeneralization, an oversimplification, but I want us to understand this graft. Before, people lived in the oral tradition. What this meant is they told stories. When you tell stories, you need at least 2 people. You need the speaker and you need the listener. You can't do it otherwise, okay? You can't tell a story to yourself. So you need at least 2 people. But often it was a whole community that participated in the stories. And what this meant is that the stories were living things. They were things that you played with, that were flexible. They were like clay. You can change the stories over and over. Each person who told a story would tell it different. So there are like millions of different versions of these Norse stories that I just told you. Okay? Because each person can interpret that story differently. So these are living memories. And that means that each story is unique. Now there's a concept in cultural theory called the aura, okay? The essence, the soul. And each story has its own soul if you think about it. All right? Let's contrast this with literary culture. In literary culture, reading and writing, you have to do it by yourself. You cannot write with a friend. It would be terrible if you did that, all right? But the benefit is that whatever you write leaves you and becomes part of the page. It's permanent now. And as a result, your words can escape time and space. It becomes timeless. We have Homer because Homer's words were written down, even though Homer was probably illiterate. Okay? Today we live in the visual culture. So think of videos, think of photographs, right? First thing to understand is that it's passive. Both in literary and oral culture, you have to participate. You have to use your imagination to make the thing alive. But with a photograph, it's all provided to you, okay? It's a very passive experience. It's self-enclosed, meaning it's impossible for you to add anything to it, okay? But you get more information that way. So there are benefits to visual culture. So for example, a map, right? If you look at a map, it tells you a lot more information than if someone tried to explain it to you with words. And the last advantage of a visual culture is it is universal. So if an alien species came down to our planet and looked at our pictures, they would know what's going on, okay? Whereas if they heard a story or read a book, they would have absolutely no idea what's going on. All right? So this is the oral tradition in contrast with literary culture and visual culture. The oral tradition is extremely complex. We tend to think that it's just about telling a story, okay? But if you think about it, there are so many variables and nuance and factors in the telling of a story. And that's why each version is unique unto itself. Okay? So I could teach the same material, but if we change the classroom, if we change the students, if we change the lighting, the experience of being in this classroom would change. The Norse, the Vikings, the way they told stories is they would tell it in a big hall. Because remember, it's usually cold up north. It's snowing outside. They would tell it in a big hall. And it's dark. So they have a big fire inside the hall. And the storyteller, the bard, would recite the story or tell the story beside the fire as everyone listens. Some important things to know about this. First is the halls were huge. They were as huge as a Greek amphitheater. So you could seat about 1,000, 2,000 people within the hall. Okay? Second is the idea of darkness. When it's dark and you can't see, your ears become much more perceptive. So the words have become alive. They have more color. They have more detail. They have much more imagery. Okay? And third is these words are bouncing off the walls and they're creating echo and resonance. And so these words almost like bonds that unite everyone in the telling of the story. Okay? And if you think about it, this experience is very similar to the Ice Age. Remember last semester at the very beginning, we did the Ice Age cave paintings. And what we need to understand is people came together in these caves not to paint in the caves, but to tell stories about where they came from, who they are, and where they're going. All right? And all of our ancestors, every one of them, for thousands of years, participated in this process of converging in these ice caves and hearing stories being told to them in these dark, wet caves. So this takes us back to the time of the Ice Age. It's activating a nostalgia within us, and that's why the oral tradition is so powerful. Okay? All right, so these stories have to be told in a certain way to excite the audience. Okay, so think of this class. In this class, we have no tests. I don't even take attendance. So when I present material in this class, it has to be interesting for you, right? Why is it interesting? Because it's shocking. It has emotions. It has structure. When I come to class, I actually do not script out my class. What I do is I think of the narrative structure, the story I want to tell. And then in class, depending on your reactions, depending on the question you ask, I will change some of the details in the story to make it much more interesting for you. In the oral tradition, it's a co-creation, collaborative process. And that's what makes it so powerful. As an experiment, what you can do is this. Think about this. In class, there might be some material you found really interesting, right? So then you go on YouTube. I post these lectures on YouTube to try to remember the experience. And what you'll find is you cannot, okay? Because we've switched from oral culture to visual culture. The same is true if it's your birthday, okay? It's your 18th birthday, and you go out with your friends. and you have a wonderful time. And you're like, I want to take a picture to remember this experience. But what you will find when you do that is the picture doesn't really capture the experience for you. The picture cannot bring back the feeling for you. Okay? And that's why the Vikings were so insistent on maintaining their old tradition and not transitioning into the literary culture. Because their old tradition is what gave the community purpose and meaning. If you gave that up, then your community would lose cohesiveness. Right? Does this make sense to you guys? All right. So, what's the old tradition? Again, we've lost it. We've mainly lost it. But remember what it is. Okay? Let's take two things that you know very well and merge them together, and then you can experience what the oral tradition is. It's basically the immersion of a movie. Think of going to a good movie. And remember the power, the immersive power of being that movie. You are in that movie, okay? You combine it with the intimacy of a conversation. So just think of like having this 4 or 5 hour conversation with your best friend and talking about life and love in general, okay? The oral tradition combines these two things, and that's why it's so powerful. And that's why it cannot be remembered. Okay? The Viking oral tradition was extremely powerful, but it was so powerful that it cannot be remembered. It cannot be written down. But as I will show you in future classes, this oral tradition will go on to influence major European civilizations, specifically the Germans and the British, but also the Russians as well. All right. So again, for most of human history, we as humans have shared our time together telling stories. Why did we lose the oral tradition? Okay, remember this. Why did we lose the oral tradition? Well, we transitioned to a literary culture that emphasized reading and writing. So in school, we have you read books, but we don't have you tell stories. We don't tell stories to you. We went from paganism to Christianity, okay? The problem with Christianity is it is extremely sanctimonious. It focuses on what is good and evil. Whereas pagan culture, it's like whether it's interesting or not interesting, whether it's memorable or not memorable, okay? Live a memorable, interesting, adventurous life. And the Christians are like, no, that's not good, because if you do that, you're going to create a lot of evil. So live a good life. Avoid committing evil. The last thing is we went from an egalitarian world where everyone can contribute to the story to a hierarchical world where the top, the elite, insists on indoctrinating us and controlling how we think. All right? Okay? Does that make sense to you guys? Any questions so far? So this is why we left the oral tradition and adopted literary and visual culture. Okay, so to conclude the class, I know this is a lot to take in. It's a lot of information. So I apologize, okay? But let me conclude with a story. So I have 2 young boys, and I sleep with them, okay? And what I do is I tell them stories. I don't have them do math. I don't have them read books, but I tell them stories where I make them the characters, the heroes of the story. So I'll tell you one story that I told my youngest son, Mao Mao, okay? The story goes like this. It is Mao Mao's 4th birthday. And I tell Mao Mao, on your 4th birthday, something magical happens. You can pray to God, and whatever you wish for, God will grant you your wish. So Mao Mao is really excited, and he thinks a long time about what he wants. On his 4th birthday, he prays to God and says, I wish for a room full of strawberries every single day. He says that, and God immediately responds. Immediately, in his room, it's full of strawberries. And Mao Mao, he loves strawberries. He eats it right away. The next day, the room is also full of strawberries. And he eats it again. The 3rd day, again. But by the 4th day, he's kind of sick of strawberries. So eventually, strawberries overflow and fill the house. And then they fill the street. At this time, the neighbors are really worried. And we have to explain to our neighbors, oh, it's because Mao Mao wished for strawberries, and that's why we have so many strawberries. But hey, let's share strawberries together, okay? And the neighbors are at first happy, but then eventually they get sick of strawberries too. And then the strawberries fill the entire street. Then the city of Beijing is filled with these strawberries. Now it's a national emergency, okay? The military come, scientists come, and everyone's trying to resolve this issue. Then the whole country of China is filled with strawberries. Then the whole continent of Asia is filled with strawberries. Eventually, everyone has to get on a spaceship and get out into space and go to the moon to recolonize the moon. But strawberries keep on overflowing until they reach the moon. At this point, the entire world says to Mao Mao, listen, your 5th birthday is tomorrow. Please pray to God and tell him no more strawberries. Mao Mao, if you do this for us, we will make you president and king of the world. We will give you all the chocolate in the world. We'll give you all the gold in the world. Can you please do this? Can you please tell God no more strawberries? If you do that, we'll give you all the chocolate in the world. And Mao Mao says, yes, I will. And on his 5th birthday, Mao Mao closes his eyes, prays to God and says, dear God, I wish for a room full of chocolate every day. And that's how the story ends. Okay? Now, it's a very strange story. But guess what? My son's going to remember this for a long time. But not only that, it's going to inspire him to think about the story and tell his own stories. Okay? All he has to do is change the story a bit, and now he has his own story. He can change the characters. He can change some of the details. All right? That's the power of the oral tradition. But if I were to write down this story, I couldn't say it in this way. I couldn't do it. Okay? Let's see how I would change the story if I wrote it down. Okay? Same story, but now I write it down rather than say it to Mao Mao himself. For his 4th birthday, Mao Mao prayed to God for a room full of strawberries every day. Immediately, his room filled with strawberries. He ate them happily. The next morning, his room filled with strawberries. He ate them. The very next morning, his room filled with strawberries. He did not eat them. Okay? So I have to make the story shorter, more compact, so that's easier to read. The house filled with strawberries, then the street filled with them, then the city, then the country. On his 5th birthday, Mao Mao prayed to God for no more strawberries. His room became clean, and Mao Mao understood the power of words. Do you understand? Why am I doing this? Why has literary culture changed the story? Because now I know that the words leave me and they leave Mao Mao. They go out into the wider world. And therefore, people will judge my words. They will think that I'm a bad father or whatever. I'm conscious of that, okay? So I change in a way that is not so offensive, so that people can better appreciate this. You understand? Do you see the difference between oral culture and literary culture? In oral culture, you can be intimate. Therefore, you can play. You can experiment. You can be curious. You can be adventurous. And that's what leads to the imagination. But in a literary culture, everyone is watching you. 100 years from now, people are still watching you. Therefore, you have a sense of shame. You're very conscious about your effect on people. All right? So a metaphor we can use is this transition from oral tradition to literary culture is really like the story of Adam and Eve, where because they ate the fruit from the tree of knowledge, they developed a sense of shame. They understood that they are naked, and therefore they're being watched. Okay? And because of this, they are thrown out of the Garden of Eden. So I want to leave you with that metaphor. Okay? Oral tradition, we leave it behind and we think that it's a good thing. But we tend to forget the power and beauty of the oral tradition. All right, so I leave you with 3 questions, okay? To help us better understand and remember the lecture. The first question is, what is the imagination? What is the memory? Well, in the old tradition, we would think that the imagination is just an extension of the memory. By making our stories memorable, we excite the imagination. Therefore, we allow for the process of creation. Second question is, could we have Homer, Dante, and Shakespeare without the oral tradition? And the answer, I think, is no. Okay? I think we would not have the greatest poetry in human history if it were not for the oral tradition. In fact, if you think about for the past 50 years, what has humanity, even though there's like 8 billion of us, we have more wealth and technology than ever before, what literary masterpiece have we created? I know you guys read the Joy Luck Club in school, and it sucks, okay? I'm telling you right now, it is terrible. It's a piece of crap. And I can't think of a literary masterpiece of the past 50 to 60 years, okay? There are some very entertaining books, all right, but not of the stature and power of Homer, Dante, and Shakespeare. And the last question I have is, does civilization make us less creative? Okay? Does being a civilization make us more ashamed of exploring, of being curious, of playing? Are we less creative because of civilization? All right. Okay, so that's it, guys. Any questions? Okay, so next week we will do the Abbasid Caliphate, okay? All right, so I will see you guys next Tuesday. Okay, good morning. So today we do Islam. Some quick facts, some questions that we will look at today about the Islamic Golden Age. The first major question is, while Europe was in its dark ages, Islam was embarked on its golden age. So the first question is, how did this happen? Why was there this divergence? Second question we're going to look at is, what ended the Islamic Golden Age? Why would this period come to an end? The third question we're going to look at is, eventually, how did Christian Europe overtake the Muslim world? So those are the 3 big questions we will look at in today's class. Some quick facts about Islam. It is the world's 2nd largest religion. Christianity has 2 billion people. Islam has 1 billion people. They are divided into 2 major sects, the Shia, which is based primarily in Iran, and the Sunni, which is everywhere else. The light green are the Sunni people, and the dark green are the Shia people. And as you can see, Islam extends all across Africa, the Middle East, and Central Asia, and into India. The most populous Muslim country in the world is actually Indonesia. The Shia and the Sunni, the only major difference is that the Shia believe that only a direct descendant of Muhammad's grandson Ali can be the leader of the religion, whereas the Sunni do not believe this. Now, this is a religion of 1 billion people, so there are many different belief systems, many different sects within this cosmology, but this is really the major difference, okay, between the Shia and the Sunni. So Muslim means to submit yourself to God, to believe in God, and to submit yourself wholeheartedly to Him. And Islam was founded by a man named Muhammad, who the Muslims consider the prophet of God, the final prophet. And Jesus was the penultimate prophet. And the legend is that at age 40, Muhammad, who is a merchant or a trader, he has a vision. He goes into a cave to meditate, and the archangel Gabriel visits him and reveals to him certain visions that he has memorized. And these visions become the basis for the holy book of the Muslim tradition called the Quran. And Muhammad understands that his mission is to be a messenger of God and to reveal the truth of God to the pagan society in the Arabian world. So he's based in Mecca. And when he tries to reveal the truth, he is met with a lot of resistance. And eventually he's forced out of Mecca and he goes to Medina. This is called the Hijrah in the Muslim tradition, the pilgrimage. And when he goes to Medina, he becomes the leader of the warring factions within Medina, primarily between the pagans, the Muslim tribes, and the Jewish tribes. So there are three major factions. And at this point, Muhammad creates something called the Constitution of Medina, which promises religious freedom to everyone within the Muslim tradition. Okay? So ever since the beginning, and this is very important, the religion of Islam was an open, tolerant, and inclusive religion. And they have basically maintained this tradition for the next 1,000 years. Okay? Eventually, Islam will spread from the Arabian desert to all across the Middle East. They will conquer the Persian Empire, and they will take at least half of the Byzantine Empire, including the richest parts of the Byzantine Empire, which are Syria and Egypt. They will also take Jerusalem, where they will build something called the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And legend has it that Muhammad ascended to heaven from this place. Now, what's really important for us to remember about this place is the Al-Aqsa Mosque, it's still there in Jerusalem. And it is built on top of something called the Temple Mount. Remember, in the year 70, the Romans burned down the Second Temple of the Jews, the holiest site in the Jewish faith. And then the Muslims came and built the Al-Aqsa Mosque on top of the Temple Mount. Now, this is a very strange thing to do. If the Muslim tradition is open, inclusive, and tolerant, and Jews are welcome into the tradition, why would you build a mosque on top of the Jewish holy site? That doesn't really make any sense. And quite honestly, this has been a mystery to everyone. No one has been able to figure this out, okay? So we will today attempt to solve one of the great mysteries in the Islam tradition. Why was the Al-Aqsa Mosque built on top of the Jewish Temple Mount? Okay? As I mentioned, the Arabs will expand from the desert of Arabia, and they will conquer the Sasanian Persian Empire, and they will take at least half of the Byzantines, okay? They will try to lay siege on Constantinople, but remember that when we discussed the Byzantine Empire, Constantinople is designed as an impenetrable fortress. So there'll be two major sieges, and because of the walls and because of Greek fire, they will be unable to take the city. The spread of Islam was lightning fast. In less than 100 years, they spread from the desert of Arabia, really the poorest place in this entire region, throughout most of the Middle East. Okay, so the dark green is where they started, and the light green is where they eventually expanded to. And remember, this process takes less than 100 years, which is remarkable. The Umayyad Caliphate was about 700. Okay, so let's just compare the Umayyad Caliphate with other empires, including the Tang. Okay, the Tang really is the height of Chinese civilization. But as you can see, the Umayyad Caliphate really is the largest empire in the world at this time. And eventually, they will also become the wealthiest empire at this time. There are 5 pillars of Islam. It is an extremely simple and clear religion when compared with Christianity and Judaism. Okay, there are 5 pillars to the religion. First of all, you have to believe that Allah, God, is the only God. Okay, and this mirrors the Christian and the Jewish faith. You are required to pray at least 5 times a day, facing the direction of Mecca. You must give money to the poor. You must fast during the holy days. The last thing is you must make something called the Hajj, which is a pilgrimage to the holy site in Mecca and perform rituals in Mecca. This is something that all Muslims must do, and you will have the poorest Muslims. They will save their entire lives just so that they could make this Hajj. Okay? The Muslim people are probably the most devout, the most religious people you will meet. They take their religion very, very seriously. This is the Hajj in Mecca. And I was actually in Saudi Arabia, and I tried to go there. And then I was told, only Muslims can go. and so I was at a train station, I was trying to buy a ticket to Mecca. And they said, what's your Muslim name? I'm like, well, I'm not Muslim. It's like, well, you can't go then. So I was disappointed. But it is a beautiful, absolutely one of the most beautiful rituals in the world today. Okay, so to summarize the introduction, there are 3 major mysteries to the history of Islam that we still haven't really solved today. Okay, the first mystery is we know that they have something called the Constitution of Medina. We also know that Jews who are literate were part of the early movement of Islam. So why do we have no early records for the first 100 years? What for the first 100 years of the movement? That's very, very strange. Okay, another strange question, another strange thing is, why would the Muslims go to war against 2 major empires, the Romans and the Persians? That's kind of suicidal. They didn't know they were going to win, so why did they go to war? Okay, that's the first mystery we'll solve today. Second mystery is, remember I said that the Shia and the Sunni have a major sectarian divide. The Shia believe that only the descendants of Muhammad's grandson Ali can be the caliph, the leader of the Muslim people. The Sunnis don't. So why didn't Muhammad just name a successor and avoid the civil wars that will erupt after his death? The third question is, why was Al-Aqsa built on the site of the Temple Mount? And this is still a problem today because a lot of conflict in the Middle East is driven by this problem where the Jews want to rebuild the temple, but to do so, they would have to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is the 3rd holiest site in the Islam world. So this is a very important question that is still relevant to us today. So we will also look at these 3 mysteries. And again, no one knows the answers to any of these 3 questions, and no one will ever know because so much of the historical record has been lost to us. But I will try to provide you with an explanation, okay, given my understanding of the Islamic world, which, by the way, is extremely limited, okay? So please ask questions. Please challenge me. I'm looking at you, Doug, okay? All right. All right. Okay, so today's topic is Islamic Golden Age. So let's just have a quick look at the Golden Age. At the height of Islamic influence, there were a few centers of incredible cultural creativity. One such site is Bukhara, Uzbekistan. It's still there, guys. You can get on a plane, like Doug did, and visit it. It is an incredible city. I say that without actually having visited it, but I've heard terrific things from Doug. And you can go online as well and look at videos. But it is an incredible city. And it shows you the immense creativity, the artistic creativity of the Islamic Golden Age. But the main cultural center of the Islamic Golden Age is Baghdad. Okay? It's not so beautiful now, but back then it was really the center of the world. It's a round city, and it's a new city. This is a topographical map of the city. As you can see, it's surrounded by the Tigris and Euphrates, and it is a round city. Okay, one of the few round cities of that time. Baghdad was the capital of the Abbasid Caliphate, which started the Islamic Golden Age. The Abbasid Caliphate is the successor to the Umayyad Empire. Okay, and this is where the Abbasid Caliphate was. And this is what Muslims consider the height of their civilization. The thing that's really important for us to understand about the Abbasid Empire is that not only were they influential in the Muslim world, but they eventually would come to create the world that we live in today. Okay? So when we think of globalization, we think of this as a recent phenomenon. But look at the trade routes that the Abbasid Caliphate would create over its 300 to 400 year history. It connects the entire world. Okay? As I mentioned last semester, globalization has always existed to a certain extent in world history. But the Abbasids, the Muslim religion, would take these existing networks and make them a lot richer, a lot more dense, and a lot faster. Okay? So you may not know this, but the Abbasids traded heavily with the Tang and the Song dynasties. In fact, it is the Abbasids who would initiate something called the Maritime Silk Road. The Overland Silk Road has existed for a long time, but it is the Abbasids who will eventually create the Maritime Silk Road. And it will bring China into the world to a greater extent than ever before. Okay? So this is the trade. The main center for cultural production in the Muslim world is something called the House of Wisdom. And its model is the Library of Alexandria. Okay? Remember last semester we discussed the Library of Alexandria in Egypt. And its mission was to be the first university to take all Hellenistic knowledge and culture and systemize it for dissemination. Okay? And the House of Wisdom was doing the same thing, where it would take all knowledge and culture within the Islamic world and outside the Islamic world and systemize and standardize it for mass dissemination. Okay? So the things that they were doing were they were taking Hindu numerals. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3. We still use them today. They took them from India, and again, they standardized it and disseminated this knowledge. They took works from Aristotle and Plato, translated into Arabic and Persian, and then disseminated it. The main contribution of the Islamic Golden Age to world culture is actually mathematics. Okay, so they took all the math in the Greek world and in the Persian world and in the Hindu world, and then they would systemize it and then build on top of it. Okay, this is a rendition of the House of Wisdom. This is where the three major creative civilizations would meet and exchange ideas, right? The Greeks, the Jews, and the Persians. They would also take ideas from the Indian tradition and the Chinese tradition as well. The major literature or literary work that we still have today from the Islamic Golden Age is the Arabian Nights, okay? Scholars have looked at this very closely, and most scholars believe that these stories are actually from India. Also, what's important for us to understand is that At the time this was translated, it was actually not that popular within the Muslim world. Poetry, philosophy, mathematics, science were considered the high arts. This was considered low arts. What we have today is that the Europeans would discover this centuries after the Islamic Golden Age, and they fell in love with these stories, and that's why we still have them today. And Disney movies are based on this as well. Okay, so let's look at some of the major thinkers and philosophers of the Islamic Golden Age. So at this time in world history, we don't differentiate between philosophers, poets, scientists, mathematicians, okay? All intellectuals engage in all these different fields, okay? So the one most famous is Rumi, who is Persian, a poet, a mystic, a philosopher. Ibn Sina is probably the most famous intellectual of the Islamic Golden Age. His books, his works were admired in Europe. Okay, so the Islamic philosophy was being exported to Europe, where it would have a major influence on many of Europe's major thinkers. You may have heard a man named Leonardo Fibonacci. You should have heard of him in math class. Well, at this particular time in history, he was going to Baghdad to study from the leading mathematicians of this time and taking their ideas and importing them all back to Europe. Okay, so this is Ibn Sina, and the Latin name is Avicenna. Ibn Rushd, Averroes, is also a major intellectual at this time. Just to show you how influential these two were in Europe, let's look at Dante's Divine Comedy. So Dante is in hell, and there in limbo, he's meeting the most influential, the greatest philosophers in human history who have influenced European civilization. Obviously, he's going to name Socrates and Plato, okay? But guess what? He also names Averroes and Avicenna, okay? So Dante is acknowledging the debt Europeans have to Islam. This is important for us because the Muslim intellectual influence on Europe has been whitewashed from history. This is something you do not learn in school usually. But without Islam, you can make the argument that Europe could not have modernized, okay? And later on, I'll explain why that's the case. Omar Khayyam is also another famous intellectual, poet, philosopher. This man, Musa al-Hazami, is considered the father of modern-day algebra. His Latin name is algorithmy, okay? And if this sounds familiar, it's because his name will give us the modern English word algorithm. Both algebra and algorithm were originally Arabic words. All right, so most of the math you're studying in school actually originated during the Islamic Golden Age. This name is Al-Hazzan, and he invented physics, basically, optics. Again, extremely influential. And again, these ideas will be imported back to Europe, and they will become the basis of the Renaissance. Okay? Al-Zahari is the father of surgery. At this time in world history, the very best hospitals are in the Islamic world, by far. This is the first 24-hour hospital in Baghdad. What's also amazing about these hospitals is that if you are poor and could not pay, you could receive medical treatment for free. That was just part of the faith. All poor were treated with great charity and kindness during the Islamic Golden Age. This is Al-Qarawiyyan. Again, guys, I don't speak Arabic. I'm probably butchering the name. But it was founded in 859 in Fez, Morocco. This is important because this is actually the first degree-granting university in the whole world. It's still there, guys. Okay? This is the oldest university in the world. What's also amazing is it was founded by a woman who inherited a fortune from her father, and she spent all her money on building this university. All right?
Brief interruption. If you ever get a chance to go to Fez, it is the most amazing city in the world. It's absolutely stunning. Absolutely.
Morocco is an amazing country as well. Okay, so 1258, the Islamic Golden Age officially came to an end, or that's what scholars believe. And the reason why is in 1258, the Mongols will sack Baghdad and they will burn all the books, okay? Or that's what the legend tells us. Baghdad had a thriving bookstore culture, and this was unique in the world. Intellectuals or the elite, they spent a lot of their resources on buying books. And they imported paper from China. They learned how to make paper from China. So books were extremely popular within Baghdad, okay, especially among the elite. As well, because of the Quran, it was necessary for the elite to be literate. It was demanded of you to be literate. And the Quran will also standardize Arabic and make it the official language of the entire Muslim world. Okay? But just because the Islamic Golden Age ended does not mean that creativity stopped in the Muslim world. This is Ibn Khaldun, and he is considered the father of social science. Okay? Economics, quantitative history, politics. This man invented a lot of these disciplines. He is most famous for his idea of asabiya, which just means social cohesion. So he was actually the first to systematically think about grand history. Why do civilizations rise and why do they decline? And his conclusion is that the borderlands are able to conquer empires because the borderlands, the people there, have asabaya, which just means that they are more egalitarian, more free, more cohesive as a culture. Whereas the empire, because it's so big, it loses a lot of cohesion. Okay? And again, Ibn Khaldun is a major inspiration for the history that I try as well. From 1300 to 1700, the world will be dominated by three major empires: the Ottomans, the Safavids in Iran, and the Mughals in India. They are collectively known as the gunpowder empires. So what's amazing is, since its inception in about 622, up until the year 1700, the Islamic religion dominated the world. And so the question for us is, why was that the case? How did Islam overtake Europe and overtake Christianity? Okay, that is a mystery and question for us today that we will look at. Okay, so let's go back to the three mysteries that I introduced earlier. Why do we have no written records? Even though we know that the people within the movement, Jews and Christians, knew how to read and write. Okay, that's the first question. Second question is, why didn't Muhammad name a successor? The third question is, why was the Al-Aqsa mosque built on top of the Temple Mount? Okay, so this is a paradox because Jews were an extremely important part of that early movement, right? So why would you offend the Jews like this? Right? Okay, to understand what happened, okay, let's go back in time. And we know that in 622, Muhammad goes to Medina, and that's what starts the Islamic movement. But let's just go over to Jerusalem and figure out what's happening there. And once we do that, then we're able to figure out what's going on in that world. It turns out that in 622, there's a major war going on between the two major powers at this time, the Persians and the Byzantines. And it is a deadly war that is engulfing the entire Middle East. Okay? So this is from Wikipedia. All right? Now, guys, never trust Wikipedia as a historical source, but it's useful for us to understand what contemporary historians think. Okay? So this is from Wikipedia. The Jews have aligned themselves with the Persians. Why? Because, first of all, the Romans controlled Jerusalem, and in the year 70, the Romans burned down their temple, and in the year 135, the Romans expelled the Jews from Jerusalem, their holy city. So ever since then, the Jews, obviously they want revenge, but they also want to return to their holy city and rebuild the temple. And with the Persians, they saw this as an opportunity because historically, the Persians and the Jews have gone along very well. Okay? So the Jews helped the Persians take Jerusalem and push out the Byzantines. But when that happens, the Christians in Jerusalem, they revolt and they force out the Jews. And then the Byzantines, under the emperor Heraclius, they return Jerusalem in the First Crusade. Okay, this is the beginning of the idea of crusade, and they retake the city. And then what they do is they expel the Jews from Jerusalem, obviously, but then they start to kill a lot of Jews. Okay, and they force these Jews outside of Jerusalem. So now these Jews have nowhere to go. But there's something called the Constitution of Medina in Arabia, right? There is a prophet, Muhammad, who is promising religious tolerance for all. All can practice their faith in peace, right? So it makes sense for a lot of these Jews, not all of them, but a lot of them, to join this early movement. What's important for us to understand is that at this point, Muslim, is not a distinct religion. Okay? All these people are called believers because Muhammad sees himself as the final messenger of God. Okay? Abraham was the first. Then you had Moses. Then you have Jesus. And now Muhammad is the very last. So all these three different traditions, the Christian tradition, the Jewish tradition, and the Islam tradition, in the beginning, were all just one religion, one idea, which is to bring God to earth and make everyone understand that God is the true God, okay? To create monotheism on earth. That's the origin of this new religion of Islam. Okay? And this is the Constitution of Medina, which is in the Quran and which we know to be historically true. Maybe not the wording, okay? But we know that this existed. And these people were called believers. And also, this would also include people who believe in Zoroastrianism, okay? Because Zoroastrianism was also a monotheistic religion. So the Constitution of Medina was an attempt to unite all monotheistic religions into one single tradition that fought for God. Okay? Also, what's really important for us to understand is not only is there all this persecution going on against Jews and against Christians and against Zoroastrians, okay? But also, this is a apocalyptic age where all three traditions believe this was literally the end of the world. If you were Jewish, you believed in a final battle called Armageddon between the Messiah, who would lead you, and against two enemies called Gog and Magog. Okay? Guess what? The Persians and the Romans were fighting each other. So you could easily interpret this to mean the Persians and the Romans were the Gog and Magog enemy. In your tradition, this would be the final battle. This is when Jerusalem is most threatened. Well, the Romans, the Byzantines, just took your city and massacred your people. So in the Jewish tradition, this is the end of days. This is the final battle. And the Messiah would emerge to lead you to final victory. And that person, a lot of Jews could interpret to be Muhammad, okay? So for the Jews, this is the end of days. But for Christians, okay, they also believe this is the end of days because there will be a final battle between the Antichrist and the Messiah. Okay? The Antichrist is obviously Heracles, who is the emperor of the Byzantines, who've been persecuting Christians for a long time. Remember, the official religion of the Byzantines is the Holy Trinity. But most Christians didn't believe in the Holy Trinity, and they were persecuted for the refusal to believe in the Holy Trinity. Okay? So for Christians, this is also the final battle. Zoroastrians believe in a final battle between good and evil. Okay? So this is an apocalyptic age where everyone believes this is it, the final battle. Muhammad is saying to everyone, guys, we're all one people, united by God, and we are here to fight for him. Okay? And this is very appealing for people. So the best evidence for my argument is actually the Quran. Okay? So again, we don't have any written records of Muhammad, but what we do believe is the Quran. It is a collection of many of Muhammad's original sayings that have been redacted over time. Okay? So let's look at some passages from the Quran to better understand how Muhammad was thinking and what he was preaching to the Christians, the Jews, and the Zoroastrians. All right. O people of the book. By this he means both the Christians and the Jews, okay? Why do you argue about Abraham when the Torah and the gospel were not revealed until after him? Will you not reason? Okay, so he's saying, why are we arguing about Scripture? Why are we arguing about belief when we all acknowledge that Abraham is our forefather? Okay? And Abraham came before the Bible. It came before the Old Testament and the New Testament. So what's the argument? Here you are, you argue about things you know, but why do you argue about things you do not know? Allah knows and you do not know. Abraham was neither a Jew nor a Christian, but he was a monotheist, a Muslim. Okay? So this is what Muhammad is saying. A Muslim is someone who believes in God as the only true God, and that includes Jews and Christians. And he was not of the polytheists. Okay? Let's also look at Muhammad responding to the Christian tradition. Okay, remember, in the Christian tradition, a lot of conflict arises from a debate over the nature of Jesus and his relationship with God. Okay, and what Muhammad is saying is, guys, the idea of Jesus makes no sense. Jesus cannot be God. Jesus, at best, can only be a messenger of God, just like me. And the idea that Jesus is God makes no sense. Jesus was a human, just like me. God is God. He would not represent himself through a human. Okay, and so let's look at what he says. They disbelieve those who say Allah is the Messiah, the son of Mary. But the Messiah himself said, Messiah is Jesus, right? O children of Israel, worship Allah, my Lord and your Lord. He's making a clear distinction. God is my God. I'm not God. I'm not his son. He is God. Whoever associates others with Allah, Allah has forbidden him paradise, and his dwelling is the fire. The wrongdoers have no saviors. All right? If you believe that Jesus is God, you are committing heresy against the true God. There can only be one God. There can't be two gods together. They disbelieve those who say Allah is the third of three, but there is no deity except the one God. If they do not refrain from what they say, a painful torment will befall those among them who disbelieve. So what he's saying, this is very important, is that Muhammad is saying the Holy Trinity, the idea is just nonsense. They disbelieve those who say Allah is the third of three. Allah cannot be a fraction of anything. He is the one and only. Okay? Now, in our time, and we hear this, we don't really have emotional reaction, but place yourself back in their time, the year 622. Most Christians are being persecuted for refusing to accept the Holy Trinity as Scripture because it makes no sense. We discussed this in class. Okay? And now, but if you say it makes no sense, you could be killed. okay, you'll be persecuted for sure. And now Muhammad is saying, you guys were right all along. You should have believed in yourself all along. You were right all along, okay? So let's use an analogy. Let's just say, for example, like the world government. Okay, we have a world government, and for whatever reason, the world government tells us the sky is red. And you're like, wait a minute, I know blue and I know red, and the sky is blue. But if you say the sky is blue, you will be put in jail. You are not allowed to say the sky is blue. And then you have people, teachers like me, telling you, the reason why you believe the sky is blue and not red is your eyes lie to you. You cannot trust yourself. Your eyes are defective. That's a problem with human beings. We can't trust what we see. Okay? And you have to go through life believing the sky is red, even though you know in your heart it's blue. But then one day, someone like a teacher says to you in class, actually guys, we've been lying to you all along, the sky is blue. Imagine your sense of relief and empowerment and liberation when someone of authority actually tells you what you've always believed. Okay? That's what Muhammad is doing. Muhammad is confirming to everyone that what they believed, what they knew about God was right all along. Okay, so Muhammad's final message to the people is God and only God, and He is everywhere. And you can see Him, you can touch Him, because He's everywhere. And as such, you can feel Him, and He can be inside of you. Okay? And so this idea will actually occupy most of the Quran. Okay? And this is what He says. With Him are the keys of the unseen. None knows Him except He, and He knows everything on land and in the sea. Not a leaf falls, but He knows it. And there is not a single grain in the darkness of earth, nor is there anything wet or dry, but is in the clear record. All right? God is everywhere. You can see and touch Him in everything. Okay? And so, in other words, what's happening is that Islam is really the first monotheistic religion in the modern sense. Okay? When we think of monotheism, we actually think of the Islamic version of monotheism. All right, so what's the power of Islam? And I want you guys to remember this. Islam is, the power and beauty comes from how Islam is able to unite two major intellectual traditions in the world. The first is paganism, right? Remember the Vikings. The Vikings told stories. They acted out rituals. And therefore, there was an intimacy, concreteness, and interconnectedness to paganism that made us feel happy and good. Okay? It made us understand the world. It made us feel as though we could influence the world. That's the power of paganism. But Islam is doing the same thing by making God concrete. Okay? You can feel God. God is everywhere. He knows everything. But what Islam is also doing is He's seeking the simplicity, clarity, and absoluteness of monotheism. Okay? Monotheism is nice because with monotheism, everything becomes clear to you. Right? Okay, there's one God, therefore I just have to follow Him. I just have to believe in Him. There's like a million gods in paganism. And so it's unclear what you should do or how you should relate to this million gods. But here in monotheism, the relationship between God and you, it's very, very clear. Okay? So in other words, Islam is a major intellectual revolution in human history. And we have forgotten this because Islam, the idea, has embedded itself into modernity itself. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. So, what I will show you over the course of the semester is that Islam really is the proto-modernity. When we say that modernity began in Europe, we forget that Islam really built the basis for modernity. Okay? All right? So, fulfillment of the law and prophets. It's completing the story in the Bible. It's bringing God to the people. You can now touch God. You can now know God. That's the beginning of the idea of Protestantism, okay? And create heaven on earth. And this is the idea of science. Why do we use science? To make the world better. Because God wants us to make the world better. All right? So a lot of the ideas that will underpin modernity, that God can be in us, and that God expects us to make the world better, it's already there in the beginnings of Islam. And that's why we will have the Islamic Golden Age, because they are propelled by their devoutness to the one true God. Is this clear to you guys? Any questions so far? Any questions so far? All right, so let me really quickly answer the three mysteries. Okay, the first problem is, why were there no written records? The answer is, first of all, Islam marks a revolution. Okay, it is overturning the social order. The problem, though, is that eventually Islam will become the social order. So you obviously don't want to paint Muhammad as a revolutionary. Okay? That's the first problem. Muhammad represented a revolution against the social order. All right, that's the first thing. Second thing is that we know that his early followers, the companions, were all wiped out. They're all dead. They all died. The official history says that they died in military conflicts. But here's the amazing thing about early Islam history. We don't have that much evidence of military conflict between the Arabs and the Persians and the Byzantines. We don't. There's maybe one city, Caesarea, where there was a siege. But we think that a lot of the conquest happened organically, or maybe their enemies surrendered to them rather than fight them. Okay, and that's why I would say it's a revolution. It's not a conflict. It's not a conquest. It's a revolution where ordinary people were so disgusted with the current leadership that they opted for a new belief system. Okay. The problem, though, is that once you amass power and it's a coalition, the question then is, who's now in charge? So for the next 1,500 years, there'll be a series of civil war to determine who will be in charge, okay? Those early companions were probably purged. The word we use is purge. They're wiped out, including the Jews and the Christians. We know for a fact that in the early days of Islam, Jews and Christians were part of the hierarchy. There's a man named St. John of Damascus who was very famous, and he was a leading official in the Umayyad Caliphate. Okay? We know that as a fact, but eventually they were purged from the system. And if they're purged, what happens is they'll also purge the history. Okay? Because if these are the companions of Muhammad, Christians and Jews, then they're legitimate. They're more legitimate than you are. So therefore they have to purge that history. Okay? But not only that, and the third thing is that there'll be a series of continuous civil wars among the Arabs in order to determine who will be the caliph. And obviously they want to disguise this history. They want to disguise this history of civil conflict, okay? So the first 100 years, it was revolutionary, but it was also very tumultuous and bloody. And that's why they had to disguise the first 100 years of Islamic history, right? Does that make sense to you guys? And again, this is my explanation. I could be wrong, all right? There could be other explanations. Yeah?
Maybe just to throw in another idea.
Yep.
And I think what you said doesn't contradict this either. But,
Right.
One thing that's hard for us to imagine is that a culture would actually record its history with a historiography. It seems to us as a given. Right?
Yep.
That, like Chinese culture, official historians going back for 2,200 years and so on, right? The Greeks had their ancient historians, the Romans had their ancient historians, but not every culture has its historians. The
Right.
The Indians didn't write history, and I'm guessing the Arabs didn't have a tradition of writing down their history either, right? And so that this would actually be recorded in a sense that we'd be familiar with.
Right.
Probably wasn't the case.
That is a great point. Thank you, Doug. So Doug's point is that the idea of history comes to us from the Greeks and the Romans, who wrote everything down, okay? But as Doug says, there are many cultures who do not believe or do not have institutions to write down history. We sort of take it for granted today, but back then, it was actually a pretty rare thing to actually want to write down your history, okay? So, a good reason why is that if you write down the history, you're also constrained by the history, right? And that's why a lot of empires chose to not write down their history, okay? So thank you, okay? All right. Second question is, why didn't Muhammad name a successor? Again, this is just my theory. But if it's the end of days, if it's the end of the world, you don't need to name a successor because God's coming, right? What's the point? In fact, if you name a successor, then you are admitting defeat, right? What Muhammad is saying to everyone is that every of your traditions, Jewish, Christian, Zoroastrian, are right. It's the end of days. God is coming. There'll be peace on the world. Therefore, we will no longer need leaders. You won't need Muhammad. I'm the last prophet, man. Okay? So that's why I think he didn't name a successor. But there could be other explanations, okay? Do you have another explanation? Okay. And the third is, why did they build the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the on the Temple Mount? And this explanation is going to be very controversial, okay? So the Jews support the Persians in their war against the Byzantines on the condition that the Persians would allow them to return to Jerusalem, but also on the condition that the Jews would be allowed to rebuild their temple, which is exactly what Cyrus the Great did, right? Cyrus the Great is called the Messiah in the Bible. He's the only foreign leader called the Messiah in the Bible because Cyrus the Great allowed them to rebuild the temple, okay? So what I'm saying is this. Al-Aqsa Mosque was originally the third temple. It is what the Arabs promised the Jews for the support. But over time, as these purchases happened, as the civil conflicts happened, then the Arabs needed to consolidate their authority. So they turned the third temple into the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Okay, that's what I think happened. If you go into I don't have time to go into the very detailed history of how the Al-Aqsa Mosque was built, but it was a process that took about 200 years. And it's very possible during these 200 years, intentions changed. Okay? So again, I know this is an extremely controversial statement, but I think that's what happened. Originally, it was meant to be the third temple. But then, over time, the Arab leaders changed their minds and thought to themselves that if we do this, then we make the Jews into a very powerful political entity within the Muslim world. Okay? Does that make sense to you guys? Right? Okay. Again, these are my explanations. It's my interpretation. This is not historical fact, okay? All right. Now that we've done the three mysteries, let's go back to the three original questions. First question is, why did Islam enter its golden age and Christian Europe enter its dark age? Second question is, why did the Islamic golden age end? Third question is, how did Christian Europe overtake the Muslim world? Okay, to answer these three questions, all we have to do is compare and contrast these three major religions together. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. All right? There are both strengths and weaknesses to all religions. So let's very quickly compare and contrast these three major religions to see why they thrive in a certain historical context. So, Judaism. The Bible, it's a wonderful piece of literature. It has a very rich history going back 1,000 years, right? So the Jews were the first to have a complete history of themselves. There are beautiful stories in the Bible that still inspire today. The stories of Adam and Eve, the stories of the patriarchs, the story of Moses. They still inspire us today, and they inspire us to create great literature. And then you have a literary culture. So the Jews were expected to be people of the book. They were expected to be literate in order to practice their religion. Okay? And this helps us understand why Jews are so dominant in academia, universities, in the media and in culture, and in the legal profession, okay? Because these are people of the book. They have a tremendous respect for learning and for literacy, okay? That said, there are certain problems with the tradition. The first is it's contradictory. When you read the Bible, it's always contradicting itself, okay? It's almost schizophrenic, you could say. It's very hard to pick out a definite message from the Bible. And that's why the old tradition, called the Torah, is actually much more important. Okay? And so Jews have to go to the synagogue all the time where the rabbi will explain to them the meaning of the Bible. Because if you read it by yourself, it's almost impossible to understand. Okay? Second problem is their God, Yahweh, he's very problematic. He's extremely problematic. As we know from last semester when we looked at the Bible, he doesn't seem to know what he's doing. And he's very, very violent, okay? He often commands the Israelites to go kill all their enemies. Okay, so he's a very problematic God. And the third major problem in the tradition is faith versus history. If you believe that you're the chosen people, if you believe that Yahweh is the only true God, then why are you being persecuted all the time, okay? Why were the Romans able to kick you out of Jerusalem and burn down your temple, which is the house of God? Why are you homeless? Why do you lack a homeland, okay? And this has been going on for thousands of years. And there are no easy explanation to any of these problems, okay? So within the Jewish faith, there's a lot of conflict and debate and doubt. So the Christian faith was created in many ways to try to resolve a lot of the issues within the Jewish tradition. The first major advantage of the Christian faith is it's the personification and perfection of divinity, right? Remember how we said that Yahweh is problematic? Well, now we have Jesus, who we can understand. And Jesus made the ultimate sacrifice, therefore we know him to be the ultimate good. Okay? Second advantage is, okay, now that there's a person, we can, through him, deliver a consistent message of being kind, being merciful, being loving. Okay? The third advantage is the idea of progress of history. Everything is leading to the return of Jesus, the second coming. Okay? So you may suffer now, but don't worry because Jesus is returning. And that will end history for us. All right? So these are the advantages of Christianity. But when you do that, when you have Jesus personified God, you create a lot of issues. Okay? The first issue is it's a really confusing story. Why would God come down to earth, manifest himself as a human, and then sacrifice himself? That's really, really confusing. Like, I know there's a lot of really good explanations as to why this is the case. Still, if you're just a normal person, you can't understand the story. It makes no sense to you, okay? Second is that it's counterintuitive. A lot of the ideas in Christianity, it's just counterintuitive. The Holy Trinity must be the strangest idea in religion, where God, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus are separate but equal. It makes no intuitive sense to anyone. And the third is distant divinity, okay? God is out there somewhere. You don't know where. You can't talk to him. You can't see him. You have no idea where he is, okay? It's a very distant divinity. And so these are the disadvantages of Christianity. And so Islam now makes sense because it's trying to remedy and rectify these failings of Christianity, okay? The first is that it takes the Jewish tradition and the Christian tradition and makes it part of itself, okay? So it is really the continuation and the perfection of the Jewish Christian tradition. Second is the absoluteness of God, okay? This is now true monotheism where God is everywhere and you can see him. But if God is everywhere, then what's amazing is that that God can come inside you through your faith, through your devotion, and for your practice. All right? And so what this means is you now know how to behave in the world. There's a clarity of purpose and action. You know that as long as you do those 5 things, those 5 pillars of Islam, your life will be good. God is in you. And that gives you strength and purpose and power. Okay? And these ideas is what will start the Islamic Golden Age and allow Islam to propel itself past everyone. Okay? The problem, though, is it's too simple and clear. The advantage of being contradictory is you allow for different belief systems, which come into conflict with each other. And with this contradiction and conflict, it allows for innovation. That's why Catholicism will eventually give way to Protestantism, okay? Which is a reinterpretation of the Bible. But it's because the Bible is so contradictory that this innovation is allowed to happen. The Bible was extremely clear. The Quran is extremely clear. But if that's the case, then you cannot allow for a radical rejection of the past and embrace of the future, okay? Second problem then is it's inflexible. It can't be as innovative as Christianity and Judaism. And the third problem is Islam purports to stand outside of history, okay? Judaism is to be inside of history. Christianity is inside of history as well. But Islam is eternal. When you read the Quran, it's meant to be the eternal words. These words are always true. But then the problem then is how do you go about and interpret your actions through the lens of history? And how do you improve your society based on this interpretation? All right? So in the beginning, the very aspects, the very strengths of Islam will give rise to a tremendous period of creativity. But over time, you will have these innovations will become dogma, and they will ossify, and they will prevent further growth in your society. All right? So does that make sense to you guys? All right. So let me reframe what I just said in a different way. All right? So let's just compare. Sorry. So I'm going to compare and contrast Christianity with Islam. And then this will be a bit more clear to you. All right? Okay, but are there any questions before I continue? Is this clear to you guys? So I apologize, I'm making a lot of generalizations, but again, this is a macro view of history. All right, so let's look at Christianity and compare it with Islam. All right? So as I have said in previous classes, Christianity was developed by the Roman Empire in order to co-opt first the Jews and eventually these barbarian invaders. And therefore, the religion is one of empire and power. Okay? It's really about how to control people. But Islam, as I just mentioned, it is a revolutionary religion that must be open and inclusive and tolerant in order to attract as many followers as possible. All right? Now, the main mechanism of control for an empire is the idea of orthodoxy. Orthodoxy just means the correct thinking, okay? But if you have orthodoxy, then you have the idea of heresy. Orthodoxy is with God, heresy is against God. If you agree that the sky is red, because I say the sky is red, then you are orthodox. But if you insist the sky is blue, then it is heretical, okay? And that constrains or limits the imagination. Right? And the philosopher that you base your society on is Plato. So the idea of the bishop, the idea of the pope, it's really the idea of Plato's philosopher king. All right? So I'll explain Plato's philosophy in a second, okay? But let's look at Islam. So it's a revolutionary religion, and therefore you must activate the energy of all your followers. You must get them to believe, and you must get them to fight. Therefore, it's a religion based on intuition. God is with you. You know God. God is inside you, okay? And the idea of intuition is what allows for science. You can discover the truth by just observing, through empirical observation, through your own analysis, through your own belief, okay? And the person who argues this is, of course, Aristotle. So this is the argument I'm making to you, okay? A lot of scholars believe the Islamic Golden Age happened because the Islams had books. They had wealth. But the Byzantines also had access to all these major thinkers, Plato and Aristotle. Byzantines had a lot of wealth. Okay? What I'm arguing is that a culture needs to have an attitude, a perspective, a worldview, an orientation. For the Byzantines and the Europeans, they chose Plato. But the Muslims chose Aristotle. And that is the major difference. Okay? So let's go over, let's summarize Plato and Aristotle. How were their philosophies different? Okay. For Plato, the true God is called the form of the good. The form of the good is the beginning of everything. It is what is immutable. That cannot be changed. It is perfect. And it's eternal. Eternal means it was always there and it will always be there. The form of the good, this God, he thinks and he emanates new concepts called ideals, like justice, reason, beauty, power, okay? And these ideals will manifest themselves into perfect forms, okay? Like a horse, like the perfect horse, the perfect woman, okay? This, we can say, is just heaven. We live in something called the shadow world, which is just an imitation of heaven. But it's a bad imitation, so everything sucks, okay? So for example, if you fall down and you break your leg, it hurts because we live in a shadow world. So in this conception of the universe, what we're trying to do is return to the form of the good. And for Plato, he argues that you can do this through mathematics and geometry. Because mathematics is what is most like the form of the good. It is immutable, perfect, and eternal. So by studying mathematics and geometry, you are able to ascend back into the form of the good. But guess what? Augustine will take Plato and he will adapt it to the Christian faith, right? Because how do you leave this world? By not sinning, by having faith. If you do that, then you are allowed to go to heaven. Okay? So in the Platonic Augustine understanding, we in this world all we have to do is not make a mistake. So do nothing. Okay? Do nothing and you'll be good. Aristotle has a different conception of the universe. He believes the form of the good is called a prime mover. All right? God is a prime mover. So God is the first thing that acts and moves things, okay? And when he does that, when he creates motion, other things start to happen as well. Okay? So we're constantly moving about. Where we're going is we are seeking truth. And it's called telos. Telos means purpose. So each of us, by our nature, has a purpose. If you're a soldier, your purpose is to be the best warrior. If you're a mathematician, your purpose is to be the best mathematician, okay? And that is the idea of truth, to fulfill your purpose. And therefore, you must be constantly acting, okay? Now, the beauty of this idea of motion is you can now study it through empirical observation. You can observe things and then start to understand their nature. And this gives rise to the idea of science. Okay? Right? So, the Muslim world had a decidedly Aristotelian perspective, whereas the European world had a Platonic perspective. Now, the great thing about history, the great thing about civilization is that what will happen is the Europeans will learn from the Muslims. They'll copy the Muslims, right? They'll bring back Aristotle. They'll bring back science. And they'll bring back intuition. All right? And they will do so through three major events. The first is the Renaissance, where they bring back Aristotle. The second is the Protestant Reformation, where they will bring back God. Remember, the Catholic religion, God is aloof. God can only be understood through the Pope or the priest. Okay? But the Protestant religion is, no, God is with us. God is in us. For your actions, you can win God's favor. Okay? The last is science, right? The scientific revolution. And these are the three major events that will give us modernity. Okay? But guess what? The Europeans are just emulating the Muslims. But, and this is really important, they will improve on the Muslims. Okay? So the problem with science is, yes, in the beginning you will have all this tremendous discovery, but this innovation will eventually lead to something called dogma. All right? And so what you need to do is create institutions to destroy dogma. And that's what the Europeans will do, which will, and this idea that dogma can be destroyed through discussion and debate and analysis is what will become the basis of the silent revolution, which will create the modern world that we live in today, okay? So we will go through all of these three major movements in future classes. But please remember that it's the Islamic Golden Age which will inspire the Europeans to do all three of these things, which in turn will create the modern world that we live in today. Okay? And that's why I believe that the Islamic Golden Age is really the proto-modernity of human history. All right, that is my argument to you. Any questions? Anything you are unclear about? Was this clear? Okay.
Maybe, I don't know if it's a question or just an observation.
Sure.
Are you able to go back a couple slides to the
Sure.
to the empire and power versus religion?
Okay. Sure. Right here.
Yeah. So this is like one thing that you got me thinking about with the early years of Islam. And so there's kind of two movements. Like the first one is like with the Umayyad Caliphate, which lasts about 100 years.
Right.
And it was really kind of that revolution that you're talking about, like very expansive growth, very, very quick. But it was also very Arab, right? Like it was done by the Arab people, okay? And what's really interesting is like if we look at the Abbasid Caliphate that comes afterwards, as Mr. Jiang said, like but at that time it was Persian. Okay, and by moving there, it represents partly a change in culture and moving away from an Arab homeland, basically. And there's a whole bunch of there's an amazing cultural openness by moving there. There's contacts, like you said, with India, Central Asia. Islam moves into Central Asia. There's more contacts with China and so on. And there's a real cultural dynamicism going on there. And Islam has to be very open to those cultures and be inspired by those cultures and engage with them in a pretty deep way, right? So in some ways, it's not just the religion that's the deciding factor for what makes it a golden age, but just being able to draw on so many different ancient and rich traditions in a way that, say, the Byzantines couldn't, or in Western Europe, the Catholics couldn't do.
Right. Yeah, that's a great point. So let me elaborate on this point. So there's a literary critic, Norfolk Fry, right? Yep, Canadian, right? So Norfolk Fry is a Canadian literary critic, okay? And one thing that he's obsessed about is how literature is developed, okay? What he's observed is there's a certain moment in history when great literature comes about. And that the moment is when a nation, okay, or a people or culture becomes an empire, okay? And the idea here is, okay, with a nation, you have tradition, you have cohesion, okay? You have a certain literary basis, right? And then when it becomes an empire, it's forced to have a vista. It's forced to have like a global perspective. And this change from a nation or coherent people into a cosmopolitan empire, at this stage in history, it's possible for them to produce great literature, okay? And there are many examples of this. So the first example, of course, is Athens. Athens is the civilization par excellence, right? And so when did Athens produce all its great literature? Well, it was basically the age of Pericles, which lasted from 500 to about 400, okay? Maybe 350, okay? But it was not that long. And this is important because this period is also when Athens, which was a very small polis, suddenly became an empire. And it was this transition that forced it to look outwards, okay? So Athens is one example. But then, of course, you have King David and the Israelites. And again, after the Bronze Age collapse, David was able to create an Israelite nation and then conquer a lot of this territory, okay? So these people now were a small empire. They weren't a great empire, but they were a small empire, okay? And the last example that we have is England, right? Think of Shakespeare. When was Shakespeare writing? Around the year 1600, okay? And that was when England, which for the longest time was this poor island, was now emerging as a global empire, and with it, a cosmopolitan perspective, right? So this is the pattern in history, which picks up on Doug's point, where the new Islamic Empire, when they shifted their capital to Baghdad, they now became a global empire, and as such, they had to absorb all these different traditions and cultures and become a multicultural universal empire, okay? All right? So Norfolk Fry has made this observation. It sounds convincing. I haven't done enough research to fully buy into this theory, okay? But he has made this argument, and he has made these observations with these examples. All right? So thanks for that. Okay, any more questions? Okay, so next class, what we'll do is the Middle Kingdom, China, okay? The reason why is at this stage in history, China is being brought into world history. And the reason why is the rise of the Mongols, okay? So next class will be on the Middle Kingdom, China, and after that we will do the Mongols. And then after that we will return to Europe and do the Crusades, then we'll do the Renaissance, the Protestant Reformation, and the Islamic Revolution, okay? Okay, good morning. Today we do China. Obviously, we are in China, and we know a lot of Chinese history, so I will go fairly quickly and deeply. This is an opportunity for us to look back on the theories we've developed over the course of this year and really think about how they apply to the Chinese context. It's a chance for us to see if our models work. If they do work, then they would be true in the Western context and also in the Chinese context. It's also a chance for us to deeply interrogate our theories and see where flaws might arise. Okay? So I'll be going through some Chinese history, but I will do so by applying the theories we've learned so far, mainly the oceanic currents of history. All right, so let's get started. Today we're going to look at a question that is fundamental to China, which is, we know that for the longest time, China really was the civilization par excellence in the world. It gave us all the great inventions that would make modernity possible, including the compass, paper, printmaking, gunpowder. Okay, but after the Song Dynasty, which is about the year 1200, China stopped being creative. And so why did this happen? And that is the question that will frame our discussion this morning. All right, let's go over some quick Chinese history. So Chinese civilization, as you know, developed along the Yellow River. The Yellow River is perfect for agriculture. And as a result, population expanded very quickly. When that happens, conflict and war will ensue. And that's what will give rise to settlements and fortified cities. And that will drive the development of the state and civilization and technology. Okay? The hallmark of Chinese civilization is what we call the Warring States period, Chunqiu. And at this time, the foundations of Chinese civilization will come into being. At this time, you will have something called the 100 schools of thought. Confucianism will develop, as will Taoism and legalism. Okay? And these ideas will form the foundation of Chinese civilization. And as you can see, in this period, all these 100 schools of thought developed because of a process we call open cooperative competition, which, as we have discussed, is the main driver of innovation in human civilization. Okay? Openness means that there is no centralized authority. Cooperation means that even though there's no centralized authority, the different states are trading, communicating with each other, and they are intermarrying into each other. And competition means that there is a lot of conflict between them. They are warring against each other for dominance in their region. Okay? And in this process, this will give rise to the ideas, the technology, the values, the culture that will underpin Chinese civilization for the next 2,000 years. Confucius is obviously who is best remembered from this era, but you also have Lao Tzu, who is the founder of Taoism, okay? As well as Zhuangzi and Mozi. Sun Tzu will at this time write his book, The Art of War. So, in a process that is open cooperative competition, eventually one state will emerge to conquer the rest. And as we discussed, why the state emerges is because of three things. Energy, they're much more energetic, they're much more ambitious. Second is openness, they're much more willing to adopt innovation in the ruthless pursuit of military conquest. And they are opportunistic, meaning that they will do whatever it takes to win. Okay? So in this period, the state that will eventually conquer all China and create the first empire is the Qing. And again, if you think about it, in the year 500 BCE, we could not possibly predict that the Qing would conquer and unite all of China. Because of all these states, the Qing was the poorest. It was situated in the mountains, whereas the other states are situated in these fertile valleys. Its culture was not as developed as the rest, and its population was smaller. So we couldn't predict that the Qing would eventually unite all of China. But at the same time, in the year 500, we could not have predicted that Rome would unite the Mediterranean, and we could not have predicted that Macedonia would have united the Greek world. All right? So let's discuss very quickly why the Qing was able to succeed. Okay, even though this is the warring states period, and there's a lot of warfare going on, what we need to remember is that this warfare is heavily regulated. War in this period, it's almost like an aristocratic game. Okay, so there are stories where this general was laying siege to a city, and the people inside were starving to death, which is what you do in a siege, right? You starve the population to death. But the general felt tremendous regret and guilt for putting the population under such misery. So he retreated and withdrew to give time for the population to recover. And that was considered what was gentlemanly. Okay? That was what was considered chivalrous, civilized back then. Another story is that an army was crossing the river, which is a great time to attack them. But the opposing army let them cross the river because that is what is civilized, okay? What is gentlemanly. So this period was heavily regulated by a gentleman's code of conduct, okay? And then you ask yourself, why is that the case? And the answer is that, remember, this is a open cooperative competition environment in which, even though these states are at war, there's still a lot of intermarriage between them. There's still a lot of trade, a lot of communication. So these states are not trying to use warfare to overturn the social order because they benefit from the status quo. They're using warfare as a means to maintain the social order. And that's why warfare is extremely heavily regulated. Okay? And so let's think about the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta. When we looked at the war, we know that the Peloponnesian War was extremely bloody, it was extremely deadly, but at the same time, it was extremely regulated. And a lot of their strategies didn't really make any sense if it was really about defeating the enemy. So for example, we know that in Sparta, there are people called the Helots, who are basically slaves to the Spartan people. And the Helots outnumber the Spartans 10 to 1. So all Athens had to do was say to the Helots, if you fight for us, if you revolt against your masters, we will grant you freedom. That's all Athens had to do. But Athens never did that. Because by doing that, you would disrupt the social order from which Athens benefited, and you unleash a revolution that could possibly engulf the entire Greek world. Also, even though Sparta and Athens were enemies, they were united by intermarriage among their elites. They had a similar culture, and they historically were allies, especially against the Persians, okay? So warfare at this time was about maintaining the status quo rather than overturning the status quo. And this presents an opportunity for the Qing dynasty, which is in the margins of the status quo. All right, so the Qing dynasty started to implement warfare in a way that opportunistically took advantage of the status quo situation. And they commit themselves to total warfare, meaning their entire society was engineered in a way to allow them to win against their enemies, okay? So certain characteristics about the Qing dynasty at this time, first is the idea of legalism, right? Draconian laws that force a population to behave in a certain way. Something that is very fundamental to the idea of legalism is collective responsibility. And what that means is that if you commit a crime, you'll be punished, but so will your entire family, okay? The idea of collective responsibility is pioneered at this time in order to maintain a very strict society that can be purpose for war. Okay, so that's the first thing, legalism. Second thing is the idea of centralization, meaning that you have a bureaucracy, you have standardization, okay? And this allows you to actually expand very quickly. It allows you to expand and govern new territories that you conquer. And the third, of course, is total war, meaning like you devote all your resources to warfare in order to conquer your enemies. The Qing dynasty was also known for its openness. So if you were a man of talent and you could contribute to the military and the bureaucracy, they would welcome you, okay? So think of the Qing as a revolutionary system that sought to overturn the status quo. And the other states like Wei, Zhao, Han, and Chu, especially Chu, they were trying to maintain the status quo. And therefore, they were not that well equipped to deal with the challenge from the Qing, okay? Now, we know that the Qing would unite all of China, but because their system was so draconian, eventually the other states would rebel against them. And this would eventually lead to the Han Dynasty, okay? Now, the Han Dynasty is actually, even though the Han Dynasty disparages the Qing, right? So our very conception of the Qing comes from Han historians who tell us that the Qing buried scholars and they burned books. And that's extreme, and that, in our eyes, is barbaric, right? We don't know if that's true. We know that the Qing practiced heavy censorship. So those 100 schools of thought, a lot of these books were censored and destroyed during this period. But we don't know for a fact that they buried scholars, okay? But this is so the Han Dynasty is trying to disparage, trying to refute the Qing Dynasty. That said, the Han Dynasty continues the system first introduced by the Qing, okay? The Han is really, at this point, the height of Chinese civilization. There's a confidence, there's an arrogance to the Han. And one of the top priorities for the Han is, now that they've united China, they have to deal with the northern steppes people, okay? Remember that throughout history, the steppes people have proven to be the most daunting challenge for civilizations. They are extremely, they're ferocious warriors, and the steppe people will eventually give rise to the Mongols. At this point, the main adversary of the Han are called the Xiongnu people. And the Han dynasty is committed to a policy of eradication against the Xiongnu, okay? And this policy of eradication will force the Xiongnu to migrate westwards. And eventually, these people will start to even threaten Rome itself. Until the Han people are descendants of the Xiongnu, okay? But over time, because of this conflict between the Han and the northern steppe people, this will create tremendous strain on the Han. And eventually, the policy will evolve to one of cooperation and dependency. And so what will happen is there'll be a lot of trade, there'll be a lot of intermarriage, and the steppe people will be hired as mercenaries for internal conflicts within China. Okay? So open cooperative competition now switches from the Han, which has become a centralized power, to the steppe people. So within these people, and there's quite a lot of different tribes, there will be now tremendous competition. And one group, one tribe that will eventually triumph is called the Shanbei. Okay? And the Shanbei will give rise to which dynasty? Do you guys know? Okay, but Shanbei will give rise to which major Chinese dynasty? You guys should know this. What comes after the Han? The Tang dynasty. Okay, so this is one thing that is misunderstood. The Han dynasty is really the last Chinese dynasty. It is the last ethnically Chinese dynasty committed to the protection and propagation of Chinese culture. The Tang dynasty, the founders, the Li family, they're actually of the Shanbei tribe, okay? And as a result, they will switch from they will switch China into a universal multicultural empire. Okay, the Tang dynasty is famous for being extremely open, tolerant, and inclusive. Okay. All right. So this is the Tang dynasty, which is considered the height of power, a height of Chinese power in the world. The Tang dynasty will try to expand westwards into Central Asia, and it will start the Silk Road and trade networks all around the world. Buddhism at this point will come into China, and it will become, at certain points, a state religion. Okay? But there are many problems with the Tang dynasty. So there's a heavy reliance on generals to fight wars. And this will eventually lead to the An Lushan rebellion, okay? Which lasts for almost 10 years. An Lushan is the top general of the Tang dynasty. And because he's given too much power and he has too much independence, he's much too trusted by the emperor, he eventually rebels and seeks the throne for himself, okay? This rebellion will kill anywhere between a third to half of the Tang population, okay? 60 million to 30 million people. And this is devastating and traumatic for the Tang dynasty, okay? But somehow it recovers. But then you will have another rebellion called the Huangchao rebellion, which will end the Tang dynasty. I'll talk about the Huangchao later on, okay? The Tang dynasty will give rise to the Song dynasty. And the Song dynasty will adopt a policy of diplomacy, tribute, assimilation with the northern tribes. Okay? They're trying to avoid the trap of the Tang, where you give too much power to a general and the general will rebel. Okay? So a lot of power in the Song dynasty. So at the time of the Song dynasty, a lot of power will be invested in the imperial bureaucracy. Okay? That's the Song. Eventually, the Song Empire will be carved up and conquered. Eventually, the ultimate winners of this war will be the Mongols, who in the year 1279 conquers the entirety of the Song Empire and unites China. Okay? But the Mongols are considered a foreign dynasty. So I mentioned that the Tang dynasty is actually non-Chinese. But the Mongols understood themselves to be non-Chinese, and as a result, they discriminated against Chinese people, which ultimately led to a rebellion that will establish the Ming Empire, and eventually the Ming Empire will give way to the Qing Empire. The Manchus are just another iteration of the Mongol people. They will rule China until 1911, when the empire is overthrown, a republic is established, and this gives way to, of course, the People's Republic of China. Okay? So the big question, again, what we're looking at is, why is it that the Song dynasty is the last creative dynasty? All right? And if we use the idea of open cooperative competition, then we know the answer. All right? And the answer is this. Previous dynasties were not able to exert national control. They were always competing against other states within China proper, okay? So you look at the Han Dynasty. Well, the Han Dynasty would give way to dozens of other states that would compete against each other, okay? So in theory, the Qing and the Han united China, but not for long, all right? And the same is true for the Tang as well. China, for the longest time, was just too large, too diverse to be unified centrally. And as a result, the idea of open cooperative competition would still give rise to innovation. But starting at the time of the Song, we see a radical change. Look at the Song, okay? The Song is pretty united, and the Yuan is extremely united. So the Yuan dynasty is able to unite all of China. And then after the Yuan dynasty, the Ming is also pretty united, and the Qing is extremely united. Okay? So in other words, the answer is this. After the Song, and starting with the Yuan, China became nationally unified. And the center was able to exert control of the provinces in a way that was not true before in Chinese history. Okay? So the idea of open competitive competition died with the Song dynasty. And that's why after the Song, China stopped being creative. Okay? So that's the answer. But then this gives rise to another question, which is, how was China able to create national unity? All right? All right. So to answer this question, I want to refer to the work of Professor Wang Yuhua. He is a professor of Chinese history at Harvard. Okay? And he wrote a new book called The Rise and Fall of Imperial China. And it's a wonderful book. If you're interested in Chinese history, I strongly recommend that you look at this book. All right. So he begins the book by asking a central question. And the central question is this. We know that the Tang Dynasty was really the height of Chinese power. It had about a quarter of the world's GDP. And it influenced the cultures of Korea, Japan. And it's an extremely diverse, inclusive, multicultural empire that introduced Buddhism to China. Okay? But the problem with the Tang is their emperors didn't really live that long. At least five emperors during the Tang Dynasty were deposed by the elite. The aristocracy got together and were through the emperor, usually by killing him. Okay? So this is the Tang Dynasty. But when you look at the Qing only had 5% of the world's GDP. And it was racked by internal rebellions like the Taiping Rebellion. And it was far behind in terms of science technology to Europe. But the emperors like Tianlong, they could rule for 60 years peacefully. Okay? They transitioned into a throne peacefully and they died peacefully. So the Qing, even though it marked a low point in Chinese prosperity, the emperors lived for a long time, which meant that the bureaucracy, the center, was really stable. This is a paradox. Okay? Why is it that when China is wealthy, the emperor is weak, but when the emperor is strong, China is poor? That's a paradox that Professor Wang Yuhua is trying to answer in his book. Okay, so he used a lot of social science analysis and research for his book. So first of all, what he does is he analyzes the probability as an emperor that you're deposed by the elite, okay? And it turns out like the Tang was really the height. But then when you get to the Song, the probability decreases significantly. Okay? But at the same time, what we need to understand is, even though the emperor lived longer, the state's ability to collect taxes, to control the economy, decreased over time, okay? So you can see that starting in the year 0, all the way down, there's a downward slope. Now, this is not straight down, okay? There are peaks, right? So you go down, then you go up, you go down. The up is when a new dynasty starts. And so at this time, the new dynasty is run by a very strong leader. Like, for example, Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming Dynasty, the founder of the Ming Dynasty, okay? These are extremely capable leaders, and they are supported by really talented bureaucrats. And at this point, they're able to collect a lot of taxes, which strengthens the center. But over time, the trend is fairly clear. Starting at the time of the Song, you see a steep decline in the state's ability to collect taxes. Okay? The only exceptions are around the year 1600 when the Ming transitions to the Qing. Okay? And so what Professor Wang Yuhua has discovered is the reason why you have this transition is the emperor, starting around the time of the Song, he's actually figured out a way to divide and conquer the elite. Okay? So the elite, when they are united, they're able to promote strong centralized policies that promote national growth. But the centralized elite can always threaten the emperor, who is dependent on the elite for their support in the military and in government, okay? Starting around the Song, the centralized elite is now broken down into localized elite. So the trick that China has discovered in maintaining a strong center is by localizing the elites. Okay? So the idea is you localize the elites. When you localize the elites, you can implement a policy we call divide and conquer. Okay? So you get the elites in this province to fight amongst themselves. If they're too busy fighting amongst themselves, they're not going to ever rebel against you, and they're not going to build alliances with other provinces to ever challenge you. Okay? And their priorities and focus is in the provinces, and they really don't care what you guys do in the capital. All right? So that's the thesis. All right. And what Professor Wang Yuhua says is the main mechanism that the emperor used in order to achieve this radical cultural shift is the Keju. Okay? The Keju is a civil service examination that promoted bureaucrats into positions of power. Okay? The Keju, the civil service examination. And so the history of the Keju is that it was introduced briefly in the Sui, and then the Tang dynasty started to use it. Okay? But it was really the Song dynasty that really systemized and promoted it. Okay? Basically, the Song dynasty institutionalized the Keju. Okay? And before the Keju, it was really an aristocratic system where you had to be of noble birth in order to become a high official in government, which is true for most cultures. Okay? So that's what he argues. All right. So he looks at times of major rebellions. And what he shows is that whenever there's massive climate change, you have violence erupt. Okay? Because when you have a centralized system, what often happens is that the nobility engage in rent-seeking behavior. Basically, they exploit the peasants. And that's fine if the weather is good. But when the weather is bad and the peasants don't have enough to eat, then they often rebel, okay? And in the Tang, this would culminate in something called the Huangchao Rebellion, which would last for 10 years, when a salt merchant in Huangchao, a salt merchant named Huangchao, he would lead an uprising that would overwhelm and destroy the Tang dynasty. The thing that's important for us to remember is that he would go all the way to Chang'an. And Chang'an is where all the elite live. Okay, there are about 200 aristocratic families in the Tang Dynasty, and they were all killed in this rebellion. When you remove the aristocracy, this gives the Song Dynasty room to implement a new policy and ensure that a nobility cannot arise again. Okay? So that is the significance of the Huangqiao rebellion. It eliminated the idea of aristocracy in China. Okay, so Professor Wang Yuhua, what he does is he shows you how networks work in China. So during the Tang Dynasty, as you can see, there are centers which then move to the provinces, okay? So these families are all interconnected together because there's only 200 aristocratic families. If you are a wealthy family in a province, what you want to do is intermarry into one of these aristocratic families, okay? Because that's the best way to ensure your advantage and privilege in life. Okay, so this is during the Tang Dynasty when families are united nationally. But when you get to the Song Dynasty, what you will see is that the center has been localized, meaning it's been spread out. And what you will also see is that these networks are localized. They're not connected together now nationally. All right? And this, again, allows now the emperor to divide and conquer. All right, so let's just do a comparison of the Tang and the Song. As you can see, what's really important is, look at this, guys, the networks become more and more localized over time. It is the deliberate policy of the imperial bureaucracy to localize elite networks so that they can never unite and challenge the center. Okay? So these networks are becoming much more fractured and localized over time. All right? Okay, so the main benefit of this system is, of course, national unity. So again, during the Han, you have all these different provinces that form their own dynasties and which challenge the center, okay? So China was in a constant process of war. The Tang Dynasty was a bit better, but when you get to the Song, the Yuan, the Ming, and the Qing, it's all pretty unified nationally, okay? By localizing elites, you ensure the center can't be challenged, and as a result, you give a semblance of national unity. But the problem with this, as we know, is it comes at the cost of innovation, which will make China insular, poor, and divided in the long term. And it's not really a sustainable system, okay? But that's a system that China has chosen to adopt for the past 1,000 years, right? A divide and conquer policy against the local elites. All right, so let's look at another example of how China became insular, poor, and divided over time. So this is a map of the top 30 cities by population throughout Chinese history. As you can see, during the Western Han, during the Han Dynasty, most of these cities are centered around the Huanghe, the Yellow River, okay? And that makes sense because that's where Chinese civilization began. But starting by the time of the Tang, they're starting to spread out more. And by the time of the Song, they're actually congregating to the coast, right? So why is this happening? It's happening because of maritime trade initiated by the Abbasid Caliphate. Okay, remember last class, we learned about the Islamic Golden Age and how the Abbasid Caliphate became so wealthy that it established trade networks all around the world. And these trade networks are so powerful that they could influence the national economic development of China. Okay? And we can expect that because of maritime trade, over time, all the major cities of China would all shift to the coast. And that's why when Zhu Yuanzhang came into power, he initiated a policy of closed borders. He shut down maritime trade because he was afraid that if this continued, then all the power would be located in the coastal areas and therefore the north, the west, the south will become much poorer, and therefore they are much more incentivized to rebel. Also, the coastal areas would have so much power that they could ultimately depose him. Okay, and that's why Zhu Yuanzhang would impose a policy of maritime trade ban, and this would make China much more insular and weak and poor. Okay. So again, remember back to the Islamic Golden Age when the Islamic world united all the entire world and tried to pull China into its system. But because of that, it was causing wealth inequality in China. And that's why the Ming Dynasty will shut down this trade network. Not completely, but mostly, okay? And that's why you have this massive Chinese immigration to Southeast Asia, because they want to maintain these trade networks. And there's a trade ban enforced in the Ming Dynasty. Okay? And the Qing Dynasty will continue this policy as well. For China, the priority is internal stability rather than wealth and prosperity. Okay? All right. So that's a quick introduction. All right. Any questions about this so far? Are you guys clear? Any questions? You guys are clear, right? Okay. All right. So that is Professor Wang Yuhua's argument, and as you can see, he backs up with a lot of data. Okay. I'm just presenting to you his argument. Okay. So now I want to talk more about the idea of the imperial bureaucracy, because this will inform and help us better understand world history as we move along. Okay? So, to better understand the rise of the imperial bureaucracy, let's first re-examine the history of Rome. Okay? So in the year 500 BCE, okay, Rome became a republic. And Rome, the republic, will become the model for the British Empire as well as the American Republic. Okay, so it's very important that you fully understand the Rome idea of republic. Okay, so a republic is, again, a society governed by laws, tradition, and history. Okay? And these three things are manifested in the nobility. Okay? What the Romans call patricians. Patricians. And the patricians will exercise power for something called the Senate. Okay? And it's this very idea that Rome is ultimately a culture, a republic governed by law, tradition, and history is what will allow it to expand very quickly until it dominates the entire Mediterranean. These patricians are the ones who will establish these international networks that will make the Roman Republic coherent, okay? And they will do so through the idea of a patron-client relationship, okay? So the idea is you have a patriarch, and then the patriarch has clients. And this will expand across the entire Mediterranean. So in other words, the emperor is just one among equals. The emperor has his empire, but these patriarchs have their own empires within the empire. Okay? And this gives Rome, even though it's very spread out, a coherence and a unity that most empires don't have. And again, this is important for us because the British will copy this model when they build their empire, okay? As well as the Americans. The problem with this system, though, is that if the patriarchs don't like the emperor, the patriarchs can get together and depose the emperor, which has happened a lot of times throughout the history of the Roman Republic. So think of Julius Caesar, right? Julius Caesar wanted more power for himself, and so the patriarchs got together and killed him. But Julius Caesar was just one of many. There was also Caligula, Nero, and a lot more emperors. Okay? So because of this, new emperors, but especially people like Diocletian was a military general who won the Roman Civil War and so became emperor. They had to fix this problem, okay? Because obviously if you're emperor, your biggest problem is how do you stay alive? And in the Roman Republic, the chances of you staying alive aren't very high, okay? So starting with Diocletian, they start to develop an imperial bureaucracy to counter the power of the nobility, okay? The problem, though, is that the nobility solves three problems for you that the bureaucracy cannot solve, okay? The first is a problem of the will to fight. The second is unity. The third is culture, okay? So the will to fight means that in a war, the nobility are those who have the most to lose, and therefore they're the most willing to die. So think about the year 216 when Hannibal invaded the Italian peninsula and he had destroyed all the Roman armies. At this point, Rome should have surrendered, but nobility refused to surrender because if they surrendered, then Hannibal would have instituted changes to their culture that would have destroyed the prestige, power, and wealth of nobility. That's why the nobility refused to surrender. They fought to the very bitter end, and eventually they were able to triumph over Carthage, okay? So the will to fight. The nobility gives a society the will to fight. Second, of course, is unity, okay? National unity. And the third is culture. So the people who wrote the history of Rome were actually the nobility. They were the senators, the aristocrats. Okay? So when you get rid of nobility, you lose these three things. You lose the idea of a national unity, a national identity. You lose culture. You lose the will to fight. Okay? And that's why, for the longest time, the system stayed in place. Because to reject the nobility, to kill all the nobility, would be to destroy the tradition, culture, and history of Rome. All right? But Diocletian would try to solve this problem by implementing imperial bureaucracy. But the imperial bureaucracy could not challenge the authority, power, and legitimacy of nobility. Okay? That's why Constantine would, in 330, move the capital to Byzantium and create the Byzantine Empire. Okay? And as we discussed previously, the Byzantine Empire, folk had an imperial bureaucracy, and it was the dominant power. And so the Byzantine Empire is not a continuation of the Roman Empire. It is a rejection of the Roman Republic. Okay? So does that make sense? The history of Rome. Okay, this is important for us because the same thing will happen in China. Okay? The same thing will happen in China. After the Tang Dynasty, the Song Dynasty will look at the mistakes of the Tang Dynasty, and they will start to implement the Keju system and create an imperial bureaucracy that will rule China for the next 1,000 years. Okay? All right. So the Keju. There is a great misconception in China that the Keju is a meritocracy. But it is not a meritocracy. It was never designed to be a meritocracy. I know that in school you are taught that they have the Kuju in order for the emperor to select the best and brightest in China, and because of the best and brightest, they will rule China virtuously. That's what you've been taught in school. That is not correct. That's not what the Kuju is designed for. The Kuju is designed for the emperor to localize the elites and to divide and conquer them, okay? So let me explain why it's not a meritocracy. First thing about the Kuju that's important for us is that there's a quota system in place, okay? So if it was just meritocracy, then the very best and brightest would win out, right? But think about the Gaokao, okay? If it was just a meritocracy, then who would get into like the top university in China? I assure you that 90% of all the top students would come from 2 cities, right? Beijing and Shanghai, right? But that's not how the system works. There is a quota system in place. There's geographic distribution. Only a certain number of students from Beijing and Shanghai can get into Peking and Tsinghua. The rest come from the provinces, okay? And the Kuju is the same system. So let's look at it very quickly. You have the center. Everyone's trying to get into the center. Let's say you have province A, B, C, and D. And they're all the same. You have 10 wealthy families, okay? And you have 10,000 poor families, okay, peasants. How the system works is A will send 2, D will send 2, B will send 2, C will send 2, okay? And when you do it this way, this creates competition among the local elites, right, to win these positions. And therefore, they will fight amongst themselves. Does that make sense? If you don't do it this way, if it's just the best and brightest, then what will happen is like A, B, C, D, and will compete amongst themselves. And eventually, one of the provinces, like maybe B, will develop the innovation in order for their children to always finish first or place atop in the Kuju, okay? Does that make sense, guys? All right? So it's not a meritocracy, it's a quota system. That's the first thing. Second thing you need to understand is that it is unfair. Why is it unfair? Well, because in order to do well on the Kuju, remember the Kuju is testing your knowledge of something called Wenyan, okay, or classical Chinese. Classical literary Chinese. Okay, this is a very hard skill to learn. It will take you decades. You will need private tutoring. Your family needs to have a lot of money. You need to spend decades on this project, which means that you have a lot of leisure time. You don't have to work. Okay? So in other words, only the elite families of China can compete in the system, and that's the point. Okay? The point is to concentrate the ambition and energy of the elite families into the Kuju. Otherwise, they might come up with ideas like rebellion, okay? They also might come up with new inventions and amazing literature, but they'll also probably think of ways to rebel, okay? That's why you want to concentrate their energies on the Kuju, right? Does that make sense? The third thing that's really important for us to remember is that this system is discretionary. What does that mean? It means that just because you finish first on the Kuju does not mean you become a government official. Okay? Do you guys understand? Success on the Kuju does not translate into success in politics. It is discretionary, meaning the emperor gets to decide who becomes an official and who gets promoted. Only the emperor. All right? And often what will happen is the emperor will start to promote maybe someone from the poor families, okay? So not poor, but lower nobility. And the reason why you want to do that is to create a precarious situation in the provinces where no family feels secure enough to feel as though they're the nobility, okay? You want to create conflict and precariousness in the provinces, divide and conquer. And therefore, you can exert greater control over the provinces. But by doing that, you limit economic growth. You limit cultural innovation. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? All right. So what this means is the bureaucracy is able to control China because of its monopoly. It has a monopoly over three aspects. All right? The first is status. All right? So if you want to be admired, if you want to be respected in China, you do well in the Keju and you become an official. That's a dream of every family in China, right? It's still true today, right? Where the dream of every Chinese family is for you guys to get into an Ivy League school or take the Gaokao and go to Peking or Tsinghua, okay? The idea of status is still associated with the Keju, even though we know that success on the Keju and success on the Gaokao does not necessarily translate into success in school or in life. Okay? That's the first thing. The second is the monopoly over literacy. Okay? The monopoly over literacy. What I mean by that is this. In most cultures, your goal is to make literacy more widespread. Because when you do that, you allow for faster economic development, okay? So throughout history, all cultures have tried to figure out how to make literacy more widespread, more prevalent. So let's look at the example of Egypt, okay? Egypt. Egypt has been around for as long as China. And over centuries, they would make their language a lot easier to understand. So in the beginning, they had hieroglyphics, okay? So maybe the sun, this will represent sun, this is moon. Okay? So that's the first stage. They have pictograms to represent ideas, okay? Then what they would do is make these symbols shorter, okay? So that it's easier to remember. And then what they would do is they would make these symbols phonological, meaning they don't represent ideas, they represent sounds, okay? So this now becomes the English word monsoon, right? Does that make sense? And then what they would do is they would take the sound, take the word and make it into just one consonant, okay? So this would become S, this would become M. And therefore, you now have the word, English word, some. Okay? And that's why we have the alphabet, because of this evolution of language in Egypt. It was the Egyptians who developed this system, and then the Greeks stole it through the Phoenicians, okay? All right? So most cultures follow this pattern because now it's easier for people to become literate, which just drives economic growth, okay? China is the only culture in human history that has made literacy more difficult over time. All right? China took the pictograms and made them even more complex and added these very complex grammatical rules to the language and created something called literary Chinese. Okay, literary Chinese, but that's a euphemism. That's a nice way of saying it. It really what it is bureaucraties. Okay? Bureaucraties is a language that only bureaucrats can understand. So think of contracts, right? When you look at legal contracts, you can't read it. Why? Because the language, the grammar, is designed so that only as a specialized lawyer could you understand the contract, right? And this is what we call rent-seeking behavior. You create something that only you can use, and people have to pay rent in order to access your knowledge. All right? So literacy, the problem with literacy will keep China back from developing. And the third is culture. Okay? Culture. And when I mean culture, I really mean Confucianism. So Confucianism is really a bureaucratic philosophy system designed to maintain the status quo, to control how people think about the world. All right? So remember in the Confucian religion, what matters first and foremost is balance, harmony. There's also a concept called ancestor worship. So you can't leave your village. Because if you leave your village, you can no longer worship your ancestors, right? You can't clean their graves. And so people are just stuck in place. And that limits trade and innovation in China, okay? So the bureaucracy, the imperial bureaucracy, was able to maintain its monopoly over status, literacy, and culture through three mechanisms. The Keju, Wenyan, literary Chinese, and Confucianism. Okay? And that stopped the development of that stopped the cultural and economic development of China. Okay, so let's better understand this idea. Okay, in a society, there are different ways to seek success and status. All right, so you have the bureaucracy, of course, and that's the way people do it in China. But you also have the military. You also have nobility, right? Joining nobility. You also have church, religion, right? By becoming a priest, by becoming a spiritual leader. You also have merchants, right? Commerce. You can also do it through artistic endeavors, okay? So these are the main ways people achieve status in society. And in most societies, you have these different systems in place. What is unique about China is the dominance of the bureaucracy. Okay? So the nobility was wiped out. And through the Keju ensures that no nobility can arise again in China. Okay? Church religion was outlawed for most of Chinese history. Okay? The merchant and the artistic people are low status in China. So go back to the Confucian system. The scholar officials at the top. Then you have the farmers. Then you have the merchants, and you have the artists, right? So the Confucian religion puts the merchants and the artists at the very bottom. And this is intentional because the artists, okay, they can promote new ideas. But the merchants are even more problematic because they trade, okay? And they can accumulate wealth. And that wealth can challenge the authority of the empire. All right? So the merchants are a problem. The military, as we know, was heavily suppressed throughout Chinese history, okay? So the Song dynasty, there was these massive conflicts between the military and the bureaucracy. The military wanted to go fight and defend Song territory. The bureaucracy wanted to just bribe everyone, okay? All right? Okay. So, and because you have too much power within the bureaucracy, this will stunt development in China. All right, let's look at one more example. Okay, we know that by the time of the Song, China had 4 major inventions. Okay? These 4 major inventions, of course, are paper, printmaking, compass, and gunpowder. All right? And these 4 inventions, guys, will revolutionize the world. All right? So if you look at paper, it will give rise to banknotes. Okay? So the Song had banknotes, and this will give rise to capitalism in the West. Printmaking is important because remember, in the 15th century, Gutenberg created something called the printing press in Europe. And because of the printing press, you're now able to manufacture books at scale. And when you do that, what happens is that people become more literate, okay? So the very idea of the printing press made available all these books, all this knowledge that wasn't available before. And now people could just learn how to read and write, okay? So this will give rise to literacy. And when you give rise to literacy, you will give rise to things like the Renaissance, the Protestant Reformation, the Silent Revolution, the Enlightenment, the French Revolution, okay? So this marked a revolution in European affairs. the compass, right, will allow for the age of exploration. So these Europeans are able to discover new lands and conquer and colonize them, right? So North America, South America will eventually all become colonized by the Europeans using the compass. Gunpowder is important because it is a revolution in warfare. From gunpowder, you will have things like the cannon and also eventually the musket. The musket is just an individual gun. And this marks a revolution, not only in warfare, but also in human affairs. Because when you have the musket, now individual soldiers do matter. Okay? Before, it was the knight who was the main weapon in the warfare. But when you have a musket, you can now equal the playing field. Okay? It's more important to have more soldiers than to have knights. And this will allow for things like the American Revolution, right? When you have these farmers with muskets, they were able to overthrow the British Empire. It will give rise to the French Revolution when you have citizens who are not professional soldiers. They're able to take these muskets and defend their country against a European invasion, right? So all these are major revolutions that will give rise to modernity, okay? And again, China, by the Song Dynasty, 1200 CE, had all four inventions. But because of the culture in place, because of the bureaucratic culture in place, not any of these inventions had an impact on Chinese society. China did nothing whatsoever with all four inventions. All right? So the key lesson here, guys, and this is really important, technology does not matter. You can steal the technology. What matters is the culture. All right? Another example, of course, is the Yuan dynasty. During the Yuan dynasty, China was importing a lot of foreign experts, a lot of foreign bureaucrats, Christians, Muslims, Jews. They were importing a lot of foreign technology. And then when the Ming Empire came into place, they got rid of all this stuff, okay? They got rid of the foreigners, they got rid of the technology, and China became much more insular and backward. Okay? Okay, so that explains why after Song Dynasty, China did not innovate anymore because the empire did not want to innovate. Innovation is a threat to the status quo. Okay? And what's important is to maintain the status quo. Even though by doing so, ultimately you make China poor, weak, and divided. All right. Good. Any questions? Does it make sense to you guys? Does this conform to your understanding of Chinese history?
Yeah, I have a question about Confucianism.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a religion or more like a culture?
Okay. So the question is Confucianism a religion or a culture? So no one thinks Confucianism is a religion. At most, people will say that Confucianism is a civic or religion, okay, or philosophy. All right. So I would say that Confucianism, ultimately, what it is bureaucratism. I can't even spell bureaucrat anymore. Okay, bureaucratism. Okay, what I mean by that is that it is something that's designed to make everyone believe that a bureaucratic society is the best society. It is one that is the most sophisticated, and it's designed in order to maintain the status quo, where bureaucrats are at the top, okay? That's what Confucianism really is. So the example is that if you read Chinese history, the most virtuous people are always bureaucrats, scholar officials, right? And this propaganda is so effective that eventually Europeans will start to mimic this propaganda. So Voltaire, the French Enlightenment thinker, says that Chinese have the best system because they allow only the educated to rule. Not soldiers, not priests, but scholar officials, mandarins. Okay? So the idea of Confucianism is that it's bureaucratism. It's designed to legitimize and give authority to the bureaucratic elite. Right? So thank you. Does that make sense to you? Okay. Any more questions? Okay. So I'm going to end the class with a story, okay? And the story has to do with the first emperor of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang. So Zhu Yuanzhang, he is now emperor, and he reinstitutes the Keju, okay? The Mongols got rid of the Keju because they had the nobility, but Zhu Yuanzhang, he restores the Keju, and everyone's excited, okay? So everyone comes and takes the examination. When the results come out, what happens is that the test takers from the south do a lot better from the north. So these northern test takers feel there must be corruption in place. So they file a petition to the emperor. The emperor looks at the petition and he agrees there must be corruption. How is it that no northerner was able to pass the Keju? So he calls in his chief minister and he says, this is a huge scandal. I want you to resolve this issue, okay? Figure out who's responsible for this corruption and kill them, all right? So the chief minister, he really wants to impress the emperor. So he spends months painstakingly, rigorously examining the issue, investigating the issue. He has a commission, he has hundreds of staff. He personally looks at every single Keju. And then he writes his report, he presents it to the emperor, okay? And he says to the emperor, Your Majesty, I personally have done this investigation, and we have written like thousands of pages of report directly to you. And I can guarantee you the Keju, when implemented, was a fair, open, and transparent process. The fact of the matter is that people in the South, they're more civilized, they're more cultured, they're more educated, and therefore they just did better did better than the Northerners. And I'm really sorry this happened, but I guarantee you the Keju is a fair, open, and transparent process. You have nothing to worry about. It's all been taken care of. So what do you think the emperor did? What do you think the emperor did? Have you guys heard of this story? He killed them all. He killed the high official. He killed the high official's commissioners. He killed the test makers. He killed those who got the very best scores on the Keju, okay? The reason why is the emperor does not want a fair, open, and transparent system. He wants a system in which the localities will not rebel against the center, okay? And that's what the Keju is. All right, so that is it. We will do Genghis Khan next class. Okay. Good morning. Today we will do Genghis Khan and the Mongolian conquest. Now, as you know, the Mongols have a terrible reputation for their brutality, for their atrocities. Today, I want to make the argument to you that what they did, given the circumstances, given the constraints they were under, was actually logical and understandable. Okay? So that's the argument I will make to you today. All right, so the Mongols. The Mongols, as you know, they are a steppe people. The steppe are divided into the western steppes and the eastern steppes. And they basically go from Hungary in Europe all the way to what is modern-day Mongolia. And as we discussed, steppe culture is very different from agricultural culture that we find in the Levant, in Anatolia, Mesopotamia and in China. In the grasslands, the economy is what we call nomadic pastoral, meaning they will raise cattle as their source of food, and they will travel wherever there is grassland. Okay, and because of their economy, they have developed a certain culture. They are extremely violent. Their society, their culture is based around violence. And there's a lot of competition within these certain groups. So rather than think of these people as a nation or a race of people, it's better to think of them as a culture. Okay? And for the longest time throughout human history, they have been divided among many different tribes. Throughout human history, the nomadic pastoral people of the steppes have always been in conflict with the agricultural empires. So in response, the agricultural empires, China and the Persians, they have built walls and fortifications to counter their threat, okay? So as you can see, the Mongols will eventually come south and invade most of China. And historically, the response has been the Great Wall of China, okay? But also in Central Asia, the steppe people have been a threat as well, and they have built fortified cities as a response, okay? So even though the steppe people and their agricultural empires have always been in conflict, the Mongols have had a unique reputation in Western history as the most brutal, as the most violent. Okay, so the question we're looking at today is, why were the Mongols unique in their brutality? Okay, so there are lots of things that were said about the Mongols that we now know today are not true. Okay, so for example, back in the day, they had a reputation for cannibalism. They ate their opponents, they ate their enemies, and we know that's not true today. They also had a reputation for being devious. So for example, when they approach an enemy, they would hold the cross. Okay, the cross is a symbol of Christianity. So the Christian enemies would see this and think that they are allies. Okay, and only when they discovered that these are actually Mongols, but by then it was much too late. Okay, so the Mongols had a reputation for being extremely devious. They had a reputation for wanton brutality. They would destroy entire cities and kill all the people. Previously, historians believed they killed about 65 million people. Today, that figure is disputed. Okay, but if that were the case, then the Mongols killed more people than any other regime in human history before the 20th century. Genghis Khan is considered the greatest conqueror in human history. So the statistic that surprises everyone is 1 out of 200 males today, they're a direct descendant of Genghis Khan. So that's like 60 million people, okay? 60 million males in the world are direct descendants of Genghis Khan, right? So that is the reputation that the Mongols had for most of history. And what I want to show you today is the Mongols are not unique among the steppes people, okay? And the way they behaved, there was a strategy, there's a logic to the way they behaved, given the circumstances and constraints they found themselves under. Okay, so as you know in this class, the steppe people were the greatest conquerors in human history. Okay? So this started with the Yamnaya, who were based in the Ukraine area. And we know the Yamnaya, who are also referred to as the Proto-Indo-Europeans, as well as the Aryans. Okay? They spread throughout most of the Western world. So they went to Europe, And as you know, they basically replaced the entire male population of Europe. And they intermarry with the local woman to create European culture. They also went south and conquered Iran and India, and then they went over to the eastern steppes as well. So it's really important for us to remember, and I know this is hard, but the Mongol people, they are culturally more similar to the Yamnaya than they are to the Chinese, even though genetically the Mongols may be more similar to the Chinese. Okay? In this class, we focus on cultural values rather than genetic affinity. Okay, so over time, what will happen to the Western steppes is it will slowly acclimatize itself to the surrounding agricultural empires. And slowly, the Western steppes will become integrated into the agricultural and into their agricultural neighbors. So the example here is Scythia. Okay, so Scythia is slowly it's an empire, it's a steppe empire, but slowly it's about to integrate itself into what is modern-day Eurasia. Okay, from the Scythians, you will have a rise something called the Median Empire, which will then give way to the Persian Empire. Over in the eastern steppes, okay, the steppe people come into conflict with the Han Dynasty. And the Han Dynasty, as we know from last class, is really the last ethnically Chinese dynasty. And they are intent on a policy of eradication against the steppe people. So they come into conflict with the steppe people who are now called the Xiongnu, okay? And what this conflict will do is drive these people west, okay? And this is interesting for us because when they go west, they will splinter off into different groups. When they go all the way to Europe, they will be known as the Huns. Okay? You may know Attila the Hun. Well, Attila the Hun was the leader of these people. The Huns will drive the Western steppe people, meaning the Goths, into the Roman Empire, causing conflict with the Roman Empire. Okay? And the Goths will become the foundation of modern-day Europeans. Okay? So this is the Han Empire at its peak when it's in conflict with the Roman Empire. The steppe people, the Huns, will also give rise to a people called the Gurturk Empire. Okay? And they will sweep down and they will become the Seljuk Turks, which will take over Mesopotamia. And then eventually you will have emerge the Ottoman Empire from these people. Right? So, in other words, the Mongols are just the most successful iteration of the steppe people and their conflicts with the agricultural empires. So, the Mongol Empire is the second largest empire ever in human history. Only the British Empire had more land. The Mongols were the largest contiguous empire, meaning it was all interconnected together. All right. At its height, the Mongol Empire extended from basically what is modern-day Russia all the way to China. Okay, the empire that will take over the Mongols centuries later is the Russian Empire. Okay, the Russian Empire will take over a lot of Mongol territory. Because it is so large, after the death of Genghis Khan and his son Ogadei, the Mongol Empire will splinter into 4 major empires. Okay? And these 4 major empires themselves will assimilate and integrate into the local culture. The Golden Horde will eventually give rise to the Russian Empire. The Yuan dynasty will eventually fall and give rise to the Ming Empire. Okay, so even though they conquer a lot of territory, ultimately their empire is not sustainable. And later on, I will explain to you why it was not sustainable and why ultimately the Mongol Empire declined. But while it was still in place, it created something called the Pax Mongolica. Okay, this is Latin for the Mongol peace. You've heard of the Pax Romana. We are now living in the Pax Americana. Okay, so the Mongols created something called the Pax Mongolica, which just meant they believed in globalization. They wanted their conquered nations to trade with each other because they could collect taxes on the trade, and they encouraged people, especially merchants, to travel across their empire and trade with each other. And during this time, a very famous Italian named Marco Polo had a chance to visit the world, and his travels, especially those to China, captured the imagination of Europeans. This is really the first time that China figured into the European imagination. Okay? So this is a map of Marco Polo's travels. Okay? And as you can see, he basically traveled all across the Pax Mongolica. Okay? The problem, though, is that when you integrate the world like this, you also give rise to disease. So the Black Death traveled all across the world. Okay, so we believe the Black Death originated in Central Asia, in a place we call Kyrgyzstan today, and it traveled all over the Mongol Empire. It made its way to Europe, and it devastated Europe. Okay, it killed anywhere between a third to half of the entire population of Europe. It traveled also to the former Islamic Empire, and it traveled to China, but it was not as devastating. Okay? It's very important for us to understand. The Black Death was devastating for Europe, but it was not that devastating for China and the Islamic Empire. And the reason why is sanitation and hygiene. So in China and in the former Islamic Empire, their cities were pretty well organized, pretty wealthy, pretty civilized. But in Europe, their streets were literally filled with manure. Okay, they had horses. They didn't have sanitation. People just threw shit onto the streets. And so, like, when you walk the streets, they were literally covered with shit. And in that sort of environment, disease is spread very rapidly. But the Black Death is important for us also because it will give rise to the Renaissance, which we'll do next week, okay? So about the Black Death, historians believe the Renaissance could not have happened. The Black Death basically meant a reset of European society, and it allowed massive innovation in Europe. Okay, so as you can see, the Black Death was extremely devastating for Europe. After the Mongols will come another great conqueror called Tamerlane, and he will be the last great conqueror from the steppes. After Tamerlane, the agricultural empires will develop the technology to repel the steppe invaders, mainly gunpowder. Okay, the technology and mass armies will overwhelm the steppe people, and eventually, over time, the agricultural nations, mainly Russia, will start to colonize and conquer the steppes. Right? Okay, so let's look at today at Genghis Khan, who is the founder of the Mongol Empire. Okay. Genghis Khan will, first of all, unite the warring tribes of the Mongol people. He'll turn them into a confederation, and then the confederation will aim to conquer China, but then it will come into conflict with the Central Asian nations. And so Genghis Khan will embark on these Central Asian campaigns that are brutal. He'll wipe out entire cities. He'll kill all inhabitants. And he will lay the foundation for the Mongol conquest that will follow after him. Okay? And again, after the death of his son, Ogedei, the Mongols will split into 4 major factions, and they will attempt to continue the legacy of conquest. But what will happen is, after they conquer the Song Empire in 1279, they will attempt to conquer Japan and Vietnam. And when they try to do so, they will be repelled. They try to conquer Japan twice, and even though the legend is that Japan was saved by the kamikaze, right, the great divine wind, I will show you that's actually not true. There's another reason why the Mongols stopped invading Japan. So in the East, they've reached the limit of their conquest. They tried to conquer India as well, but when they tried to do so, they were repelled. And historians argue about the reason why this is the case. Some believe it was because of the climate of India. Some believe it was because the Sultanate of Delhi had a organized and concerted response. Some other believe it was just internal fighting, okay? When they try to reach Europe, they will try to conquer Poland and Hungary. And even though they win every single battle against the Poles and Hungarians, they will ultimately turn back. And that will be the limit of their conquest in the West. So the Mongolian fighting style is great when you fight in flat plains, okay? These are horsemen with bows, okay? So they're fast, they can cover great distances. But when they try to reach Europe, and Europe is thick forest, right? They really can't conquer that terrain. One really stunning event is when they try to conquer Egypt. Remember, Egypt for the longest time was the wealthiest part of the Western world. But when they try to conquer Egypt, they run into a people called the Mamluks, who fight very similarly to the Mongols. In fact, the Mamluks are originally from the steppes as well. And for the first time, the Mongols will be defeated militarily on the battlefield. And this sort of destroys the aura of inevitability and invincibility that the Mongols had for the longest time. Okay? And this will be the extent of their conquest in the West. And after these conquests, the Mongol Empire will try to rule their respective empires, but ultimately they will fail. Okay? And later on, I'll explain to you why they were doomed to fail. And the irony is, the reasons that gave rise to the empire are also the reasons why their empire ultimately collapsed. Okay? Okay, so I want to first talk about Genghis Khan. And so we don't know much about Genghis Khan. What we do know comes from a book called The Secret History of the Mongols. So it is a oral history of the life and times of Genghis Khan and his son, Ogadei. Right? Now, the story in The Secret History is suspicious. And it's suspicious because it fits very well into the structure of Proto-Indo-European myth. All right? So let me show you how it's similar. Okay, in The Secret History, Genghis Khan, his mother, and you know, again, they are in the Mongolian grasslands. His mother is about to be wed to her husband. So she's in her carriage, and she's along the way to her husband's tribe. But along the way, she is ambushed and kidnapped. That's a very common thing in that culture. The way that you obtain a wife is by stealing someone else's wife. And so she's forced to marry a stranger. But the stranger, Genghis Khan's eventual father, dies when Genghis Khan is 8 years old. When the father dies, the tribe abandons the mother and her young children. So they're forced to fend for themselves. Eventually, the mother finds a way to find a supporting tribe, and Genghis Khan slowly finds mentors for protection. He eventually finds a mentor who becomes his best friend, and this best friend's name is Jamoka. Okay, and the two together are great warriors, and they conquer a lot of territory together. In fact, when Genghis Khan's wife is stolen by a tribe, the two will race off and get the wife back. But by this time, Genghis Khan's wife is pregnant with another man's son. Genghis Khan raised the son as his own, and he made the son heir to his empire, which will cause great difficulties when Genghis Khan dies. Okay, but that just shows you the generosity of this man. Eventually, Genghis Khan will run into conflict with Jamilka, and the two are competing for control of the Mongol world. Genghis Khan kills him to achieve his dominance. And Genghis Khan will overthrow the existing Mongolian social order. Basically, all these top chieftains, all these top shamans, he will kill in order to unite the Mongol people and bring about a new social order, okay? So that's the story that we have from the secret history. And that's very similar, by the way, to other founding myths of other people. Like, for example, let's look at Rome, okay? So remember last semester we discussed Virgil's Aeneid, okay? And it's about the founder of Rome. His name is Aeneas. Aeneas is a prince of Troy, and he has to watch the destruction of Troy. He escapes the sacking of Troy, where everyone is killed, but he gets lost at sea. Okay? Eventually, he stumbles under Carthage, where he falls in love with a queen there named Dido. But the gods demand that he leaves Dido, the woman that he loves, and he's married, and he does. He betrays Dido, who then kills herself. Then he goes to Italy, where he has to fight a war in order to establish the Trojan people on Italy, and they will eventually give rise to the Roman people. Okay? So it's a very similar structure, the story of Genghis Khan. Let's go to another story from Rome. So the founder of Rome is named Romulus, who was a direct descendant of Aeneas. So there's a king called Numitor, and his brother Amelius usurps the throne. And once Amelius usurps the throne, he puts Numitor's daughter into a temple and makes her a virgin. Okay? But Mars, the war god Mars, visits her and impregnates her with twins. Numitor demands the twins be killed, and the twins are left alone by the Tiber River. Okay? And everyone thinks that they will drown. But they are miraculously saved, and a she-wolf nurses them, and a shepherd adopts them. Eventually, they discover their true heritage, and they help their grandfather, Numitor, kill his brother, Amelius, and restore the throne. Then the two go off to found their own city, which is Rome, okay? But there's going to be one king, so the two fight, and Romulus kills his twin brother, Remus. All right? And then Romulus becomes Rome's first king, which will eventually give rise to the greatest empire in the European world. All right? So as you can see, the structures are very similar. So let's go over very quickly the structure and meaning of Proto-Indo-European myth. The thing I want you to remember is that what mythology ultimately is, it's a collective subconscious of a culture. Okay? By understanding mythology, we can understand the fundamental values that underpin this culture. So, what is the structure we're looking at? Okay, the structure is this. First, the gods favor a man with a divine mission. But the man himself does not understand this divine mission. Okay? The gods have picked this man for whatever reason, and this man must fulfill his divine mission. And in the process, he will suffer hardship to become as hard as a sword, okay? Hardship makes you committed. It makes you strong. And to recognize his mission, okay? In the process, he's asking himself, why am I being persecuted? Why am I suffering so much? And then eventually, he will have an epiphany. He will recognize, oh, it's because the gods have a mission for me that I must fulfill. That's why I'm suffering. That's why I'm being persecuted. It's to make me strong and committed, okay? And he will sacrifice his beloved to prove his commitment to his divine mission. Okay? This is really important. In Proto-Indo-European myth, the hero must always sacrifice his beloved. So remember in the story of Genghis Khan, he kills his best friend Jamoka, okay? And you think, okay, what's the big deal? Well, in that culture, when two warriors are best friends, they're not just friends, okay? They're basically lovers. They have sex with each other, and that's why they're such great warriors together. It's a very common thing. So remember the Iliad, where in the Iliad, Hector kills Patroclus, and Achilles becomes so enraged that he goes and kills Hector, okay? So why did Achilles become so enraged? Because Patroclus was his best friend, which at that time everyone understood to mean Patroclus and Achilles were lovers. Okay? Achilles loved Patroclus. So when Genghis Khan killed Jamaica, he was basically killing the man he loved the most in this world. Okay? That's a very important part of Proto-Indo-European myth. You have to show your commitment by making the ultimate sacrifice, which means killing the person you love the most. And once he does that, he will shatter the old world to build a new one, okay? That is the divine mission. The gods do not like this world. They want a flood to destroy this world in order for the world to be made anew. And this man, the Messiah, he is the one who will shatter the old world. He's the world shatterer, okay? He's the flood sent by the gods, all right? So that's a basic structure of Proto-Indo-European myth. And when we understand this, now what we can do is understand the power of the Jesus story within Christianity. Why is Christianity the most influential and popular religion in the world? It has to do with the story of Jesus, okay? In the story of Jesus, according to the Gospel of Mark, let's look at the structure, okay? It's very similar to Proto-Indo-European mythology. Jesus has a secret divine mission, okay? He's sent by God, or he is God, who's come to redeem the world. He must suffer persecution and doubt, okay? So everyone doubts who he is. No one knows who he is. He's laughed at, he's mocked, okay? He then is sacrificed to wake the world. He kills himself, or he is sacrificed so that everyone knows how much God loves them. And with God's sacrifice, this cycle of violence ends and a new history begins, okay? So in Proto-Indo-European myth, what's important is that you kill your beloved. But the founding myth of Christianity is, no, I kill myself to show you that violence is terrible, okay? Once God has killed himself, once God has sacrificed himself, it means that all violence now must cease. The cycle of violence, the cycle of using violence to redeem the world, to cleanse the world, must come to an end. Okay? And that's the very idea, foundational idea of Christianity. And so what Christianity is doing, and it's very clever, is it's seeking the collective subconscious that's embedded in every individual and implanting a new idea within the subconscious that grows and grows. Okay? It's almost like a virus until people recognize that violence is bad. Proto-Indo-European mythology celebrates violence, right? Christianity believes violence is the worst thing. Okay, so let's this is a bit okay. All right. Anyway, I'll just read it to you. Okay. So this is the ending of Mark. Okay. Then Jesus gave a loud cry and breathed his last. Okay. So he's been sacrificed. He's died, and the curtain of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. The temple is the second temple in Jerusalem, where Yahweh is. And at the very top of this temple is a room called the Holy of the Holies. That's where God lives. And the curtain is what hides God from the world, okay? So when Jesus dies, the curtain now is torn in half, meaning God is now released into the world, which means that everyone now has access to God. God is now on earth. Okay? Now when the centurion, the soldier, who stood facing him saw that in this way he breathed his last, he said, truly, this man was God's son. So the first person that Jesus revealed himself to was a Roman soldier. The first person that recognized the truth of Jesus and the power of his sacrifice was a Roman soldier who's always been taught that violence is the answer to everything. And once he's converted, he recognizes that violence is wrong and evil. Okay? So that's the power of this mythology. Okay? Does that make sense to you guys? All right. So now I want to look at real history, okay? Because this is mythology. And what I want to do now is show you that Genghis Khan fits into a pattern of a great conqueror. If you look at all the great conquerors of human history, and I'll list 4 right now, okay? Sargon of Akkad, Philip of Macedon, Julius Caesar, and Genghis Khan, you will see they are very, very similar, okay? So let's look at Sargon of Akkad. Remember before, in Mesopotamia, it was divided into the Sumerian city-states that warred with each other. And these were walled cities. Because these were walled cities, they couldn't really conquer each other, okay? Sargon of Akkad figured out a way to conquer everyone and build the first empire in world history called the Akkadian Empire. So we don't know much about him, but this is what we know. First of all, he was probably a mercenary, okay? It's very common back then to be a mercenary because these city-states were at war with each other always. He was a cupbearer to the king Ur-Zaba of Kish. Kish is one of these city-states in Samaria. Now, guys, cupbearer is a very important position. A cupbearer means that when you're at the king and you have a feast or a festival for your people, the cupbearer is the man who stands beside you and pours you the alcohol, the wine, right? Which means this is the man you trust the most. So what does it mean for Sargon of Akkad to be a cupbearer? Well, it probably means that they were lovers. The king and Sargon were lovers who loved each other deeply, okay? But that doesn't prevent Sargon from killing the king and taking the throne, which starts this massive war in the city-states in which Sargon will eventually triumph, okay? So the thing about Sargon is he is really good at winning the favor of mentors, right? And ultimately, he will betray mentors in order to achieve his ambition. Well, that's also true for Philip of Macedon. So Philip of Macedon, he's a prince of Macedon. And at this time in the Greek world, Thebes was the dominant military power. Thebes defeated Macedon in a battle, and Thebes demanded hostages. So Philip was sent as a hostage to Thebes, where he is now mentored by the greatest military strategist of this time, named Epaminondas, okay? And so Philip II is learning how to win battles. He's learning all the major military innovations of this time from the greatest general of this time. And then what he will do is he will return to Macedon, reorganize the Macedon army, and then take them to conquer Thebes, as well as the entire Greek world at the Battle of Chaeronea, okay? Well, this pattern is also true for Julius Caesar. At this time, which is about like 50 BCE in Rome, Pompey the Great is the greatest general. He's the man that everyone admires. He has most political power. So what Julius Caesar does is he marries his daughter to Pompey the Great, and this forms a political alliance between the two. Pompey the Great grants him generalship of the province of Gaul, where Julius Caesar will win military glory, okay? It basically establishes the power, prestige, and fame of Julius Caesar. And this will start a civil war in which Julius Caesar will defeat his mentor, Pompey, at the Battle of Pharsalus. Okay? Very similar pattern. Well, the same is also true for Genghis Khan. He is mentored by 2 chieftains, Jamaka and Togol, and he will defeat both in order to gain leadership of the Mongol world. So it shows you how ruthless and ambitious these great conquerors are. But at the same time, let's remember this. Philip II had a really talented subordinate in Parmenion. Parmenion was really the person in charge of the Macedon army. In fact, it was Parmenion who was most responsible for Alexander the Great's conquest of Persia. Okay? Julius Caesar had a talented subordinate in Titus Labienus, who was responsible for his victories in Gaul. And then Genghis Khan had a talented subordinate in Subutai, who was considered one of the greatest military strategists ever. Okay? And so what this tells us is they're able to exercise tremendous judgment in people. They know who to trust. They know who not to trust. They know who is talented and who is not talented. They know how to win the loyalty of their subordinates. Okay, that's a very impressive skill. And then the question then is, how is it possible that they are ruthlessly ambitious, yet at the same time they're able to delegate power in a very effective manner? And the answer is, they all believe they have a divine mission. Their goal is not to conquer the world. Their goal is to change the world for the better as demanded by the gods. Does that make sense? That's the only way we can understand this. Each in their own way believe they are the Messiah, sent by the gods to shadow the world so that it can be built anew. Okay? And that's what drives them to kill their beloved. And that's what drives them to do what they do, okay? All four, ultimately, they are able to conquer the world because they develop a professional, meritocratic, and innovative army, okay? What does professional mean? It means that, look at Sargon the Great, Sargon of Akkad. At this time, there were no professional soldiers. Most people were farmers, and you only fought off-season, okay? You might fight 2-3 months of the year. Sargon of Akkad was the first to say, nope, we'll have professional soldiers. Everyone else will pay taxes in order for me to pay my professional army, but these are professional soldiers. They are full-time soldiers at war, okay? Meritocratic means the system before was the nobility always had a priority. The nobility was always right. And Sargon of Akkad made the system more open and fair and meritocratic. So if you were talented and you were brave, you could rise within the ranks of the army regardless of your heritage and your background. Innovative means they were always adapting and learning. So Sargon of Akkad was able to conquer the Sumerian city-states, which again were walled, by adopting siege warfare, which was unheard of before. Okay? And the same is true for Philip, Julius Caesar, and Genghis Khan. Right? So again, Genghis Khan fits into a pattern here of what these great conquerors look like. Does this make sense to you guys? Any questions so far? All right, let's continue. Okay, so now I want to discuss why the Mongols did what they did. Okay? Why did the Mongols commit so many atrocities? What was the logic or reasoning behind their brutality? All right. In order for me to do so, I'm going to introduce to you today a new analytical model called game theory. Okay? The idea of game theory is this. All human interaction can be perceived as a game in which at least two people are playing, and they're trying to defeat each other. Okay? So, for example, let's just say, these two guys are fighting each other. Okay? They want to kill each other. Now, according to game theory, each person has a distinctive optimal strategy. Okay? It's called optimal strategy. Optimal strategy is, given the constraints of your circumstance, what is the best way for you to win? Okay, so if you're the big guy, okay, this is the big guy, he wants the game to be fair, which is like, let's just arrange to fight at a certain time, and we'll fight, okay? And he wants to use this strategy because he is most likely to win. But if you're this guy, a small guy, right, let's call him A, and you're fighting B, you don't want to do that because you're bound to lose. So what you do is you figure out a time when B is most vulnerable. Maybe when he's asleep or he's eating, and you attack him then, okay? You basically have to cheat in order to win. So each individual has a distinctive optimal strategy, all right? Now, this sounds easy, but it's not, because often there are multiple players in the game, okay? So you have C and you have D. And when you have multiple players in the game, you have to think about alliances and coordination, okay? So it's possible that A and D will form an alliance to attack B, which will force B and C to form an alliance, okay? But once maybe C and B kill off D, then A and C will form an alliance to kill off B, okay? So what this tells us is not only does each person have an optimal strategy given the constraints of the game, but this optimal strategy will change according to the circumstances. All right? Also, what's important for us to remember is that there are always these external constraints. External constraints might be just weather or weapons or whatever, okay? So game theory sounds easy, but it's extremely complicated because you always have to switch perspective in order to better understand why this person is doing what he or she is doing. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. So let's look at game theory and apply it to the Mongols. Okay, remember, the Mongols are a borderland people and they're fighting empires. And remember, if you're a borderland, okay, borderland empire, you have three distinct advantages. Okay, you have energy, you're open, and you're opportunistic. Okay, these are the three advantages that you have as a borderland people like the Mongols. As an empire, your three advantages are mass, you have a lot of people. You have organization, you have depth. Okay? So it seems, so again, given the strengths, it is not that easy to determine who will win. Okay? But we're trying to figure out the mentality of the Mongols. Okay? We know the Mongols have these three strengths, and they're trying to defeat the empire, which has these three strengths. At the same time, we have to remember the Mongols themselves have three fundamental weaknesses that they must compensate for if they are to win. Okay? So let's go over their major constraints. The first constraint that they have is extremely low population. Okay? There are not that many of them. In fact, they're often outnumber 100 to 1. And so that's a major constraint. When Genghis Khan was alive, at his height, he had anywhere between 100,000 to 200,000 troops. Okay? The second constraint is the idea of distance and geography. What I mean by that is the Mongols have to fight over huge territory because Central Asia is a huge land, right? And this is problematic because of supply issues. Supplies. What this means is, if you're the Mongols, the thing that you cannot ever fight is a war of attrition. A war of attrition just means a long war in which you're trying to deplete the other person's resources. If you're the Mongols, the worst thing that can ever happen to you is if you're stuck in a war of attrition. If the siege is too long, or the war lasts for too long, okay? Because eventually, you'll run out of soldiers. So that's what the Mongols fear the most, okay? So distance. The last thing, this is really important, is governance. Governance just means the Mongols are nomadic people who do not know how to govern other people. So they don't be stuck in a situation where they're forced to govern other people, okay? Does that make sense? And what this means is the idea of whole territory. When you conquer a new land, what you usually do is you put in place a new regime. They can't do that because they don't have the personnel for that. Okay? They often don't even have the personnel for siege warfare, but what they will do is recruit Chinese engineers, Indian engineers in order to implement siege warfare, okay? But bureaucrats are very hard to compensate for. Okay, so these are three fundamental weaknesses of the Mongol system. Low population, they have to fight long distances, and therefore they have to worry about supplies, and they don't know how to govern other people, okay? And if we do this, okay, if we look at what the strengths are, and we look at what their fundamental constraints are, then we can figure out what their optimal strategy is, Okay? So this is the optimal strategy for the Mongols. The first is escalation dominance. Okay, escalation dominance is this, okay? There's a concept in political science called escalation ladder. The escalation ladder, I mean, it's a very simple concept. It means like violence always escalates. So for example, I get into an argument with someone, okay? Well, what first happens is we start to argue, but then eventually this argument becomes much more heated and we start to push each other, okay? Then I might throw a punch, he throws a punch back, then I might bite him, he might bite me back, I might pull out a knife, he might pull out a gun, okay? This is called escalation ladder, okay? Violence has to happen over time, okay? And this is fine, but the problem is, what if you're fighting multiple people at once, right? So what you want to do is show other people that you are more dominant, okay? So if you insult me, I'll put a gun on you and I'll shoot you, okay? That's the idea of escalation dominance. I always have the capacity to inflict more damage on you than you could ever possibly inflict on me, okay? And that's why the Mongols did what they did. So what would often happen is the Mongols would send a trade delegation to a nation to negotiate a trade deal. And the nation, usually in Central Asia, they would kill all the delegation in order to insult Genghis Khan. In response, Genghis Khan would send his army to destroy the entire city, burn down the city, and kill everyone, okay? This is the idea of escalation dominance. You have to prove escalation dominance if you are to be a viable threat to everyone, okay? So that's the first idea, escalation dominance. Second idea is the idea of terror, or what we call psychological warfare. If you are badly outnumbered in warfare, then you have to make people afraid to fight you, okay? If you cannot govern people, if you don't know how to properly manage people, you have to make people afraid to rebel, okay? So the Mongols were notorious for psychological warfare. So for example, what they would do is this. They would conquer some territory, and to ensure the villagers would not ever rebel, they would send one Mongol soldier into the village, okay? And this is one soldier, and there might be 1,000 villagers. And then what this Mongol soldier will do is randomly kill some villagers. He'll say, hey, you guys come over here, line up, and he starts killing people randomly, okay? And if the villagers ever rebel and kill him, then the Mongols will come and kill everyone in the village, all right? So that's the idea of psychological warfare. But the Mongols do this to themselves as well, okay? So the Mongols have a system where units are divided into units of 10, okay? So 10 soldiers, and then these 10 soldiers times 10 will make up a unit. So what would happen is this. If ever in a battle, one soldier ran away from battle, all of the people in these units would be executed, okay? But if one unit ever ran away, then the next unit, 100 of them, would all be executed. Okay? So this gives everyone an incentive to make sure your fellow soldier does not run away. Okay? So the Mongols had psychological warfare not just for other people, but also for themselves. And that's just the way the Mongols fought. And they had to fight like this, given the fact they were greatly outnumbered. And they had to win quickly against their enemies. Right? Does that make sense? Okay? And the last thing, which is the most important, is they had to create an aura of inevitability and invincibility. At this time, people were literally telling people, these Mongols are not human. They are demons. They have come from Tartarus. And that's where we get the name Tartars. They have come from Tartarus, hell, in order to kill everyone, okay? These are demons. Guess what, guys? The Mongols wanted this reputation, okay? They did everything they could in order to promote this reputation because it gave them an aura of inevitability and invincibility. They could not be defeated. There's no point in trying to defeat them. So let's just give up, okay? And most did. Most said, like, the Mongols were able to conquer so much territory so fast because they had this aura of inevitability and invincibility, and most people just gave up. They just paid tribute. And if you didn't do so, then they would use escalation dominance and terror to kill everyone, okay? And they would send refugees all around the world so everyone would know about the ferocity and brutality of the Mongols. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? So in other words, I hate to say this, but according to game theory, everything that the Mongols did made complete sense. Okay? In fact, it's their optimal strategy. Okay? Given the circumstances, given the constraints, what they did was completely logical and reasonable, even though it resulted in the deaths of tens of millions of people. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. Okay, so now let's discuss why their empire collapsed. All right, so there's a fundamental weakness in the entire Mongol optimal strategy approach. It's a great strategy if you are trying to conquer the people. But when you're trying to govern them, okay, it's an issue. All right, so as we discussed, the Mongols are great warriors, like all steppe people, because of their cultural values. This is a culture, okay, that emphasizes three things. First is freedom. Second is egalitarianism, okay? And the third is self-reliance. Okay? So rather than think of the army as an empire or organization, it's more like a confederation. People choose to join this confederation because of the immense rewards that can be achieved through conquest. Okay? So this is a culture that values freedom, egalitarianism, and self-reliance, and therefore it makes great warriors. The problem, though, is the cultures they conquer were extreme hierarchies. All right, where you have maybe the emperor at the top, a bureaucracy, and then peasantry at the very bottom. So the vast majority were peasants. Okay? Now, I know this is hard for us to understand, but the reason why the Mongols were able to conquer these empires were almost a contempt for these empires. Does that make sense, guys? The Mongols had absolutely no respect for these empires. They thought they were weak, they thought they were corrupt and decadent, okay? So the Mongols were able to conquer them, okay? Does that make sense? There's a contempt for them. The contempt is this. Underlying the optimal strategy of the Mongols is a concept that never existed in human history before. And the concept is this. People are an infinite resource. Okay? So throughout most of human history, people were the most valuable resource. There was not many people around. Therefore, you had to treat people nicely if you want to maximize their productivity. Okay? But where were the Mongols based? They were based in East Asia. They were based in China, basically. And in China, because of the empire, people were treated like an infinite resource. You could massacre them. You could send them off in human wave attacks. It didn't matter because they were an infinite resource. And this idea never existed before in human history. And in the Western world, this concept is radically revolutionary. It was unimaginable, like, you could do this. So remember, Julius Caesar, even though when he conquered Rome, he wasn't intent on massacring people. Why? Because people could be sold as slaves. That was the main way he made his fortune, by selling the Gauls as slaves. Okay? But if you believe that people are an infinite resource, then you don't want them as slaves. Okay? You want to kill as many people as possible in order to inflict terror. Okay? So that's the issue with the Mongols. First of all, their value system did not lend itself to governing a hierarchy. They didn't know how to, and they didn't want to. Also, much more problematic was their contempt for the local culture. Okay? If you have contempt for the local culture, you're going to have problems managing the people. So in China, during the Yuan dynasty, the Chinese, there's a class system. The Mongols were at the top, and the Chinese were at the very bottom, okay? The foreigners were sort of in between. And that just shows you the Mongol contempt for Chinese people. And that's why ultimately the Chinese people rebelled against the Mongols. Right? Now eventually the Mongol leadership would recognize this problem, and they would try to adopt a Chinese-style bureaucracy. But a bureaucracy, and we discussed this, comes into conflict with the nobility. Okay? Nobility. The nobility is intent on maintaining the Mongolian culture. They did not want to assimilate. But the emperor recognized you have to assimilate if you are to have this empire. And because they couldn't agree, the nobility and the emperor couldn't agree, ultimately it led to the collapse of the Mongol Empire. Okay? All right? So that's the history of the Mongols. Any comments? Any questions? I know Doug is. Can you speak
I don't have any questions yet, though.
But do you want to make a comment? Because I know you've studied the Mongols quite in detail.
Well, I'm kind of scared. This is on YouTube.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. So yeah, it's fine. Okay. Any questions, guys? Like, I know there's a lot to take in, so ask questions. Tell me where areas you are confused by.
Okay, I got a question.
Okay.
So a few lessons ago,
Yep.
you talked about if there was a Viking university, you would definitely want to go to that.
Yep.
Right? And because like in the Viking world, it's all about freedom, equality, and self-reliance, right?
Yep.
So the Vikings might be running Harvard, but the Mongol University might be the Oxford one.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got any sympathies one way?
Yeah, that's a great question. Okay, that's a great question. Vikings versus Mongols. Okay. Okay. All right. So, the Vikings and the Mongols all come from the Proto-Indo-European culture. What we know about culture is that it's very fluid, and it will change over time, and it will adapt itself to the local cultures, okay? And so the Vikings were in Europe, and the Mongols are near China, okay? And I have to say, I think if I wanted to be a Viking or a Mongol, I prefer to be a Viking, okay? And the reason why is the Vikings never really adopted a belief that people were an infinite resource. They couldn't, because Europe was very poor. And the Vikings, regardless, even though they were brutal, they still had respect for their opponents. They never developed a contempt for their opponents. They're surrounded by the Byzantines, the Muslims, and the Europeans. And these were great warriors. So the Vikings felt they had a lot to learn from these cultures. And in fact, ultimately, the Vikings will assimilate themselves into these cultures in different environments, okay? So the Mongols are different, though. The Mongols are based in East Asia, and they did ultimately adopt a belief that people are an infinite resource. And they had tremendous contempt for Chinese culture, okay? And that changes you as a person. When you believe that people are infinite resource and you are contemptuous of other cultures, it also, in a way, makes you contemptuous of yourself, if that makes any sense. Okay? And so ultimately, that's why the Mongols were not able to, even though they had tremendous wealth, they didn't really produce cultural monuments. We don't have, like the Vikings, I mean, as I mentioned, the Vikings were fundamental development of Western civilization. The Mongols were not fundamental development of any civilization. I mean, they caused a lot of havoc, and they were great conquerors, but they didn't leave a rich cultural legacy. So, and I think it has to do with the belief, like, people are an infinite resource, okay? So I would much prefer to be a Viking. I would much prefer to be enslaved by a Viking than a Mongol. Like if I were a slave, I would much rather be a slave to a Viking than a Mongol, okay? If I were a slave to a Viking, then the Vikings would at least become my friend. They'd be like, hey, tell me about your culture, or are there any stories that you can tell us? Okay? And if you were a great storyteller, then they would make you, they would treat you very, very nicely because you're helping them learn more about your culture, okay? The Mongols had absolutely no interest in other cultures. They were interested in conquering and exploiting other people, all right? I could be wrong, all right? And I'm probably making these crass generalizations, but I believe with the Vikings, there's a general curiosity about the world that comes from a general respect of other cultures. Whereas the Mongols were not curious about the world, they were intent on conquest and enslaving other people and exploiting other people. Okay? They were predators. And again, that could be my prejudice, but based on my readings so far, that would be my belief. But please change my mind.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the question. Okay, great question. And any other questions?
You mentioned that in the Mongol culture they don't have a lot of people, right? So
Sorry. So population, okay? So the Mongol population is loosely defined. Okay, do you understand? It's hard to say who's Mongol and who's not Mongol because that entire area has a similar culture, and it's very hard to figure out where the borders are. Okay, like
you mentioned that it's a limitation for them that they have low population.
yeah.
Then why would they believe that people are an infinite resource?
Okay, great question. Okay, yeah. So you're right. So the Mongols are a low population. So why would they believe that people are infinite resource? And the answer is because they are always in contact with China. Okay, so the Mongols were always in contact with China, and as I mentioned, the interaction happens in three ways. Okay, the Mongols are working as either mercenaries for dynasties in China, or they are trading. Okay, or they're raiding and pillaging. Okay, so for centuries there's been contact between China and the Mongols. So where did the Mongols learn the idea that people are infinite resource? Well, they learned it from China, right? And why did they learn from China? Because Chinese warfare was also predicated on the belief that people were an infinite resource. Does that make sense? So basically the entire idea of warfare in China is I organize this peasant army, I throw it at my opponent, okay? And if my entire army dies, guess what? I'll just go and I'll raise another peasant army and throw it at my opponent again. Okay, it's like human wafer tax. Okay, we call this human wafer tax. This was pioneered in China. Okay, and the Mongols just took it and used it everywhere else. Right. So if you're the Mongols and you're fighting this enemy and they're just throwing these peasants at you and you're killing them all, but no one cares because then like a month later another peasant army comes at you. Okay, you quickly adopt the idea like people are an infinite resource. Right? Does that make sense?
I think they were also pretty liberal's not the right word, but they were pretty loose in terms of like who could be a Mongol or not.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And so it could absorb different populations into the fighting forces, right? So
Yeah.
You could take Chinese people in, you could take different Turkic people in, you could take Persians in, and
That's right. Yeah.
So it depends on how
That's right. Yeah, the Mongols were a very open society. Like if you had a benefit to the society, and so for example, if you're a Chinese teacher or a Chinese scholar or a Chinese engineer or a Chinese merchant, they would quickly assimilate you, okay? And then they would kill everyone else. Okay, so they're a pretty open society. Okay, so does that make sense? Okay, great. Any more questions?
So like I'm curious about you mentioned the structure of like Proto-Indo-European ethnic structures.
Yes.
And like in different cultures are basically the same structure. So did people like make this structure intentionally, or is it just coincidence?
Okay, great. Okay, all right. So let's talk about mythology. All right. So again, if you actually study mythology, what you recognize is there's a structure that's very similar across many different cultures, right? So if you look at Greek, if you look at Roman, Norse, Mongolian, okay, and I could go on and on and on. There is a very similar structure, even though the characters might be different, okay? But it's a mythology that celebrates violence and individualism as a way to remake the world, okay? It celebrates strength, individualism, violence. So why is that the case? And it's about culture, cultural values. So as I discussed in this class, cultural values are the most persistent part of who you are. Why? Because it's part of your subconscious, okay? There's a conscious you, and there's a subconscious. And ultimately, you are your subconscious. And subconscious is composed of your cultural values, okay? This is the essence of who you are. So even though the Proto-Indo-Europeans, they were going into different environments, and they were assimilating themselves into different environments, and they look physically different, culturally, subconsciously, they shared a similar value system. And this value system will then go on to inform the way they perceive the world, their worldview. And this worldview will then manifest itself through mythology, which will eventually become literature. Okay? Okay? Does that make sense? So they might have changed clothes, they might have changed their hair color, but their soul was still Proto-Indo-European. Okay? And the same is also true for language. And that's why so many words repeat themselves in different languages, okay? All right? Does that make sense? Okay, great. Any more questions?
I got one when the camera's off. You don't want this one.
Okay, all right, okay, great. So next class, we will go back to Europe. We will do the Crusades, which will then take us to the Renaissance and the Reformation and the Silent Revolution, okay? Okay, so good morning. Today we are doing the Crusades, which will lead us into the Renaissance, the Protestant Reformation, and the Silent Revolution, okay? 3 questions we are looking at today are, what are the Crusades? Second question is, why did they happen? The third question is, why did they stop? Okay, those are the 3 major questions we are looking at today. In order for me to explain the answers, I first need to provide a lot of background, okay? First of all, is in the beginning of Christianity, in the Bible, the early Christianity was a religion of 2 things, humility and poverty. Okay, so let me tell you a story from the Bible to illustrate this. One day, Jesus and his disciples were out preaching. And then a young man comes to Jesus and says, I loved your sermon. I want to know how to be a better person. And then Jesus says to him, make sure you follow the 10 Commandments and the laws of the prophets. And the young man says, I'm a very pious man. I already do this. I want to do more. And then Jesus says to him, then do this. Give up all your wealth. Give your wealth to the poor. And then follow me. And then you will have all the treasure in the kingdom of heaven. The young man was really distraught because he was very, very wealthy and he didn't want to give up his wealth. So he walked away. And then Jesus turned to his disciples and he said, "It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle," which is say it's impossible, okay, "than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God." Okay, so here Jesus is negating wealth. And this is a revolutionary idea at that time because for people in the Western world, the entire point of believing in God, the entire point of making sacrifices to your gods is to have more wealth in life, right? How do you know if God favors you? Well, you become wealthy. All right? So what Jesus is saying here is revolutionary, meaning you should live a pious life so that you may enjoy a good life in heaven. Okay? So that's the heart and soul of the Christian religion and what makes it different from previous religions. That said, the Catholic Church is probably the wealthiest and most powerful religious organization ever in human history. We have absolutely no idea how wealthy the Catholic Church is. Okay, their wealth is immeasurable. This is St. Peter's Basilica, the church in the Vatican where the Catholic Church is based. Inside this church is a lot of gold, okay? A lot of gold. So in its 1,000 years, close to 2,000 years of history, the Catholic Church has amassed more money than God. All right? So how to explain this contradiction? How is it that the Catholic Church was able to amass so much wealth? Okay, so as we discussed, after the fall of Rome, the Catholic Church basically became the new Roman Empire. After the fall of Rome, for the longest time, Europe was poor. But starting about the year 1000, Europe became increasingly wealthy for a variety of reasons. The main reason is something called the medieval warm period, meaning it was just easier to grow crops. Okay? That followed the invention of the watermill, windmill, and horse collar, which made it easier for people to grow crops. This is what we call the mini agricultural revolution. Because of this excess wealth, you saw the rise of cities, urban centers. And this allowed Europe to start trading with the rest of the world, primarily the Abbasid Caliphate, which we discussed last week. And as such, Europe became increasingly wealthy. Okay? But what's important for us to remember is with wealth comes inequality. So this also marks the high point of feudalism. You have too many people, too little land, and as a result, you have feudalism, okay, where the nobility controls all the land. The peasants became poor, dependent, and often indebted. So as you can see, these are the major city centers of Europe at this time. The wealthiest city in Europe is still Constantinople, right? But you have Rome, London, Paris, all emerging as major manufacturing and urban centers. What's important for us to remember also is that around this time, one of the wealthiest parts of Europe is Spain. Okay? This is important because Spain is not Christian. It's Muslim in the year 1000. All right? And this will create conflict between Europe and Spain. All right, so how was the church able to amass so much power during this time? Well, because the church pioneered a new way of controlling people that was not possible before, okay? So to illustrate this point, let's compare an empire with the church, the Catholic Church. First question, who's in charge? Well, in an empire, the emperor is in charge, but he's a human being who is flawed and mortal. He will eventually die. He's also subjective. People understand that he will make mistakes. So that's why you must appeal to him. You must try to convince him. But with the Catholic Church, the person in charge is God, who is perfect, immutable, and eternal. He can never make a mistake. And he will always be there. Okay? Second difference is an empire demands labor from you. It demands that you toil and sweat. But the church demands your soul, your eternal spiritual obedience, your heart and your mind. Okay? And the third major difference is an empire can only put you to death as the worst punishment, but the church can sentence you to eternal damnation. The church can have you burn in hell for eternity, okay? And so this concept of eternal damnation is the source of a lot of the church's power, okay? So the church had something called a faith monopoly. It was the only religion. It was a true religion. And so there were certain ways that this power would express and manifest itself in Europe at this time, okay? I'm going to have to go through a lot. This is a lot of information. I apologize, but you will need to know this in order for us to go on in the course, okay? This is especially important for the Protestant Reformation, because the Protestant Reformation will be a rejection of a lot of these practices, okay? All right, so the first thing you need to understand about the church in about the year 1000 is it's an imperial bureaucracy. The Pope is basically the emperor, and then each region has bishops that control the region. It's a huge bureaucracy. That's very similar to the bureaucracy in Constantinople, as well as in China. Okay? It's a top-down hierarchy. Second thing you need to know is the official language of the church was Latin. During church services, the priest would give sermons in Latin. The Bible was written in Latin. The purpose for this is to tell people that the Bible, that theology was not for them. They just had to listen and obey. Okay, so that gave the priest a lot of power. It was also an explicit rule that only priests could preach the Bible. You had to be ordained and authorized by the church in order to be able to tell what Christianity meant. Okay? You had to recite the Nicene Creed, which is a Holy Trinity. Okay? So remember, we discussed the Holy Trinity, the idea of monotheism, and this is the dominant belief system of the church. There's something called the sacraments, okay? 7 holy sacraments that you must pay for. And these are rituals provided to you by priests in the church. And what these rituals are trying to do is they're trying to channel the divine energy of heaven and Jesus and God in order to make your life much more fortunate. Okay? So an example of this is called the Eucharist. And so in the Eucharist employs the principle of transmutation. So during the Eucharist, and it's basically a common meal, what the priest will do is he will channel Jesus from heaven, and his body will become expressed in bread, okay? The bread will become the body of Jesus, and then his blood will manifest itself in wine or water, okay? And then you will feast on the bread and wine. You eat Jesus, you drink Jesus, and Jesus comes into you. All right? And if this sounds weird, it is weird. And that's why a lot of Protestants will rebel against this. They think it's superstitious. All right. You also have the church determining who goes to hell, heaven, and purgatory, as well as for how long. Hell is where you burn for all of eternity. Heaven is where you are with God. Purgatory is if you commit sins and you need to cleanse yourself of these sins. So you might be in purgatory for like 1 year if you steal, but you might also be there for 1,000 years if you killed someone, okay? And the church, it's up to the church to determine how long you're in purgatory for. There's something called the canonization of saints, where the church can determine who are saints. A lot of Protestants in the future will say this is wrong because only the Bible, only Jesus can determine who is worthy. Okay? The church doesn't have the power to determine this. And the last thing is, and this is really important, the authority of the clerics was absolute. And heretics were those who denied the absolute authority of the church. Okay? So, this is important because some people think that heretics are those who disagree with the church. For example, they don't really understand the Nicene Creed. Well, if you don't understand something, it's called ignorance or superstition. You understand? And therefore, the church has a responsibility to educate you. Once the church educates you and you still refuse to admit the authority of the church, then you become a heretic, which means you will become excommunicated. Okay? Excommunicate means that you will be kicked out of the community of the church, which means you will burn in hell forever. As well, you could also be burnt at the stake for being a heretic. Okay? Does that make sense? So these are the sources of the power of the church. As you can see, at this time, the Catholic Church is a very elitist, very aloof, and very distant religion. Okay? It's designed in a way as to be removed from the ordinary struggles of ordinary people. Okay? So, as you can imagine, with so much power comes corruption. Augustine, in the City of God, he basically imagined the intellectual blueprint for the Catholic Church. He believed the Catholic Church had to be this eternal spiritual force that represented God on earth. So what's really important was for the church to focus on spirituality. But with power, the church slowly became more corrupted, okay? So let's look at some instances of corruption that were legal practices at this time, okay? The first is the idea of indulgence. And this means that maybe you committed a lot of sins, but you have a lot of money. What you can do is bribe the church to make your stay in purgatory shorter, okay? This is just basically bribery, all right? Spiritual bribery. And obviously, a lot of Christians would have issues with this, okay? Second is the idea of simony. Simony just means that if you're rich, you can buy yourself into the church regardless of your education, regardless of your understanding of the theology. Okay, this is called simony. Then you have something called the selling of holy relics. So again, at this time, everyone's very superstitious. So they want to buy relics in order to channel the divine power of Jesus, right? Well, the church would sell these relics, and a lot of them would be fake. But a lot of Christians, as you can imagine, would find the very idea of the church engaging in commerce to be very offensive. Worldliness means that you have the conjoining, the conflation of the nobility with the church. So a lot of princes became bishops. Kings could pick who could become bishops. And priests were supposed to be celibate. They were supposed to devote their life to God. But a lot of them got married, had kids, and owned property, and became very wealthy. Okay? So a conflation of the nobility and the church. A conflation of temporal power with spiritual power. Tithes means that parishioners had to pay taxes. Parishioners had to pay taxes to not only the nobility, but also to the church as well. And the very last idea is the idea of feudalism. And this means that the church controlled, at its height, 1/3 of all the land in Christian Europe. And they didn't have to pay taxes to the nobility, to the prince. So as a result of all this corruption and special privilege, the church became the most powerful organization in all of Europe, okay? And again, they had this power because people were afraid of burning in hell for eternity, okay? Even kings were afraid. But we have to remember this, and this is very important. Ultimately, if you're a church, your power, your legitimacy, your authority comes from your ability to enforce your belief system on everyone. Okay? This is what I call orthodoxy. The church must enforce right thinking, correct thinking on people. If people disagree, if an increasing number of people disagree, then your authority, your power will decrease. Now, at this time, in the year 1000, there are 5 sources of conflict for the church. Okay? 5 things that will question the legitimacy of the church. The first thing is this. The Muslims occupy the Holy Land. Jerusalem right now is being controlled by the Fatimids, okay, which is an Islamic caliphate. And this is embarrassing, right? Because if you are the true representative of God on earth, why is Jerusalem being controlled by the Muslims? Okay, that's embarrassing. Second problem is Muslim Spain, okay, it's more wealthy, more cosmopolitan, and innovative than Christian Europe. A lot of the reason why is Muslim Spain, it is much more open, inclusive, and tolerant than the Catholic Church. It also trades with the rest of the Muslim world. And as we know from the Islamic Golden Age lecture, the Muslim world right now is very, very wealthy. Jews, Christians, and Muslims all get along very fine in Muslim Spain, okay? So, and it's just right next door. Everyone can see that Muslim Spain, it's much more wealthy. So that's another problem. A third problem is something called the Great Schism of 1054. That's when the Greek Orthodox Byzantine Church in Constantinople, it broke away, it split away from the Roman Catholic Church in Rome. Now you have 2 different churches, all claiming to be the one true church of Jesus. Okay? That's a huge problem. Another problem, of course, is the corruption that we just discussed, the conflation of spiritual power with temporal ambition. Okay? Now, the last problem is this. The last problem is dissent. Now, something that we discussed a lot last semester is that humans are first and foremost religious. Humans have religious needs, and these religious needs often trump their material needs. For example, food, water, and shelter, okay? Humans have a fundamental need for community, intimacy, and truth. But the Catholic Church is denying intimacy and truth to humans. Humans want to be with God. They want to serve God. But the Catholic Church says, no, we are the middleman. You have to go through us in order to celebrate God. Okay? So there's a lot of discontent at this point in Christian Europe against the Catholic Church. All right? So these are 5 problems. And again, the Catholic Church, the entire source of their power is during their ability to maintain orthodoxy. So they developed a 3-pronged strategy that they will use basically a lot, okay, throughout the history of Europe. Okay, these 3-pronged strategy are scapegoating, persecuting, and crusading. Okay, and you guys need to know this because these 3 ideas will recur over and over in European history. The idea of scapegoating is this. In Europe at this time, even though the Jewish community is a lot smaller, it's still present. Okay? Now the question then is, what are the Jews still doing in Europe? And the answer is, well, a lot of them are working for the nobility. Okay? The nobility inherit their wealth, but they don't want to do any work. They don't want to manage their land. They don't want to run their business. They don't want to collect taxes. And they don't want to run their banks. So they get Jews to do this for them because Jews are clever, they're hardworking, but most importantly, they're completely dependent on the protection of nobility. Does that make sense? Because at this point in Christian history, remember, the Catholic Church teaches Christians that the Jews were responsible for persecuting Jesus. And therefore, Christians really don't like Jews. So if Jews want to stay in Europe if they want to stay together as a community, they are completely dependent on the protection of nobility. And as such, they essentially become slaves to the nobility. They have no choice but to serve the nobility. This is bad for them because the peasants don't like being exploited by the nobility. Remember, this is a feudal system where peasants are too poor and too indebted to the nobility. Okay? But in their day-to-day interactions, who do they work with? They work with Jews, right? Jews are the one who comes and collects taxes for the nobility. Jews are the ones who sell them goods, right? So what happens over time is the peasants, their resentment against nobility is channeled towards the Jews, all right? So whenever there's a major conflict, guess who gets killed? Guess who gets persecuted? It's the Jews, all right? And this is a pattern that will be consistent for basically all of European history, okay, up until the Holocaust. If you want to understand why the Holocaust happened, this is why it happened, okay? There's a long-term enmity, hatred of the European people against the Jews, created by the nobility, all right? When the conflict becomes too intense, what will happen is the nobility will protect themselves by expelling the Jews. Okay, so in 1492, Spain expelled the Jews, but before that, the Germans expelled the Jews in 1100, France in 1306, okay? But before then, you have these massacres going on all around Europe, right? So I'm not sure if you're able to see the black skull, but that's this massacre of Jews, okay? All right, so being a Jew means to be constantly persecuted. And again, they're being scapegoated by the Catholic Church in order to reduce tensions between the nobility and the peasantry, right? So that's the first mechanism. Then you have the Crusades. All right, so to understand the Crusades, let me give some historical background. In the year 638, the Muslims take over Jerusalem from the Byzantine Empire. Okay, they conquer it. And once they take it over, they make Jerusalem into an open, inclusive, and tolerant religious community where Christians, Jews, and Muslims can celebrate their religion openly, okay? So after that, what Christians have to do is make these pilgrimages to Jerusalem. And for most of this history, it's fine. There are no issues. But what will happen is, as the Byzantine Empire becomes weaker and the Abbasid Caliphate becomes weaker, there's now chaos. And as such, bandits roam the land. And pilgrims find it more and more dangerous to venture into Jerusalem. Okay, does that make sense? All right? So now it's become much more dangerous for Christians to venture into Jerusalem because of all the internal chaos going on in the Muslim land. The people who are creating all this chaos are called the Seljuk Turks. Last class, we talked about the rise of Genghis Khan, right? And what I said last class is the steppe people are always invading agricultural empires. So the Turks, they are based in Central Asia, and then slowly over time, they will conquer the Abbasid Caliphate. And in 1071, they will begin to occupy Jerusalem, okay? And the Turks leave Jerusalem alone, but because of this conflict, what's happening is the way to Jerusalem, it's much more dangerous. As well, the Turks are now threatening Byzantium, okay, Constantinople right here. In fact, they're conquering a lot of territory in around Constantinople. And as such, the emperor of Constantinople, the Byzantine emperor, he appeals to Pope Urban II, who is the head of the Roman Catholic Church. Can you please help me and save me from the Seljuk Turks? And so what Pope Urban II will do, remember, popes are politicians. He sees an opportunity here to unite Christendom under the authority of Rome, right? He sees the opportunity to reclaim Jerusalem as Christian territory. He sees an opportunity to channel the religious energies of the peasantry against the Muslims, okay? So what he does is, in the year 1095, he will give a speech calling for the First Crusade, which begins the crusading period. Now, we're going to look very closely at this speech, and it's important we do because this rhetoric, this philosophy will underpin the relationship between Christians, Muslims, and Jews for most of European history, okay? So let's see how the Pope thinks. All who die by the way, whether by land or by sea, or in battle against the pagans, shall have immediate remission of sins. Okay, the pagans are non-Christians, the Muslims, the Jews. Okay, so what the Pope is calling for is a jihad. All good Christians now must go into battle to reclaim Jerusalem. And if you do so, you'll be granted immediate access to heaven regardless of what you did and how you sinned. Does that make sense, guys? This is a jihad. He's calling for jihad. All right? The concept people think comes from the Islamic world. It's very much a Christian concept of jihad, where if you go to Jerusalem and you die, you're going straight to heaven. Okay? You'll be right beside God. Now he also says, oh, what a disgrace if such a despised and base race, which worships demons, a despised and base race which worships demons, okay? He's talking about the Muslims. Muslims don't worship demons. Muslims worship the same God as the Jews and the Christians. In fact, a lot of their religious practice is similar to the Christians and Jews. When Muhammad and the Muslims came to conquer the Holy Land, they did so in a peaceful manner, okay? They tried to reduce as much bloodshed as possible. And here, Pope Urban II, he's spreading racism against the Muslims. In fact, what the rumors are is that in Jerusalem, Christian women are being enslaved. Christians are being massacred and kicked out of Jerusalem. Christians are no longer allowed into Jerusalem. These are all rumors. They're all fake. They're not true. But Pope Urban II, he is trying to whip up this racist anger at the Muslims, okay? Should conquer a people which has the faith of omniscient God and is made glorious with the name of Christ. It is embarrassing for us as Christians that the Muslims control Jerusalem. We must fix this, okay? All right, let's continue. Let those who have been accustomed unjustly to wage private warfare against the faithful now go against the infidels and end with victory this war which should have been begun long ago. Why did we wait so long to reclaim Jerusalem? They've had it since 638. It's now the year 1095. Why are we fighting ourselves? Why is there war in Europe? We should all be going to the Holy Land and kill all the Muslims, okay? Again, this is important that we read because this rhetoric, this logic, this emotion is going to basically justify the age of conquest, exploration, and imperialism, which will follow after this, okay? Let those who for a long time have been robbers now become knights. Can you understand? You could be the lowest person on earth. You could be a thief. But if you go on a crusade, you are now a nobleman. You are now a knight. You are now a hero, a valiant hero for Christianity. Let those who have been fighting against their brothers and relatives now fight in the proper way against the barbarians. Okay? Let those who have been serving as mercenaries for small pay now obtain the eternal reward. This is what he's saying. If you go on this crusade, regardless of who you are, you will be honored by God. You will receive eternal reward. Regardless of what you did, okay? You could be the worst criminal in Europe. It doesn't matter. Once you go on this crusade, you will be saved. All right? So he makes this bargain with the people of Europe. And as you can imagine, there's a groundswell of excitement. Okay? A lot of people go on this crusade against the Turks. All right, so let's summarize and look at the individual reasons why people are going on this crusade. It's a long way, and it's very dangerous, but they're very excited to go. Okay, why? All right, so the first reason is penance. So a lot are violent people who have engaged in war, right? they go on this crusade, they will be forgiven for their sins. It's either you go on a crusade or you go join a monastery, okay? Clerical immunity. And what this means is that if you are a criminal, if you killed someone, if you go on a crusade, you will be immune. You will be absolved of these crimes. So as you can imagine, a lot of psychopaths go on this crusade, a lot of criminals. Vengeance. People are hearing rumors that the Muslims are killing Christian women, so they want to kill Muslim men, okay? Elite overproduction. So as we discussed, when a society becomes much more wealthy, you have a problem of elite overproduction. Basically, younger sons who cannot inherit any land. And so they must go on a crusade to win over their own land, okay? To obtain their own land and become nobility locally. Second coming. Okay, what this means is that, okay, so in Christianity, there are many powerful ideas. The crucifixion of Jesus is a powerful idea, but the second coming is the most powerful idea. It's the idea that eventually Jesus will return and he will make the world anew. Okay? This is what drives a lot of Christians. And so a lot of Christians believe that this crusade, it's really the end of the world. It's a final battle between the believers and the non-believers. And Jesus will return to Jerusalem in order to fight on behalf of the believers and usher in a new world order. Okay? People actually believe this. Adventurism, romanticism, okay? Chivalry. Chivalry means, okay, we didn't discuss this, but it's important that you know. Chivalry is a code of honor among knights. The chivalry, the principle, a lot of the principle is loyalty to your lord. So if your lord goes off on a crusade, you have to join him, okay? You have to be loyal to your master, to your lord. Piety, fanaticism, okay, and glory, okay? Why am I listing this? Because, guys, these reasons are also what drives the Europeans into the New World, okay? Later on, we will be discussing the age of exploration where the Spaniards, the Portuguese, the French, the British, they go into the New World. And they're going into the New World for these reasons. And a lot are going with religious fever and religious energy, okay? So it's important that you understand the complexity and diversity of reasoning. Okay, so as I mentioned, the year 1095, Pope Urban II declares the First Crusade. But over the course of the next 200 years, there'll be a series of crusades to maintain the Holy Land, okay? It's a very complicated process because it's not being organized, okay? It's very much a grassroots movement. Basically, local lords are the ones organizing these crusades. And often, peasants will go by themselves, okay? And as you can imagine, as you can see, it's a very long way to Jerusalem, and a lot will get killed along the way, right? In the First Crusade is extremely successful because at this point in history, the Muslims don't really care about Jerusalem. It's not that important to them. So the Crusaders are able to take Jerusalem, and they establish something called the Crusader states. And it's very, very impressive that they do so because they're completely surrounded by Muslims and by enemies, okay? But because of their religious fanaticism, they will maintain these Crusader states for the next 200 years. Okay, so the yellow are Crusader states. And as you can see, the white is all Muslim territory. All right. In 1099, they take Jerusalem. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of religious fanaticism going on. When the Crusaders take Jerusalem, they do so with vengeance. They kill all the Muslims. They kill all the Jews. They basically killed as many people as possible in the city. Before the siege, the Fatimids, who were in control of the city, they actually expelled the Christians because they were afraid that the Christians would help the Crusaders from inside, okay? So no Christians were killed, but a lot of Jews, a lot of Muslims were killed. It was a very, very bloody event. And the Christians celebrate this, okay? For them, this is righteous. To kill the enemy for the glory of God, it is righteous killing. Okay? This contrasts with the year 1187 when the Muslim leader named Saladin, okay? Saladin is considered one of the greatest warriors in human history. He's celebrated both by Christians and Muslims. He takes Jerusalem without killing any Jews, Christians, or Muslims, okay? He does so peacefully. And again, what's important for us to remember is that historically, Christianity has been a very violent religion. And Muslims, there's a lot of violence, but it tends to be much more peaceful, open, and inclusive than Christianity, okay? I'm not talking about today, but I'm talking about historically this has been true. Once they control Jerusalem, there are 5 major military orders of the Crusaders. Okay, you've probably heard of the Knights Templar. Okay, they're the most famous. But you also have a group called the Teutonic Knights, who will go on to found a place called Prussia, which will unite Germany. Okay, so I want you guys to remember the Teutonic Knights because they will form the basis of Prussian society, which will then unite Germany into modern-day Germany. They come from different places in Europe, and that's why there are 5 different military orders, okay? The Knights Templars are the most famous, and they become, over time, extremely influential and powerful. The reason why is they're really the first multinational organization in Europe. So they were meant to protect pilgrims along the way to Jerusalem. What they really did was pilgrims would give their money to the Templars for safekeeping. And then when they got to Jerusalem, the Templars would give the money back. Okay, so they were a bank. And as you can imagine, as a bank, they were able to make a lot of investments. They were able to trade. And as such, because they're bankers and they're traders, they are much more sophisticated, well-educated, and cosmopolitan than the Catholic Church. Right? The Catholic Church is an imperial bureaucracy. It only cares about maintaining orthodoxy over Europe. But the Knights Templars, they are bankers, they're traders. Also, once they take over Jerusalem, and now they have to govern the city, they recognize that you need to work with Jews and Muslims, okay? Because Jews and Muslims have these business connections all around the Muslim world, and they're surrounded by Muslims. So what will happen over time is the Knight Templars will welcome back Jews and Muslims into Jerusalem. And over time, what will happen is not only will these Templars become much more tolerant, but they will start to learn from the Muslims and the Jews. And they will pick up better practices from these other religions. Also in Jerusalem are Christians who are considered heretics by the Catholic Church. These are Christians who disagree with the Holy Trinity and with other concepts. And that's why they went over to the Muslim world. Okay? So what the Templars are doing is they're absorbing all this diverse religious belief. And as such, they become essentially free thinkers. Okay? They become, a lot of the religion now is based on reason and logic. Because that's really the only way that you can manage this religious diversity. Okay? Does that make sense? All right? So the Knight Templars really become one of the bases for modern Europe. But as you can imagine, these changes will come into conflict with the Catholic Church. And as a result, in the year 1307, the Catholic Church begins to persecute the Knight Templars. They burn the leader, Jacques de Molay, at the stake. Okay? They disband the organization. But by disbanding the organization, you drive the organization underground. Okay? And a lot of their beliefs will start to spread throughout Europe, and it will incubate the Protestant Reformation, and they will actually even influence the American Revolution. Okay, we'll discuss this later when we get to the American Revolution. The reason for Jacques de Molay being burned is the Catholic Church accuses them of being Satan worshippers. All right, there's no evidence that they were Satan worshippers, but they were definitely free thinkers. They were definitely religiously tolerant, and that went against the orthodoxy of the Catholic Church. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? Okay, so Knight Templars, I want you guys to remember, we'll be discussing them later on in the semester. This is just a quick introduction. All right, let's continue. All right, now, there are three different directions of the Crusades going on at the same time. The first direction is to recapture Jerusalem. The second is to reclaim Spain from the Muslims. Okay? At this point in history, Spain is called Al-Andalus. And you guys can still go to Spain and see a lot of this architecture. Okay? It's beautiful. It is extremely creative, and it's very powerful. Okay? So this is Al-Andalus, the architecture. This is some of their buildings. Spain is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. Definitely visit if you have a chance. Okay? Okay, this is a mosque. So Spain, again, was for the longest time the most wealthy, cosmopolitan, innovative place in Europe because it was open and inclusive. There were a lot of Jews, there were a lot of Christians and Muslims all working together in Al-Andalus. Okay? This is a process that will take about 200 years where Europe will come and slowly conquer all of Spain. Okay? But this is also part of the Crusade. I won't go into history, but as you can see, it takes some time. All right. The last thing about the Crusades is they were also focused internally against dissenters. And there were quite a few dissenters throughout this history, okay? So let's go over some of the major groups. There are hundreds of different groups. I'm only going to go through some of them, okay? The first group I want to talk about are the Beguines and the Beguards, okay? The Beguines refers to women. The Beguards refers to men. How they come into conflict with the church is they want to restore early Christianity. They want to restore the heart and soul of Christianity as a religion of humility and poverty. So they live lives of extreme poverty and charity. They themselves live very simple lives, and they give everything that they have to other people, okay? So think of the story of the young man who approaches Jesus, and Jesus tells him to give up everything. Well, that's what they do. A lot of them are pretty wealthy people, and they give up everything in order to celebrate Christianity. Their problem is, first of all, they defy the authority of the church, okay? So they form their own communities. The second problem is, if these guys are living simple lives, this contrasts with the clerics, right? Who are often fat, wealthy, and corrupt. So it's kind of embarrassing. So they were persecuted, all right? Then you have people called the Waldensians, who also preach a life of poverty. Their founder, Peter Waldo, was actually son of a very wealthy merchant who gave everything up in order to live in poverty and practice the Christian faith. Their problem, though, is they believe that the Pope is the devil, okay? The Catholic Church, it is evil because it's corrupting true Christianity. And as a result, a lot of them get burned at the stake, okay? There is a crusade against them, and they get decimated and destroyed. But they're still around even today, okay? A lot of their beliefs are still around today. The main focus of the Eternal Crusade is something called the Albigensian Crusade, which lasts about 20 years, okay? So this is complicated. But in southern France, in a place called Albi, this community practices something called Catholicism, okay? Catholicism is actually a pretty diverse belief, okay? But its main idea is this. They believe in dualism. They believe that this world that we live in, it was created by the devil. And why? Because this world is one of pain, one of torment, one of suffering. And there's no way that the true God would create a world like this. But the devil creates this world, and what he did was he stole souls from heaven, and souls are pure, right? And he puts these souls into our bodies, and that's what gives rise to humans. So we are these pure, divine souls in these corrupt, ugly, painful bodies. Okay? So the goal of life is to discover that we are in prison and escape our bodies and return to heaven through good works, through beliefs, through knowledge, okay? Gnosis. So these people are also considered Gnostics. Okay? Their problem is not only are they heresy, but they have their own church structure. Okay? They have their own church structure, and this church structure is extremely open, tolerant, and inclusive. There are women inside the hierarchy, but there are also Jews inside the hierarchy. And what's important for us to remember is this is a belief system in which there aren't that many people, but they're deeply admired by the community because they call themselves good Christians. They practice a life of simplicity, of poverty, and they are kind and charitable to everyone. So the entire community sees them as good neighbors, okay? So when the Pope declares a crusade against these Cathars, what happens is the entire community rallies around them and tries to protect them. Okay? Obviously, this is a community that is being besieged by European knights, and they will get killed. What's amazing is, while the community is protecting them, okay, and they know that the Crusades only wants to kill the Cathars, not the Catholics, okay? They're Catholics. The Crusade doesn't want to kill them, but they're willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the Cathars. But also, a lot of them will convert to Catharism knowing that they will die because they are so disgusted by the Crusades, so disgusted by the Catholic Church, and they feel such a strong emotional bond with the Cathars, okay? So this is a very violent process, but it does not destroy Catharism. Why? Because these Cathars don't care if they die. Remember, we are inside corrupt bodies. So when we are martyred, we will go straight to heaven. So when they're burned at the stake, okay, they go willingly, they go happily. And this stuns their neighbors, the community, but it also frightens the Catholic Church, okay? Because they know you can't beat people like this. And if you keep on persecuting them, their religion will spread. So the Catholic Church adopts two new strategies to deal with them, okay? The first is they initiate something called the Franciscan order, the friars, founded by the Francis of Assisi. And this is a brotherhood focused on a life of humility and poverty, doing good works, right? Just as Jesus said. The thing, though, is they're within the church hierarchy. They obey the Pope, and the Cathars didn't obey the Pope. The Waldensians thought the Pope was the devil, okay? The main invention, the main response is something called the Dominican order, okay? So you might have heard of the Jesuits, right? The Jesuits were created in order to persecute people during the Protestant Reformation. Well, the Dominican order was created, just like as the Jesuits, in order to deal with the Cathar heresy. These are extremely well-educated people who will now use the power of the pen rather than the power of the sword to try to crush the heresy, okay? What's important for us to remember is these people who join the Inquisition, the Crusade, they do so out of the pureness, the goodness of their own heart. The Cathars have been led astray. It is their responsibility to educate them and to save their souls before they burn in hell for all of eternity, okay? They do so with compassion, with generosity, with mercy. And so they're fanatical about it. They are absolutely convinced the Cathars have been misled by the devil. So what they will do is they will go and interview Cathars and the entire community, okay? Now, before, the community wanted to protect the Cathars, so they will lie on behalf of the Cathars, okay? But with the power of the pen, if you're able to write everything down, if you're able to take testimony, okay, think of a police interrogation, you know exactly who's lying and who's telling the truth. So they were really quickly able to identify who was a Cathar and to isolate that person, okay? And the power of the pen, this interrogation method, was far more effective than the Crusades. So this is part of something called the medieval Inquisition, and this is something that will repeat itself during the Spanish Inquisition, in the Inquisition against the Protestants. Okay, does that make sense? So again, there's this stereotype or this misconception that the Inquisition was a violent act. But there was very little violence, and the reason why is the Catholic Church, the doctrine forbids them from spilling blood. Okay? So, but this was a very thorough, very effective way to deal with heretics. Okay? All right. So, what brings the Crusades to an end? Why did the Catholic Church start to lose power? Okay, so a lot of their power derives from the belief that they represent God, the legitimacy, right? Well, starting in the 14th century, there were a series of crises. Remember that for 300 years, Europe was in the medieval warm period. The weather was good, but guess what? Weather will change over time. So starting in year 1303, the little ice age begins. Basically, it rains every day, and it's very cold. So if you're a good Christian, what do you think? Well, you read the Bible, and you know this is the flood, Noah's flood. God is angry at you guys. You guys committed sin. Who do you sin against? Probably the Cathars, probably the Waldensians, probably those who led good lives, and you know they led good lives, but you kill them anyway. Okay? This leads to something called the Great Famine of 1315 to 1317. All right? And then this will lead to something called the 100 Years' War between France and England. Okay, so all of Europe right now they're either starving or they're at war. All right, and then this will create banditry. So you have these, mercenary groups, basically these packs of young men who go around killing people. All right, and what does it? The final thing is something called the Black Death, which lasts from 1346 to 1353. This will kill at least half of the European population. Okay, at least half of the European population. All right, so let's look at the Black Death. All right, it starts in a place called Kyrgyzstan today in Central Asia, and because of something called the Pax Mongolica. Remember, last class we talked about the Pax Mongolica, right? This disease was able to spread very quickly throughout the world, and because Europe at this time, it's poor, people are at war, people are starving, the plague decimates the population because people's immune systems are very weak, right? At least half of the people die, right? And at this point, people have lost faith in the Catholic Church. And so now you have rebellions going on, okay? Also, and this is really important, the Catholic Church in 1378, it splits apart. Remember, in 1045, the Catholic Church split away from the Orthodox Church. But in 1378, the Catholic Church itself divides into two. There are now two popes. The first pope is in Rome, and he's supported by the countries in blue, which is Sweden, Denmark, England, Poland, Hungary, and Italy itself. But you also have a pope in Avignon who is supported by France, which is a rising power in Europe at this time. Okay? So this causes people to lose even more faith in the Catholic Church. So now you start to have these rebellions going on. So you have something called the Dulcinians, and what they argue for, this is basically a revolutionary party. They argue for the fall of the church, the fall of feudalism, and they want to create an egalitarian society. Right? So in other words, these are proto-communists. Even at this stage in human history, people are longing for, they're nostalgic for a time when humans were free, open, and egalitarian. They want to destroy the hierarchy. They want to destroy the feudal order. Right? This is John Wycliffe. He is an Englishman. He is a theologian, widely respected. But he was critical of the church. And he wrote a lot of books promoting reform in the church. He believed that the priests had too much power. He believed that God should be returned to the people. And so he himself translated the Bible from Latin into the vernacular, into English, so that ordinary people can read it, okay? Eventually, the church deemed him a heretic. Okay, they called him a heretic. But the problem is, at this point, he's dead. So what they did was this: they dug up his body, and then they burned him at the stake. Okay, because that's what you do to heretics. He was already dead, but they burned him anyway. John Hus is a Czech. He was in a place called Bohemia, and he was preaching the same things. And as a result, they decided to call him a heretic and burn him at the stake. But this will lead to something called the Hussic Wars, when the local Bohemians will challenge the authority of the Catholic Church. Eventually, this rebellion, this war, will be crushed by the Catholic Church, but this will give way to another reformer by the name of Martin Luther. Okay? Martin Luther will start something called the Protestant Reformation, and this will end the authority of the Catholic Church in Northern Europe and begin a new age for Europe. All right? So we'll discuss Martin Luther and the Protestant Reformation next week. Okay. So let us conclude by answering the three questions. What are the Crusades? Why did they happen? Why did they stop? The Crusades, in the Western imagination, it's no different from the jihad in the Muslim imagination. It is a religious war. Okay? It's channeling all that religious energy against your opponent. Right? And the Crusades, even though technically they end in 1290, they will manifest themselves in the age of exploration and in the conquest of the New World, which is something we'll discuss later on. Right? Why did it happen? As I discussed, it happened because the Catholic Church had a legitimacy problem. The church was divided between East and West. There were the Muslims in Spain who are more open, more cosmopolitan. Jerusalem was controlled by the Muslims. There was internal dissent. So the church was trying to unite Christendom in order to channel the religious energy and fanaticism in order to consolidate its power and authority over Europe. Okay? And why did they stop? Well, they stopped mainly because Europe found itself in internal turmoil in the 14th century. But you can also argue, and I'll show you later on, they never really stopped. Okay? It's still going on today. The wars in the Middle East that you're seeing on the news, it's really still part of the crusading mentality. All right? Okay? Okay, so I know this is a lot, but any questions? Let's try to clarify some things that you didn't really understand. Yep?
So, could you clarify a bit with the Inquisition, like what people would do?
Okay, sure. All right, let's talk about the Inquisition, okay? Sorry. Okay. All right, the Inquisition. Sorry, let me. Why can't I open this? Oh, okay. All right, good. Okay, so. All right, so let me go over the Inquisition because it's very technical, okay? So in Europe at this time, there are two types of authority. There's something called clerical authority and something called secular authority. Clerical just means the church. Secular just means the nobility, the prince, who is in charge of that area. So the clerical authority passes judgment on you. Okay? It's only responsible for your spiritual life, not your physical life. The secular authority only cares about your physical life, not your spiritual life. Okay? That's where the division is. So the secular authorities are those who have the power to kill you. Okay? The secular authority are those who have the right, who have the power to declare you a heretic or unorthodox. All right? So what's happening during the Inquisition? Okay? So the Inquisition is trying to figure out the truth, okay, or the soul, right? Because it is possible that your religion, for example, if you're Cathar, that you can lie. Why? Because this world is fake. Who cares, right? I'm fake, you're fake. As long as your soul is pure, that's what matters. So you try to look for these Cathars, but they won't tell you the truth. But not only that, but the community was also protecting them. So what would happen is they knew you were going to come in and ask questions. You were basically like the police. You want to interrogate them, right? Well, before then, the community would get together and make up a lot of lies, okay, to protect the minority of Cathars within that community. All right? These are neighbors trying to protect each other. Okay, so what they would do is they would have these informants who tell them maybe 1 and 3, okay, person 1 and 3 in this community of 10, they are Cathars. So now the problem is, how do you find them out? Well, what you do is, like the police, you would interrogate them individually. And because the Dominicans were well educated, they could write everything down. Okay? They could write everything down. And they were tenacious. They were persistent. Because again, they think they're doing God's work. This is a crusade. They're trying to save people, right? So it's possible they stay in the community for like a year. And they might interview you once a week, right? If you're lying to them, eventually your story will fall apart. Okay? Does that make sense? And the trick is to make sure that you separate 1 and 3 from 2, 4, 5, 6. Okay, do you understand? Because during the Crusades, you didn't separate them. You killed everyone, okay, which is problematic. Because a lot of Crusaders didn't want to kill Catholics. They only want to kill Cathars. And then the Pope said, God will know his own. Right? I mean, like, let God decide who's a real Cathar, who's a real Catholic. All right? But you know, that felt unjust and unnecessary, right? So this was a much more precise, methodical way to figure out 1 and 3, and then you burn them at the stake. Okay? To send a message to the community, right? Because what you're really trying to do is threaten everyone else to cooperate. Okay? And then eventually, over time, people recognize that resistance is futile. These people are so persistent, they will figure out the truth. And then they'll punish the Cathars. So there's really no point in resisting. Okay? And again, remember, this is really important. The Cathars are only a small minority of people in southern France. Okay? Before, they were killing everyone in southern France, and this was uniting all of southern France against the Catholic Church. Now, because of the Inquisition, they're able to be much more precise. Does that make sense, Eva? Okay, great. Yep. Any more questions? Great question. Any more questions?
Can you explain a bit more about scapegoating?
Okay, yeah, okay. Scapegoating. All right. So in the Jewish religion, in Judaism, there's a ritual where the sins of the community will be put on a goat, okay? So basically, all the sins of the community of that year, it will all be placed in a goat. And then they will let the goat run away, or they might sacrifice the goat in order to cleanse the community of the sins, okay? So the idea of scapegoating is to blame someone else for your troubles, okay? Or to divert people's attention to something else that distracts them, all right? So remember, in the idea of feudalism, the conflict is between the small nobility, right, and the large peasantry. The peasants often were enslaved by the nobility. They were basically called serfs. And as you can imagine, people would get angry, okay? They would get frustrated. And if they rebelled, the nobility would have a problem, okay? First of all, there were a lot of peasants, so the nobility might get killed. But another problem is, this is your economy, right? This is your property. You don't want to burn on your own property, all right? So the idea of scapegoating is this. You have Jews who work as middlemen. They're the tax collectors. They're the people who manage the land. They're the merchants. So what you would do is this. You would now and then let the peasants kill the Jews. And you think of this as a ritual sacrifice. Just as in Judaism, they would ritually sacrifice a scapegoat in order to cleanse the community of its sins, right? Well, you would allow a ritual sacrifice of certain Jews in order to cleanse the peasants of their anger. Does that make sense? Like I know this is hard, and I know this is disgusting and wrong, but it is a very powerful political tool. And so you will see the idea of scapegoating throughout human history, right? So now that once the peasants have satisfied their anger on the Jews, they go back to work. Does that make sense, guys? All right. So, Echo, is that clear? Okay, great. Great question. Okay. Any more questions?
I was wondering, like, you mentioned the church has some punishment, like the eternal damnation. Is it just, how do they do punishment? Like, just burn people?
Okay, no. So in this religion, this world doesn't matter. What matters is once you die. Okay? So everyone, while alive, is thinking like, how do I ensure a peaceful, happy afterlife? Okay? And the Catholic Church is what allows you to have a happy afterlife. Okay? But if you piss off the Catholic Church can tell you that, nope, you're going to burn in hell. Okay? So the priority then is to be on good terms with the Catholic Church. And that's how you ensure eternal salvation. Okay?
So they just simply tell you that you'll go to hell?
Yeah, it's a religion. It's a belief system. It's a worldview, okay? Remember, religion is the culture, which is the worldview. Right? Right? And this is what people believe. All right? So in China, people believe that if I get good grades in school, I'll go to good university, and then I'll have a really good life. Right? That's a religion. That's a belief system. It's not necessarily true, but that's what people believe. And that's what drives their actions. That's why your parents make you study so hard. All right, good. Is that clear? Okay, good. Any more questions? Great questions, guys. But any more questions? Yeah, so I need you guys to really know this material because we will have to use this material in future classes. Okay, so next week we start the Renaissance. Okay, the Renaissance will take us to the Protestant Reformation. All right. Okay, good morning. So today, this morning, we are doing the Renaissance. Specifically, we are asking the question, how the Renaissance? How did the Renaissance start? Because the Renaissance was an intellectual revolution in Europe that would ultimately change the fate of Europe. Okay, guys? The Renaissance was a reimagining of classical Greece in a Christian European context. Okay, so what the Renaissance is going to do is combine classical Greece with Christian Europe, and it's going to create modernity. All right, so the ideas, the values that underpin modernity, the world we live in today, starts with the Renaissance. Okay, so the question we are looking at this morning is, how did the Renaissance start? Okay, and there are lots of very different theories. And what scholars today believe is it was a perfect storm of cultural, historical, academic trends. Okay, so let's look at the main factors. The first is the decline of Constantinople. So for hundreds of years, Constantinople was the epicenter of European culture. It is the heir to the Greco-Roman legacy. But as the Ottoman Turks start to encroach on Byzantine territory, a lot of the scholars, a lot of the major thinkers of the Byzantine Empire, they start to shift back to Europe. And they bring with them Plato, Aristotle. Okay? So that's one major factor. The Crusades. The Crusades, remember we discussed the last class, It was a time when Europeans encountered the Muslim world at mass. And as a result, they absorbed a lot of the culture and politics of the Islamic Golden Age. Then there was the fact that in Italy, you had many different city-states in competition with each other. And as we discussed in many classes before, when you have that, you have something called open cooperative competition, which leads to innovation, okay? Also, what's really important for us to remember is that because these city-states were always at war with each other, everyone was a participant in history. Remember, if you are in an imperial bureaucracy, if you're a bureaucrat, you can sort of stand outside of history and observe history. But if you're a participant in history, then you are fighting wars. You're participating in politics. Okay? You're always thinking about the relevance of your theory to reality. The three major city-states of Italy that will give rise to the Renaissance are Florence, Venice, and Genoa. Venice and Genoa are known for their slave trade. Okay, so they're trading slaves with the Muslim world, and through this trade, they're bringing back the books, the ideas, the values of the Islamic world into Europe. As well, because of this trade and commerce, these three city-states become extremely wealthy, and that allows them to patronize the arts. So you have the rise of a merchant elite in Florence. The family is called the Medicis, okay? Why this is important is previous elites were either of the warrior class or the priest class. If you're a warrior class, you win your legitimacy by fighting the battlefield. If you're a priest, your legitimacy comes from God or the gods. But if you're a merchant elite, the question then is, where does your legitimacy come from? And so because of this question, the Medicis are forced to patronize a lot of the arts. They will patronize the individuals including Da Vinci, Raphael, Michelangelo, basically the major artists of the Renaissance. Okay? At this time, from 1305 to 1378, there are actually two popes in Europe. There's a crisis of legitimacy and authority in the Catholic Church. The Pope moves to Avignon, and therefore the Pope doesn't really have authority over Italy. You also have the rise of universities and monasteries. Universities and monasteries are places of theological debate and discussion. And they store the classics, and this is where a lot of new ideas will come from. And then the last factor to think about is in 1440, around then, a man named Gutenberg, he will invent the printing press. And the printing press allows for the rapid dissemination of literacy and knowledge. Okay? So what scholars believe is these various factors will coalesce into the Renaissance and mark an intellectual revolution in Europe. Right? Now, the thing that you will remember about my teaching in this class is I disagree with scholarship. I think there's one factor that they're missing out, and it's the main factor in the creation of the Renaissance. I believe I will argue to you today that Dante, the Divine Comedy, is what ultimately sparked the Renaissance. Without Dante, the Renaissance, this revolution, would not have been possible. Okay? So this class, I'm going to present you the scholarly mainstream argument, and then I will present my argument, which is that Dante is most responsible for the Renaissance. Okay? A basic fact that we need to remember. If you look at all the major figures of the Renaissance, okay, including Raphael, Galileo, Boccaccio, Michelangelo, okay, the person who was born the earliest is actually Dante, okay, in 1265. So that is a good clue to suggest that perhaps it was Dante that sparked the Renaissance, that he's the secret sauce that made the Renaissance possible, okay? And throughout this class, I will make you this argument. But first, let's just go over through the scholarly mainstream argument. Okay, so first thing to remember is that before the Renaissance, Europe was connected with Africa, Asia, and the Middle East through these dense trade networks. As we discussed previously, the three main city-states that are involved in global trade are Venice, okay, Genoa, and Florence. Venice and Genoa are the ones who benefit the most from this trade because they are by the coast, and they're the ones that are most strategically located to benefit from this trade. Okay? And this trade, mainly slave trade actually, so Genoa and Venice will engage mainly in slave trade. Florence will not engage in slave trade. It will engage mainly in wool. Okay? Wool. So this is Venice, and the slave trade made Venice extremely prosperous. This is Florence in around the 15th century. Okay, so one thing to remember about Italy at this point is that it is divided into warring city-states. Okay? And as a result, they're always in competition with each other. They're always at war with each other. And as we discussed previously, this scenario will drive innovation in Europe. Okay? Mainly commercial innovation. By about the year 1000, as we discussed last class, Europe is now prosperous and they are engaging in commercial trade. The problem is, how do you facilitate trade, right? So for example, if England has a lot of cotton and then France has a lot of bananas, what if England doesn't want bananas? Well, England and France cannot trade with each other. So the only way to get around this is by creating a currency that everyone wants. And the currency that everyone wants is gold. So in Florence, they create something called the gold florin, which is the currency of Florence. But because it is so prestigious, because it's mainly gold, everyone wants it. And so the gold florin becomes the currency of European trade. And the family that most benefits from the status of the florin is the Medici family, okay? So this is Cosimo, basically the founding patriarch of the family. And so what he will do is he will pool the resources of rich people in Florence and to create a bank, meaning if you're a merchant, you can borrow from this bank. And what he will do is he will set up branches all throughout Europe in order to facilitate and underwrite European trade, okay? And obviously, he gets a cut of all this trade. And as a result, the Medici family become tremendously wealthy. And they create the Medici dynasty. From this family, 4 popes will emerge. Okay? 4 popes will emerge. They will eventually take over Florence and create their own monarchy. As we discussed, if you're a merchant family, you have a legitimacy problem. You didn't win the title, you didn't win your wealth on the battlefield, you don't represent God. All you have is a lot of money. So in order to legitimize themselves, they will go on a massive spending spree in order to make Florence the cultural capital of Europe. Okay, so they will, first of all, fund these massive agricultural projects. The most famous church in Florence is called the Santa Maria dei Fiori. It's still there. You guys can still visit it. It's the 4th largest church in the world. It's absolutely stunning, okay? Here's another view of the church and the city of Florence. And it's still there today. If you fly to Florence, you will still see this picture, okay? It is incredibly well preserved. This is what inside the church looks like, all right? They will also patronize artists. The most famous artists of this time were patronized by the Medici family. So Michelangelo actually lived with the Medici family for a while. And of course, he's most famous for a painting called The Creation of Adam, which we will discuss. Okay? The Creation of Adam. He's also famous for the statue of David. All right? You also have Da Vinci, who is considered the archetypal Renaissance man. When you think of the Renaissance, you think of Da Vinci, okay? So these are some of his paintings. He is a remarkable genius. He is what we call a polymath, which means that he dabbles or he's interested in every single field of human knowledge. The sciences, philosophy, poetry, art, music, everything. And he takes all these different disciplines and combines them into his art. Okay? This is one of his most famous paintings, The Last Supper. And this painting, I will show you, is a work of genius. Okay? So later on, we will actually discuss The Last Supper. But first, I introduce it to you here. This is the School of Athens by Raphael, one of the most famous paintings in the world. You also have Botticelli, Donatello. And again, these are the most famous artists of the Renaissance, and the Medicis patronized every single one of them. Later on in this class, we'll actually discuss these paintings. But as the Medici are patronizing art and culture in Florence, the printing press is being invented by Gutenberg in Germany. And the printing press, it marks a revolution of literacy in Europe. Okay? This is a picture of what a printing shop looks like. Okay? So think about this. So the printing press first arrives in Venice in 1469. Only 30 years later, there are 417 printing presses in a city. Think of these as publishing houses. All right? In the first 50 years, there are 20 million volumes of books that are printed in Europe. So the printing press is a revolution of literacy and knowledge in Europe that democratizes knowledge. Everyone now has access to Plato, Aristotle, the Bible. And what they're reading are some of the major thinkers of the Renaissance. So in terms of poetry, there are three major poets. There's Dante, there's Petrarch, and there's Boccaccio. All right? You also have Niccolo Machiavelli, who we still read today. His most famous work is called The Prince. And The Prince is really one of the first political treatises in the world. The question then is, how do you best govern a state? And today we remember The Prince for its strategy, for its almost amoral strategy on how to rule a state. What we need to remember is that Machiavelli himself, during this time, he was a strident Democrat. He believed that the people needed to have a say over the affairs of Florence. And as a result, he came into conflict with the Medicis, who tortured him. Okay? But he wrote The Prince in order to raise awareness about politics. He believed that if we are to have a well-functioning republic, then everyone needs to understand how politics works. Okay? And then you also have, from Florence, Galileo, who we will discuss next week. He is the father of science. Okay? So these are the major thinkers of the Renaissance. The philosophy, the value system that underpins all this artistic production is the idea of humanism. Okay? So what is humanism? And how is it different from Christianity? Okay? So these are the three major differences, guys. Okay? So let's look at them. If you're a Christian, the Catholic Church for the longest time struggled with what is the nature, what is the idea of God. Okay? And humanists concern themselves with what is the story of humans. Okay, do you guys understand? This is the major revolution in the intellect brought on by the Renaissance. A transition from a focus on ideas to a focus on stories. Second major difference is Christians always ask, how do I save my soul? How do I ensure that I go to heaven? But humanists ask, how do I flourish? How do I make the most out of my talents? How do I have the best possible life on earth? Okay? So the Greek word is eudaimonia. All right? So humanism is actually a return to the values and belief systems of classical Greece. Now, the last major difference is Christians always ask, how can we best serve God? How can we best obey God? But humanists ask, how do we achieve goodness? How do we make the world we live in today beautiful and truthful? Okay? So these are the three major differences that separate Christians from humanists. And what humanism will represent is a radical reorientation of focus from the afterworld into the here and now. Okay? Christians care about what happens in heaven. Humanists care about what happens today. How do we make the most out of today? How do we make the world a better place? Okay? Does that make sense to you guys? All right. So, having said that, let's understand concretely how this transition happened. It happened mainly through art. Okay? So, the main transition to emphasize is a transition from a focus on ideas to a focus on stories. So what do I mean by that? Okay, let's look at some classical Greek sculptures. If you look at some Greek sculptures, the thing that stands out is the motion, the tension, the emotion in the sculptures, right? There's a story being told. You can almost feel that this person is alive and thinking. All right? You can almost go into this person's character. It's a story. This sculpture is actually even more obvious, right? Within the sculpture, there's a story taking place. It's almost like you're watching a movie. And what your mind does when it's looking at the sculpture, when it is in conversation with the sculpture, it is imagining what happens before and after. You are making the sculpture alive with your imagination. Okay? So that's classical Greece. By the time we hit medieval Christianity, the very concept of art changes. It becomes more of an idea. Okay? So this is from the Carolingian Renaissance. Okay? So basically the beginning of the Holy Roman Empire. And as you can see, the artwork, it's much more static. Okay? There's not really a story here. What's being conveyed to you is an idea. You don't really have to imagine what's going on because there's really no space for you to imagine what's going on. Okay? So the main artwork during the medieval Christian period are stained glass windows. So you go inside a church and you see pictures on the windows. And what these are almost like visual aids. So when the priest is talking about the stories of the Bible, he's using these pictures to illustrate his point. Because remember, at this point, most people are illiterate. Because of these stained glass windows, the effect that is created in the observer is blinding and awesome. Remember, these are windows, and they're high up in the church. So the light is coming through. It makes the pictures wholly illuminated with light. It's awesome. You're forced to stand back. But it's also blinding. Blinding just means that it's hard for you to imagine what's going on. The purpose of this artwork is to make you submit before the power of God, for you to understand the awesomeness of God. Okay? Does that make sense? You're not here to participate, you're here to submit. All right? So as you can see, this is a church. You can see how the light comes in, and it blinds you. Right? And it's hard for you to really participate in the artwork. So this is the idea of medieval Christianity. The idea that you, through artwork, you are trying to represent the eternity, the awesomeness, the mystery that is God. All right? By the time we hit the Renaissance, the attitude is completely different. Okay, this is Da Vinci's The Last Supper. And from blinding and awesome, we go to compelling and curious. What this means is, compelling means that you are drawn into the picture. All right? Why? Because of depth, okay? Meaning the picture moves backwards and it moves forwards. And because of this motion, you are drawn into the picture. Look at this table, right? Look at this table. It's not a complete table. It's much too small for 13 people to eat. It's much too thin, right? So what your eye believes is this table is expanding outwards. And so you are part of this picture. Does that make sense? Okay? And also, it's curious because clearly within this picture, there's a lot of tension. You see how these different groups are in discussion, okay? And they're all focused on Jesus. So this is the picture, the artwork of the Last Supper. In the Last Supper, which appears in the Bible, Jesus reveals that someone has betrayed them. There's someone, his name is Judas Iscariot. He has betrayed them, and the next day, Jesus will be arrested and he will be crucified. And once Jesus announces this, everyone becomes anxious. Is it me? Is it me? Am I the betrayer? Okay? There's a lot of tension in this picture. And as you can see, it's a radical departure. This very painting is a radical departure from medieval Christian art. If you look at previous medieval Christian art, okay, below, first of all, it's much more static. It's much more organized. There's not that much tension in the picture. And what's most important is the idea of holiness. You see this halo surrounding each person in the picture, right? It shows you that these are divine figures. What Leonardo da Vinci has done, which is very important, is he's really taking out the humanity in the picture. There are no halos. What's left is the humanity. Okay? These are first and foremost humans, not divine figures. Okay, so this is another picture previously. So there's much more detail, but as you can see, not as much tension, not as much drama as in Da Vinci's. All right, and this is the most recent. Okay, this is the most recent. Now, in this artwork, Judas Iscariot stands out from the rest. And so that signals him as the betrayer. But in Da Vinci's work, it's not obvious who is the betrayer. Everyone is afraid that he or she is the betrayer. Okay? And then what this does is it forces you to investigate. It forces you, the observer, to observe the details in order to figure out who is who. All right? What's amazing about this picture is the focus on human anatomy, facial expressions. Right? You see the tensions in the neck. You see the hand gestures. So what Da Vinci believed is that the hand motions, they are a window into the soul of a person. Okay, if you want to understand how a person thinks, you see how he or she uses the hands. Okay, and you can see how the hands are all in different motions, which signifies different personalities, different thoughts inside that person. And again, you're forced to investigate. All right, you can see the anxiety, the stress, the drama in each of the faces. Da Vinci was first and foremost an astute observer of emotions. Okay? How emotions are expressed through the face, through body tension, through breathing, through the eyes. The man who ultimately responsible for the betrayal is Judas Iscariot. And you can see how Dante with subtlety emphasizes his betrayal, right? Okay, so you can see how he's darker than the other individuals. So he's turning away from the light. He's betrayed God by turning away from the light. Okay? Also, in his hand, he's clutching some silver coins. Okay? And you can see his neck. His neck is being emphasized. Why? Because of the tension in his neck. Okay? He can't breathe. Everyone else is anxious. You're talking. But he cannot bring himself to talk. So all the tension is captured in his neck. Okay? All right? So you see all the subtlety here, right? Okay. Something really fun about the Last Supper is it becomes the basis for a very famous book called the Da Vinci Code. And the Da Vinci Code is a very popular book, no scholarship. It's just meant for entertainment. What it argues is that Jesus did not die. Jesus died, but before he died, he married his lover, who is Mary Magdalene. Okay, and so this picture becomes one of the sources for the book. So previously, scholars have believed that this person is one of the apostles, but when you look at him, okay, it turns out it's almost a she, right? Okay? And if you look at how Jesus and this person is stationed, it creates an M shape, right? An M can mean married, but it stands for their closeness together. So people speculate that these two are married. And by doing this, what Dante is really emphasizing is the humanity of Jesus. Jesus is first and foremost a human. Okay? So this is interesting, guys. Okay? Scholars don't really agree with this analysis, but it becomes the basis of the Da Vinci Code, which is a really fun book. All right. Something that scholars do believe is the mathematics. So if you look at where the hands and the bread are, and you map it onto a music sheet, you can actually play the music. Okay? It's designed to be musical. Also, look at the configuration. It's a 3-3-1-3-3 configuration, okay? It turns out, if you look at the Bible and you look for the passage 33-1-33, you get this quotation in Lamentations, okay, in the Bible. It says, "For no one is cast off by the Lord forever. Though he brings grief, he will show compassion. So great is his unfailing love, for he does not willingly bring affliction or grief to anyone." And so the idea here is that God will always love you. God is love. God is incapable of hating you. Okay? He will always find a way to forgive you. And if you remember from last semester, this is the very idea of the Divine Comedy. Okay? Leonardo da Vinci is getting this idea from Dante. And this idea is the backbone of the Last Supper. Jesus knows he's been betrayed by Judas Iscariot. But look at him, okay? Let's go back and look at him. He's calm. He's reassured. He's already forgiven Judas Iscariot. All right? There's no hatred in him. There's no anger. The anger and the hatred is everyone else. All right? So that's the Last Supper. And as you can see, it is heavily influenced by Dante. All right. This is the most famous painting in the world, the Mona Lisa. It has captured the imagination of millions of people. Millions of people every year will go to France, the Louvre, to stand in line just so they can spend 10 seconds to look at this picture, okay? What makes this picture remarkable is it's secretly alive. Dante spent 16 years crafting this in a way that by just talking with it, by moving around in conversation with it, it becomes alive. So when you just look at it directly, Mona Lisa isn't really doing anything. She's just smiling. She's neutral in her expression, right? But if you turn away from her, what happens is this. What happens is she starts off a smile. Okay? She starts off a smile. So your eyes play tricks on you. When you move away from the picture, what happens is your peripheral vision still picks up the picture, but the expression is different, okay? So this is the central vision. We just look at her directly. But as you move further away from her, she smiles. Okay? So what is this saying? What this is saying is the art is alive if you engage with it. Okay? Art is not meant to be blinding and awesome. It's meant to be here and now. Only if you participate in the art does it become alive. Only when it becomes alive does it achieve its true meaning. Okay? So this is the Mona Lisa. All right, let's look at the School of Athens by Raphael. The actual name for this painting is actually not School of Athens. It's actually called Philosophy. And the reason why is it was commissioned by Pope Julius II of the Vatican in order to decorate his papal apartments. So if you go inside his papal apartments today, there are 4 major frescoes, paintings. The first is called Philosophy, and then right beside Philosophy is called Religion. Okay? So religion and philosophy balance each other out. They are dependent on each other. And then across the wall are 2 more paintings, Poetry and Law. All right? So that's the very ideal of the Renaissance. Open-mindedness, exploration, and holistic learning. All right, so let's look at this painting. First of all, at the very center are 2 figures, Plato and Aristotle. How do we know? Because they're holding 2 books. This is a Timaeus by Plato, where he discusses the realm of the forms. Remember before in class we discussed Platonic philosophy, right? And how Plato conceptualizes heaven. God is a form of the good, and then from the good will emanate concepts, truth, beauty, justice, which will then give rise to perfect forms. Okay? And so this is argued in his book Timaeus. Aristotle, his most famous book is called Ethics, How to Lead a Good Life. What's amazing about this picture is you can see that these 2 are having a debate. So first thing is Plato is pointing upwards. Okay? What he's saying is the real world, what matters is heaven. And what Aristotle is saying, no, what matters is down here on earth. Okay? Aristotle is concerned about earthly matters. Also, look at their colors. So Plato is wearing white and red. White symbolizes air, red symbolizes fire, right? These are spiritual colors. But Aristotle is wearing blue, which signifies water. And then he's also wearing brown, which signifies the earth. Okay? So they're having this debate. And this debate is, as we discussed previously, it is what underpins the debate within Western philosophy even today. Okay? Now, what's amazing is that as the 2 are walking, all right, they're splitting the world into 2, right? There are those philosophers who support Aristotle and they focus on earthly matters. And then there are people who support Plato who focus on spiritual matters, on discovering the secrets of the universe. All right? Aristotle is concerned about everyday science, on uncovering the secrets of a reality. Okay, so they're split into 2. And as you can see, there's depth to this painting. Okay, there's a sky to the back. There are these arches. And so it's extending forward. And so we're being drawn into the picture. That's the power of depth and perception. This is Pythagoras. You will know him from Pythagoras' theorem. But he's first and foremost a spiritualist. He's concerned about mysticism. He's concerned about God. This is Euclid, okay, who is one of the inventors of geometry. Right? And here he's focused on using science, using logic, using deduction to teach his students. You also have in the picture many different personalities. You have Zoroaster, who is the founder of Zoroastrianism, okay, the religion of Persia. You have Ptolemy, who investigated how the planets move. All right? And as you can see, Zoroaster, can you see this picture clearly? Okay, this is more clear. Zoroaster is concerned with the heavens, with spiritual matters. Ptolemy is concerned with the earth, with our reality. All right? So this is Raphael acknowledging that there are two different realities. There's the material reality, but then there's also a spiritual reality, and they're both important. All right? Now, what's amazing here is that Raphael, this is Raphael actually, this is a self-portrait of Raphael, he will actually engage in the conversation. He will listen in. He will insert himself in the painting. Okay? Now, remember that Christianity focuses on the idea of humility, on self-negation, or removing yourself from the world. But Raphael is reinserting himself into the world and celebrating his curiosity, celebrating his humanity. Okay? And where does he get this idea from? From Dante, right? Because Dante makes himself the hero of the Divine Comedy. He makes himself the focus of the Divine Comedy. And to go back to the conversation between Plato and Aristotle, look at this, okay? This is a visual representation of the Divine Comedy. Because remember, in the Divine Comedy, Virgil and Dante are engaged in a vigorous debate about the nature of love, about the nature of sin, right? Okay? So this is representing the Divine Comedy. The structure is the same as the Divine Comedy. They're also, as they walk from purgatory, from Inferno to purgatory, they're also talking to other historical figures as well. All right? So this is directly inspired by Dante. Does this make sense to you guys? Okay. Okay, so this is Raphael. Okay, so not only does Raphael insert himself into the picture, he also inserts his friend Michelangelo. Okay, this is Michelangelo. Michelangelo is known for being reclusive. He's known for not enjoying the company of others. And Michelangelo here, he's conflated with another historical figure, a philosopher named Heraclitus, who is also known for not enjoying the company of others. Okay? So this picture just shows you the immense diversity of human thought and human personality. It's a celebration of what it means to be human, okay? So these paintings leave us with a fundamental question. All right? We can now see the radical differences between Christian art and Renaissance art. So now the question then is, how did Dante spark the confident self-exploration and triumphant self-expression of the Renaissance? If you look at the art, it is confident. It is triumphant, okay? It's celebrating what it means to be human. And what I will show you now is, what he will do is, he will reimagine our relationship with God, which is the fundamental question of Europe at this time. Okay, so most people, they're grappling with three major questions, especially intellectuals. The first question is, what is God? Okay? What is the idea? What is the nature of God? Second question is, what is the nature of the relationship between God and humans? What did God create us? What is our responsibility to God? Okay? And the last question is, how can we best worship God? Meaning, how can we best ensure our divinity? How can we best ensure that we will rise to heaven? All right? So these are the three fundamental questions underlying Christian society at this point. All right? So, you can take these three questions and just ask one question, really, which is, why did Jesus have to die? Why was Jesus crucified? Okay, this is the crucifixion, okay? Why is it that the Son of God, the Messiah, had to die? And this idea was first understood and discussed by Paul, okay? And Paul's idea is this. God created us and gave us paradise. Okay, this is Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. But because we were arrogant, because we were proud, we wanted to become God, we wanted to eat that fruit from the tree of knowledge, which would make us like God. And because we disobeyed God, God had no choice but to banish us from the Garden of Eden, okay? And So why did Jesus have to come to earth and sacrifice himself? Because without God, we humans can only commit more and more sin. So to redeem us and to beg for forgiveness from God, Jesus came down and sacrificed himself. Okay? And his sacrifice made God relent and forgive us. And so now we are cleansed of our sins, and now we can begin anew. Right? That's the idea that Paul is presenting, why Jesus is the Messiah and why he had to kill himself. The problem, though, is as Christianity grows and grows, the divinity of Christ, the divinity of Jesus, expands. Before, he was just a human who was favored by God, then became the Son of God. But by the time of a man named Tertullian, who lived about the 2nd century, he argued for the Holy Trinity, which is that God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit are separate but equal. Jesus is God. Okay? Now you have a problem now. If Jesus is truly God, then why did God have to kill himself? We can understand if Jesus is the Son of God, Jesus kills himself to beg for his Father's forgiveness. That makes sense. All right? But if Jesus is God, then why did he have to kill himself? Okay? This is now causing a lot of confusion. So another Christian theologian by the name of Origen, okay, so this is the Trinity, right? By the name of Origen, his explanation is something called the ransom theory. All right? And the theory goes like this. When we were cast off from the Garden of Eden, we became subject to Satan, the devil. We became slaves to the devil. Remember, it was Satan, the devil, who tempted Eve to eat that fruit, right? And when she ate that fruit, she now swears allegiance to the devil. We are now slaves to the devil. We are now his property. So the only way for God to redeem us is by ransoming us from Satan, by offering something so valuable that Satan is willing to make a trade, right? So what did God offer? God offered his life. The trick, though, is that God cannot be killed because God is eternal and perfect. So God tricked Satan. But what's really important to understand is this. Before, we were slaves to Satan. But because God made this trade, we are now slaves to God. Okay? We are now slaves to God. And this very idea will be expanded and elaborated by Augustine in order to create the intellectual blueprint for the Catholic Church. All right? This idea of the ransom theory. All right. So remember, the city of God, Augustine will say certain things. And it's really important for us to remember what he said in the city of God. Okay? The main idea is that because God ransomed us, we are now his slaves. And therefore, we must obey him. We must submit. All right? So let's go over what he says, Augustine. First thing he says is, when man lives by the standard of man, when we trust ourselves, when we use our imagination, when we use our intuition, and not by the standard of God. The standard of God is to submit to him, to obey him. He is like the devil, okay? You understand? When we use our imagination, when we use our intuition, we are like Satan. At our core is the essence of Satan. It is only by submitting ourselves to God that we are freed from the influence of Satan, okay? Could anything but pride happen the start of the evil will? Why did we disobey God? Why did we eat that fruit? Because we want to become God. So there's an arrogance, there's a pride to us that is the essence of Satan, okay? Satan fell from heaven because of his pride. If we just trust our nature, we will also fall like Satan. His was a venial transgression when he refused to desert his life's companion, even though the refusal entailed companionship in sin. Eve was tempted by the devil. But Adam ate the fruit because of his love for Eve. Therefore, love can only misguide you. Love can only trick you. Love can only lead you to an evil path. Okay? Do not trust your intuition. Do not trust your imagination. But most importantly, do not trust your love of others, especially women. Okay? The will derives its existence as a nature from its creation by God. Its falling away from its true being is due to its creation out of nothing. Okay? So why are we like the devil? Why can't we trust ourselves? Because we were created out of dust. We were created out of nothing. All right? If we're an angel, we're created by God, and therefore we are perfect. But because we're created out of dust, we are inherently flawed. Okay? So we must not trust ourselves. We must refuse who we are. We must deny who we are and submit ourselves to the glory that is God. All right? We see the two cities were created by two kinds of love. The earthly city was created by self-love, reaching the point of contempt for God. When we love ourselves, we disobey God. And that's what explains the world we live in today. This world is evil because of our pride, because of our self-love, because of love for others. But the heavenly city, by the love of God, carried as far as contempt of self. When we deny who we are, when we submit fully to God, we can create a perfect world. We can achieve heaven. Okay? So, again, this is the very idea for the Catholic Church. Self-denial, self-negation. Okay? Now, you can think about this and understand now why the Islamic world raced ahead of Europe. Because in Europe, people were paralyzed. People were afraid to do anything because they couldn't really trust themselves. Okay? But eventually, the contrast between the Islamic world and the European Christian world was so great that even the Catholic Church had to admit there were problems with the theology of Augustine. Okay? If you ask people to deny who they are and to submit themselves completely to the power of the church, it leads to corruption, stagnation, and inequality. Okay? So there are some major reforms undertaken by the church in response to this. One major reform are the creation of the university system. So this is the University of Paris, which is chartered in 1200. This today is called the Sorbonne, okay, which is the most famous university in France and in Europe, basically. One of the most famous professors of theology at the University of Paris is Thomas Aquinas. And the Thomas Aquinas, he's a saint in the Catholic Church. His importance is he's trying to revise Augustine for a Europe in conflict with Islam. Okay? What he's really trying to do is he's trying to take the pure Platonic world of Augustine and combine it with Aristotelian science and logic and reason. He's trying to combine faith and reason. Okay? And so he's trying to update the Catholic Church. But ultimately, he doesn't succeed. And the reason why is people don't really understand what he's trying to do. Also, Augustine has been in power for like centuries. And so he's really become part of the culture, the milieu of Europe. Okay? He's in the air you breathe. That's the power of culture. The man who will ultimately free Europe from the grasp of Augustine is actually Dante. And Dante will do so through his poetry. Through his poetry, he's going to reimagine the human relationship with God. Okay? So, in the Divine Comedy, he will make certain assertions. The first major assertion is this. Okay, guys, let's read together. The greatest gift to the magnanimity of God as he created gave the gift most suited to his goodness, gift that he most prizes was the freedom of the will. Okay? So what this is saying is this. When God created us to show his generosity, to show that he is perfect, to show his goodness, he gave us the gift that only God can give us, the gift that he most prizes, which is the freedom from him. All right? You are of God, but now you are free of God. You can do whatever you want. All right? So that's one of the central ideas of the Divine Comedy. That what makes us fundamentally human is freedom of the will, that we can choose the life we lead. Right? All right. So let's study the Divine Comedy. This is going to be Canto 7 of Paradise. And in this canto, Beatrice, remember they're both in heaven, Beatrice and Dante are engaged in an intellectual discussion. And the question that they're trying to figure out is, why did Jesus have to kill himself? Okay? Remember, before Paul suggested it was to redeem us from the original sin, and then Origen suggested the idea of the ransom theory. Okay, God had to redeem us, ransom us from Satan. Now, what Dante is going to do is he's going to propose a new theory, and this new theory is going to radically reimagine our relationship with God. Okay, so let's look at this very closely. You say, this is Beatrice talking to Dante, what I've heard is clear to me, but this is hidden from me. Why God willed precisely this pathway for redemption, okay? Okay, God wants to save us, but why did God have to kill himself? That's the question here. That makes no sense, okay? If you're non-Christian, it's almost impossible to explain to someone else who is not a Christian why Jesus had to die, all right? It makes no sense. Brother, this ordinance is buried from the eyes of everyone whose intellect has not matured within the flame of love. Okay? And Beatrice is making this argument, which is like, you can only understand this if you truly love someone. It's only through love that you can acquire wisdom. You can acquire empathy and imagination. Right? The godly goodness that has banished every envy from its own self burns in itself, and sparkling so, it shows eternal beauties. Remember, last semester we discussed the nature of God. God is love itself. There can be no hate, there can be no envy, there can be no blemishes within the nature of God. Okay? All that derives directly from this goodness is everlasting, since the seal of goodness impresses an imprint that never alters. So God, when God creates, what he creates is also perfect. Only man's sin annul man's liberty, makes him unlike the highest good, so that in him the brightness of his light is dimmed. Okay? So God is in us. God is the light that burns in us and allows us to love others. When we love others, the brightness burns brighter. The light burns brighter. Okay? That's how we celebrate God, by loving others. We also have the freedom of the will. Okay, so these are the two things that God has given us. Freedom to choose, freedom to lead the lives we want to live, and as well as the power to love and to imagine. But these things come in conflict when we choose to do bad. When we choose to disobey, when we choose to commit sin, we are turning away from God and therefore dampening the brightness in us. Okay? We are purposely stuffing out the flame in us. And man cannot regain his dignity unless where sin left emptiness, man fills that void with just amends for evil pleasure. Okay? So when you commit sin, you must make amends. You must force yourself. You must choose to go on the proper path and make amends. But for when your nature sins so totally within its seed, then from these dignities, just as from paradise, that nature parted. Okay, sometimes you could commit a sin that's so terrible, the light leaves you. And that's when we disobeyed God in the Garden of Eden. That sin, the original sin, was so terrible that Adam doomed all his progeny to darkness. Okay? And they could never be regained if you consider carefully by any way that did not pass across one of these two fords. Okay? So how do we forgive? How do we ask for forgiveness? Okay? There are two possibilities. Either through nothing other than his mercy, God had to pardon man, or of himself, man had to proffer payment for his father. Okay? So there are two ways for us to get that light back in us, to redeem ourselves in the eyes of God. The first way is if God just forgives us. If God says, I'm perfect, I'm total perfectness, I forgive you. Because that's what I do, I forgive you. To show mercy. That's one possibility. But when he does that, the problem is we've learned nothing. We haven't grown. Okay? Another possibility is if we figure out a way to redeem ourselves, if we make amends, if we give God all the gold in the world, okay? But because our crime was so great, because we denied the love of God, nothing we do, there's nothing we could give God that would redeem us from our sin. Okay? That's a conflict here. That's a paradox. God cannot forgive us because if he did so, we would not grow and learn. And there's nothing we can do to redeem ourselves in the eyes of God because our crime was so great. So that's the paradox. Man in his limits could not recompensate. For no obedience, no humility he offered later could have been so deep that it could match the heights he meant to reach through disobedience. Man lacked the power to offer satisfaction by himself. We want to kill God. That was the original sin. We wanted to eat that fruit, become God, and then kill God, and become God itself. That's the greatest crime. So how can you redeem yourself? How can you ask for forgiveness if the crime is to kill God? Right? For God showed greater generosity in giving his own self that men might be able to rise than if he simply pardoned. Okay? So for thousands of years, God had to think of a way to redeem us, to forgive us, but at the same time ensure we would not do anything like this ever again. Okay? And the path he chose was to sacrifice himself. For every other means fell short of justice except the way whereby the Son of God humbled himself when he became incarnate. Okay? So I'm going to use a metaphor to explain this idea. It's not a great metaphor, but I think this will illustrate what Beatrice is saying here about God. Let's just say I have a daughter named Eve. I have a favorite dog named Johnny. I love Johnny and I love Eve. I love both, okay? And I say to Eve, Johnny is my favorite dog. You're my favorite daughter. I love you both. Okay? Eve, because she's young and she's stupid, she decides, I only want my father to love me. So Eve purposefully kills my dog, Johnny. All right? Now, what do? I'm Eve's father. If I just say, Eve, don't worry about it. You're young. It was a mistake. Eve is probably going to go hurt someone else, right? I have to teach her a lesson. But if I hit her or I punish her, then that might suggest to Eve, I don't really love her. Okay, does that make sense? That's a paradox here. That's a conflict. And so what I choose to do after many weeks of intense thinking is I choose to punish myself on behalf of Eve. Okay? I take a bat and I hit myself, or I take a whip and I hit myself, and then my hand is bleeding, and Eve watches this. And you can see that when Eve sees this, she has to cry. She has to cry and feel remorse for what she did. And she also cries because she knows I truly love her. Okay? So that's what Beatrice is saying here. God loves us so much that he's willing to do everything in order to teach us to be better human beings. Okay? That's the power of God. All right. So the conversation continues, and this story makes sense, but it's also going to create a lot of problems. Okay? One major problem is, if God created us, and God loves us, why are we making mistakes? Why are we dying? Why are we in pain? Okay? And this is what Beatrice says. You say, I see that water, see that fire and air and earth and all that they compose come to corruption and endure so briefly. Okay? So in this world there is death, there is dying, there's pain, there's suffering. Why is that? And yet these too were things created. If what has been said above is true, then these things never should be subject to corruption. If whatever God creates is perfect, then things shouldn't die. All right? Brother, the angels in the pure country where you are now, these may be said to be created as they are in all their being. Okay? Yes, it is true that God created everything in this world, but there's a problem, there's a difference. Whereas the elements that you have mentioned, as well as those things that are made from them, receive their form from a created power, the matter they contain had been created just as within the stars that wheel around them, the power to give form had been created. The rays and motion of the holy light draw forth the soul of every animal and plant from matter able to take form. Okay? So what this is saying is this. God did not create animals and plants. God created the laws of the universe. He created the atoms, the essence that would give rise to animals and plants. And so they're not perfect. Okay? The laws are perfect. The holy light is perfect, but not the creation from the holy light. And this creation was meant to die so that new creations can come out, okay? Right? When an animal dies, the atoms break away, and then a new form comes into being, okay? That's the law of the universe. So that's perfect, but not the animals, and plants are perfect. But your life is breathed forth immediately by the chief good, who so enamors it of his own self that it desires him always. Okay, so now the question then is, if animals and plants aren't perfect, what are humans then? Right? So, and this is what she says. So reasoning, you can deduce your resurrection. You need but remember the way in which your human flesh was fashioned when both of the first parents were created. Okay, so this is the trick. You have to remember this. Animals and plants are created from the laws of the universe, which God created. Angels are created by God himself, and therefore the angels are perfect. We humans have a dual nature. We are both created from the laws of the universe, and we are both created by God itself. All right? Because when God created Adam, God created him from out of dust, okay? But then what God did was breathe life into him. So the essence of God is within Adam and therefore us. Our bodies are mortal, but our souls are immortal. Our souls have the essence of God, which is love. The more we love, the more the light burns in us. And as light burns in us, it will allow for our resurrection. Okay? Because the matter will regenerate. The soul is eternal. Okay? So that's what Dante is saying here. The best way to celebrate God is by loving others. When you love others, you're activating your imagination. You're learning wisdom. You're gaining experience. And that will only cause the light to grow. Okay? So even though, going back to the story of Eve and my dog, even though I'm hurting myself, okay, I am using my tremendous imagination in order to come up with this plan in order to redeem my daughter. And because of this imagination, I'm developing wisdom, and this light in me grows stronger. All right? So that's the purpose of life. The purpose of life is to celebrate God by celebrating God in you, by loving someone else so wholeheartedly that your imagination, your wisdom grows and grows so that your soul becomes eternal. When it becomes eternal, it will always be resurrected in the world. And your soul will remember the love inside you, and it will continue to grow and grow. Okay? This is why God created us. Because if you're perfect, okay? If you're perfect, you are incapable of imagination by definition. Right? Because you can make no mistakes. Because we are the dual nature, we are both body and soul, we can make mistakes. We can err. And in this process, we develop experience and wisdom, which allows us to love and to have imagination and to have wisdom. All right? All right. So let me use an everyday example that you've experienced in order to illustrate this point. Let's think about two teachers. A teacher who loves his or her students and a teacher who does not love his or her students. Okay? What's the difference? All right, so there are three major differences. The teacher who loves students or is asking himself or herself, are my students learning in my class? Are they growing as people? Whereas another teacher might be like, are my students getting good grades? All he or she cares about are test scores, right? That's the first major difference. The first teacher who loves you cares about what is happening inside you. The teacher who doesn't love you only cares about pleasing parents. Okay? Second difference is this. A teacher who loves you are asking, are my students working hard? Okay? Because only by working hard can you learn. The second teacher is asking, do students like me? Okay? The teacher wants you to write a good evaluation at the end of the semester. Okay? Right? And then if you write a good evaluation, the teacher might get a raise or some reward. Right? And then the last difference, and this is the most important difference, is this. A good teacher who loves you is always asking, am I growing personally and professionally? Am I growing as a person? All right? Because if you're growing, then I'm growing. And if I'm growing, then you're growing. That's the power of love. Okay? When you love others, you're actually loving yourself. And that's how God designed it. But if you're a teacher who does not love, then you're always asking, how much money am I making? That's how you measure your success in life. Am I making a lot of money? If I'm making millions of dollars a year, then that means I'm the best teacher in China. Okay? But a really good teacher who's capable of love, who loves teaching and who loves his or her students, is always asking, am I growing? Because if I'm growing, then I know my students are growing. Okay? So that's what Dante is saying here about love. Meaning that we have the intuition, we have the power to know truth for ourselves because God made us this way. Okay, so something I want you to remember from this class is the Italian Renaissance was really just another, it's reimagining the Greek civilization, okay? And these are the two major periods of tremendous creativity in Western Europe. All right, so let's look at the similarities to understand how creativity happens in civilization. Okay, so the first similarity is classical Greece had open cooperative competition. Okay, so ideas could flow freely. That's the first major similarity. Second major similarity is in classical Greece, they transitioned from linear B, which is a very complicated ideographic language, to the alphabet, okay? The alphabet just transcribes the spoken word into the written word. This allows for massive literacy and the transfusion of knowledge in Greece. And the idea here is, if you're truly to be a creative society, you must be egalitarian. You must allow anyone to learn, everyone to express his or her ideas, which is what the Renaissance did, okay? The Italian Renaissance was supported by the fact that they transitioned from Latin to the vernacular, the spoken language. It was Dante who allowed this transition to happen, okay? Dante purposefully chose not to write in Latin, even though Latin was the official language of the intellectual class in Europe at this time. He purposely chose to write in Tuscan, which is a local language. And because he did that, he made Tuscan, first of all, the official language of Italy. They still speak it today. But it also makes the Divine Comedy accessible to common people, which was the intention, okay? And the third similarity, and this is the most important, is the perfect storm of factors don't really matter unless you have a great poet, a great thinker, a great intellectual to create the spark to ignite your civilization, okay? So in Greece, they had Homer. And today, we can think of Homer as the father of civilization. In the Italian Renaissance, you had Dante. You can think of him as the father of modernity. The values that he creates, the values that he expresses in the Divine Comedy will become the basis for modernity, especially the idea of individuality, of humanism, right? What's an individual? An individual is someone who celebrates himself and pursues his or her curiosity to explore the world, and in this process, create goodness in the world, to create truth and beauty. This is the idea that will underpin the Renaissance and which still underpins Western modernity today. Okay? So that is my argument to you. Okay? Great. So, the ultimate message, the ultimate secret of the universe, I want you to remember, okay, and both Homer and Dante express this in their poetry, is this. Love is the unifying force of the universe, okay? Love is God. God is love. It's what unites everyone, Okay? By loving someone else, you can become that person. That person can become you. And the imagination is the animating force. Okay? What gives life to the world is not God, but our imagination. By imagining the world becomes alive. So the greater our imagination, the more alive our imagination becomes. And this idea is most visually expressed in the painting The Creation of Adam by Michelangelo. Okay? This is Michelangelo, The Creation of Adam. And so this goes back to the story of how God created Adam. God created Adam out of dust, and he breathed the essence of life into Adam, okay? Now, there are two ways of looking at this painting, okay? There are two ways of understanding the title, The Creation of Adam. You can first understand it in the typical way, which is that God created Adam and that they are equals, okay? You can see that these two worlds, the Adam and God, they're almost equal. Okay? We are equal to God. But then you can change perspective and you can say, the creation of Adam really means God is Adam's creation. God is what we created from our imagination, all right? Now, you can see God is surrounded by his angels, okay? But you take them away, and what do you have behind them? Guys, this is a picture of the human brain, right? Do you see this? Okay, this is a stem, okay, and this is the human brain, okay? You take them away, and hidden behind is the human brain, right? Which means what? Which means that God is an emanation from our imagination, okay? Not the true God. The true God is like light itself, right? Love itself, okay? But this God has given us the capacity to imagine, so we've imagined another God to take place of the real God, okay? Do you understand? So the real God is the human imagination, the human brain, the human mind. That's what gives life to the universe, okay? So this, if you think about it, it is a radical revolution in human intellectual history. Do you know where this painting is? This painting is on the top of something called the Sistine Chapel in the Vatican. It's at the very heart of the Catholic Church. So what Dunning has been able to do is destroy an empire peacefully through the power of poetry, through subtlety, through the power of love. Dunning was able to influence Michelangelo, who was able to take his ideas and implant his ideas within the very heart of the Catholic Church and thus reinvent the Catholic Church. That is the power of love. That is the power of the imagination. All right? Great. Okay, any questions? Okay, so think of some questions. Next class, we will do the Protestant Reformation, okay? Okay, so good morning. This morning, we are doing the Protestant Reformation. And I'll explain to you how it gave birth to capitalism. This class, it's going to be hard conceptually because we're going to take concepts we learned before and combine them to help explain the world we live in today. So if there's anything I'm saying that's not clear or confusing or debatable, please interrupt me, okay? All right, so I want to make sure that you can follow the logic clearly. Okay, so first of all, what I will do is explain the three major differences between the Protestant religion and the Catholic religion, okay? So let's look at Catholic first. In many ways, the Protestant religion is a response to the problems created by the Catholic religion, okay? So there are three main characteristics about the Catholic religion. The first is the idea of orthodoxy or dogma, okay? So there's a set of beliefs in the Catholic religion that you must memorize. You're not allowed to question it. You're not allowed to interpret it. You must memorize it, okay? And what maintains the orthodoxy is the idea of hierarchy. So only priests and the ordained, those sanctioned by the Catholic Church, have access to the Bible. Only they can interpret the Bible properly. They are favored by God. The Pope is God's official representative on earth. Okay, so that's the idea of hierarchy. The last concept is the idea of justification by works. Okay? And the idea here is, if you want to be saved, you have to engage in the proper rituals. You have to do what the church tells you. Your actions matter more than your beliefs. Okay? Now, as we discussed in previous classes, these three main concepts that underpin the Catholic Church, they will create problems. Okay? So justification by works, it creates a problem of hypocrisy. All right? And the idea here is, it'd be nice if you believed in God. It'd be nice if you believed in what you were doing, but you don't have to. Okay? As long as you do what you're told, you can still go to heaven. Okay? It creates the idea of hypocrisy. And obviously, there are a lot of people who are opposed to this. All right? Hierarchy creates a problem of corruption. There's no real mechanism to prevent the priests from abusing their powers. And as we discussed last week, the priests do engage in a lot of corruption and abuses, okay? And the problem of orthodoxy is it creates disconnection, right? And the idea here is that ever since the dawn of human history, we humans are fundamentally religious. Our first and foremost need is to connect with God, to be with God, to work with God, and to access God, okay? And because of these three problems, disconnection, corruption, hypocrisy, there's always been dissent, there's always been rebellion against the Catholic Church in Europe. Remember last week we discussed the Cathars, the Waldensians. All right, so this has been an ongoing issue in the Catholic Church. So the Protestant religion was developed in response to these problems, okay? So let's look at the three major responses of the Protestant religion. Okay? The first response to orthodoxy is direct access. You don't need the priest to tell you what the Bible means. You can just read it by yourself. In fact, God wills that you talk to him directly by reading the Bible, okay? If that is the case, then the church must be fundamentally egalitarian. Because if everyone can access God, then everyone is equal in the eyes of God. But the fundamental demand now is justification by faith. You have to truly believe in God. You must develop your life around this faith in God, okay? So, on one hand, the Protestant religion is solving a lot of problems created by the church. But on the other hand, it's also creating a lot of problems as well, okay? So let's go very quickly over some of the major problems. If it's justification by faith, it creates a problem of anxiety. Why? Because how do you know you truly believe in God? Does that make sense? How do you really know you have faith? You have to constantly prove to yourself that you truly believe in God through actions, through works. Okay? You have to erase doubt in your mind. And this makes you anxious. It makes you antic, okay? So that's one huge problem created by the Protestant religion. The second big problem is a problem of diversity. If everyone is equal, then everyone can start his or her own religion. And what we will see during the Protestant Reformation is an explosion of different religions. They're all different sets of beliefs. there's only one Catholic Church, but there's like tens of thousands of Protestant denominations. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? All right. So then with direct access, you are forced to have literacy, okay? You are forced to educate yourself. All right? And this is a good thing, right? But it's also a problem because if you're poor, you may not have access to education. All right? So this is a problem for a lot of people. And that's why in the beginning of the development of Protestantism, most of the adherents to this new religion are actually the aspirational middle class. The people of some means. There are people who want to aspire to more wealth. Okay? So this is the basic rundown of the differences between the Protestant religion and the Catholic religion. All right? All right. Are you clear about this? Are any questions so far? Is this clear to you? Okay. All right. So now I'm going to go deeper, explain the problems that this new religion creates in the minds of the faithful, okay? The faithful. All right. Okay. So the problem that within the Christian religion, as we discussed in previous classes, is the idea of the Holy Trinity. Okay, the Holy Trinity. The idea of the Holy Trinity is that Jesus, God, and the Holy Spirit, these are different forces that are independent of each other, but they are equal to each other, and they're part of the same thing, okay? So for the human mind, the way that our human minds are designed, it's impossible for us to understand this concept of the Holy Trinity. It's like saying like this pen, it is here and not here. Your mind has to believe that this thing is here and not here. And your mind can't do that, okay? Your mind has to believe in one thing, and it cannot believe in contradictions. But this is inherently a contradiction. The only way that our mind can process this is by believing that this is a symbol. Okay? The reason why is that this is something, the only way that we can understand the Holy Trinity is to believe that it is both nothing and everything. Okay? And that's what a symbol is. A symbol is nothing that represents everything, depending on how you perceive it. The problem with this is that it creates the problem of anxiety, right? Anxiety. Why does it create anxiety? Because, again, our fundamental need is to connect with God. And the concept of the Holy Trinity means that we can never truly connect with God. It is a symbol. It is an abstraction removed from us. We can never be intimate with God. It's either away from us or through us. But we can never touch it. We can never feel it, okay? This creates anxiety. Before, this was not a problem because the church stood between you, the believer, and the Holy Trinity, okay? All you had to do was believe in the church, and you were fine. But then, what happens if you're with the church? Now you have to try to grasp what the Holy Trinity is. And again, remember, one of the main ideas of the Protestant religion is that you must struggle with your faith. You must recognize and fully realize your faith in God. Otherwise, you'll be condemned to hell. But as we already discussed, this Holy Trinity is impossible to understand. Okay? So this creates anxiety. Now, the thing about anxiety is it creates the problem of like OCD, okay? Obsessive compulsive behavior. Because anxiety comes about because of confusion, okay? What you want to do is remove this anxiety by ordering your physical world, right? People with obsessive compulsive behavior, what do? They like to clean houses. They like to buy things. They like to lose weight. They're trying to order. The word we use is rationalize. They're trying to rationalize the world around them in order to reduce your anxiety, okay? All right, does that make sense? All right, have you studied obsessive compulsive behavior? OCD, all right? It's caused by anxiety, and this anxiety forces you to try to rationalize the world, all right? Now, there's also a third problem in the Protestant religion, and it's the idea of double predestination. All right, okay, so this is a big concept, but it's very easy to understand. If you remove the church, because the church is too corrupt, the problem arises like, how do you know if you're going to heaven or not? Who's going to decide? And so a theologian by the name of John Calvin, he proposed the idea of double predestination. And the idea here is this: God, at the beginning of time, has already decided. And this decision is final. You cannot persuade him that he is wrong, because he is perfect, eternal, and immutable. And only a few, the elect, will be saved. Only these people will be allowed to go to heaven. Everyone else will be condemned to hell. And who are the elect? The elect are those who truly believe that they have been saved. Only those who truly believe in God's mercy, in God's grace, will be saved. Okay? If you think about it, this creates even more anxiety. Because how do you know if you're one that's saved? You have to work hard now to solve this problem. Okay? So let's summarize. Because of the Protestant religion, you have 3 new problems created. The first is the individual believer cannot understand the Holy Trinity, but they must. That's what the religion demands. That's the first problem. Second problem is the anxiety causes OCD, which makes them want to rationalize the world. It makes them want to order the world according to their faith. Okay, that's the second issue. The third issue is the idea of double predestination, which says that if you do not truly believe in God, if you do not actually figure out the grace of God, then you'll be condemned to eternal damnation. Okay? So these are the 3 major problems created by the Protestant religion. And so over time, okay, and this is a process that will take decades, centuries, they figure out a solution. All right? They figure out a solution. And the solution is this. The solution is money. Sorry. Money. Okay? The solution is money. That's how you resolve these 3 paradoxes or 3 contradictions, 3 anxieties. All right? So, first of all, let me explain what money is. Okay? Money. All right. So, in the world, we are all different. We have different perspectives, okay? So each individual is unique. Each individual is different. Each individual sees the world differently. And this creates confusion. This creates problems, okay? If I ask you why you're in school, you might say, oh, I'm here to learn mathematics. I might ask someone else, like, oh, I want to go to America for college. Another person might be like, I want to learn, okay? Each person is different, okay? But what happens is this. If I introduce the concept of money, what it does is it standardizes, systemizes, clarifies, and simplifies everyone's understanding into one concept, into a coherent whole, okay? So let me use an experiment to show you why this is true. All right, so some experimenters, they gave everyone a wine test. They put 3 different bottles of wine in front of each person, ask each person to taste the wine, and then ask each person which wine is the best. And most people could not tell the difference. They were different. These are different bottles of wine, but they didn't know which one was better. Okay? Then what the experimenters did was they put price tags on each bottle of wine. Okay? $10, $20, $50. And then when the experimenters did this, everyone knew, oh, of course the $50 bottle of wine is better. Okay? So that's what money does. Money allows us to simplify the world in order to understand it. Okay? So all our beliefs, all our values, our judgment now is placed into this one symbol, money. But then what happens is we then take this money and we reshape the world according to money. Okay, does that make sense? Now I ask you, why are you going to school? Everyone's like, to make money in the future. Everyone agrees on this. Okay? So that's what money is. Money is a system to standardize everyone's thought. And then once the standardization happens, it reshapes reality into a rational order. Okay, does that make sense? All right? Okay, so let's go back. Okay, now that we understand what money is, we can now explain how money reduces the paradoxes, right? Money is a way for people to rationalize the world. You're anxious? What do you do to reduce this anxiety? Make money. Make more money. Don't stop until you make the most money, okay? Then, money is a way to resolve the God issue. Because money is also a symbol. So what you can do mentally is conflate God with money. Money is God. God is money. That makes sense to people, right? And now, because you've conflated God with money, you can now solve the predestination problem, which is like, oh, how do I know I have faith in God? Because I have a lot of money. Because I spend my entire life accumulating money. And how do I know I'm going to have it? Because I'm rich. My wealth shows that I have true faith in God. If I have true faith in God, then I must be one of those predestined by God to be the elect, and therefore I have nothing to worry about. All right? And because of this, the beauty of this system is this. It creates a concept of capitalism. Never before in human history have people believed that this was a good thing, that you should go accumulate money for the sake of accumulating money, okay? Before, it was always about accumulating money in order to increase your social status. So wealthy people would always spend their money holding community feasts, okay, on giving money to the poor, on helping the community. So remember Julius Caesar, when he died, he was the wealthiest man in the world, but he gave a third of his money to the poor people of Rome. He gave a third of his money to building parks for Rome. Okay, and the final third went to his adopted here, Octavian, okay? All right? But now, what's important is that you try to accumulate as much money as possible. Don't waste it, because if you waste it, it's corruption. It shows you lack the faith in God. All right? And that's why we have capitalism, because of the anxiety created by the Protestant Reformation. All right? And again, this is a process that will take centuries. It doesn't happen right away, okay? But it's a process that takes centuries, and it's a process that will define the world we live in today. Okay? Even though today, most people are actually not Protestant, most people do not believe in double predestination, most people don't really understand the Holy Trinity, most people don't want to rationalize the world, we have absorbed this mentality, okay? We believe that we should accumulate money for the sake of accumulating money. That's why we worship people like Jack Ma, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. Even though if you think about it, they've just accumulated a symbol, right? The money is actually nothing. But we worship them because we believe that money is reality itself. All right, that's what capitalism is. Capitalism is the belief that money is reality in itself. All right, so I know conceptually this is hard and this is a lot, and now what I will do is explain the historical context, explain the evidence for this argument. But first, I want to make sure that this argument is clear to you. This is a thesis, okay? This is explanation as to why we have capitalism today. All right, so any questions before I explain the historical context? This is all clear? Okay, good. All right, so now what I'm going to do is explain the historical context as well as provide the evidence, okay? All right, so the Protestant Reformation. All right, so the Protestant Reformation is a process that took place from 1517. 1517 is when the theologian Martin Luther published his 95 Theses. The 95 Theses is a direct criticism of the Catholic Church, the corruption of the Catholic Church. And it ends really in the year 1648. This is after decades of violent warfare between the Protestants and the Catholics. And at this point, Europe is completely exhausted. They just finished fighting something called the 30 Years' War, which is, before World War I, the deadliest war in European history. It kills at most about 8 million people. So all of Europe is completely devastated. In certain parts of Germany, which is where the war was fought, they lost about half of their population. Okay? And this war ended in something called the Treaty of Westphalia, the Peace of Westphalia, which guarantees religious freedom to everyone in Europe. And this ends the Protestant Reformation. Okay? All right. So, again, historians date the beginning of the Protestant Reformation to Martin Luther. Last week, we discussed the Crusades, and we discussed how there were many thinkers, theologians, who opposed the Catholic Church. People like John Wycliffe, Jane Huss, and they were eventually condemned as heretics, and the rebellion was stumped out by the Catholic Church. But Martin Luther, he's fortunate in that he has powerful political patrons. The various princes of the Holy Roman Empire want more autonomy from the Catholic Church, and Martin Luther gives them a proper pretext in order to financially divorce themselves from the Catholic Church, okay? So, as I discussed, what he's most famous for is something called the 95 Theses, which is a direct criticism of the corruption of the Catholic Church. At this time, the Catholic Church wanted to build St. Peter's Basilica, a church in the Vatican. And they wanted this to be a gorgeous building. So to finance the building of this church, the Catholic Church sold something called indulgences. Indulgences are basically like tickets or special letters that will reduce the punishment of your relatives in purgatory, okay? It's basically to reduce the number of sins you committed. It's basically like bribing God, okay, to reduce your penalty. And this was a very popular thing, and allowed the Pope to build St. Peter's Basilica, which is one of the most beautiful buildings in the world today. But as you can imagine, if you are a true Christian, you are insulted, you're offended, you're angered by the idea of this corruption, okay? So the 95 Theses, or 95 sentences in which Martin Luther lays out his case against indulgences, and as such, against the authority of the church and the Pope. And this is the argument he makes, okay? So let's look at some sentences. So the 36th sentence is, every truly repentant Christian has a right to full remission of penalty and guilt, even without letters of pardon. Okay? And what he's saying here is the idea of salvation by faith. You don't have to spend this money. You don't have to do what the church tells you. If you're a true Christian, if you truly believe in God, God will forgive you. You have direct access to God. Okay? So he's denying the authority of the Pope. which makes him a heretic. He also says Christians are to be taught that the Pope, in granting pardons, needs, and therefore desires their devout prayer for him more than the money they bring. Okay? This is direct insult to the Pope. He's saying, like, the person that most offends God in this world is the Pope. Because the Pope is insulting God by telling the world that God can be bribed by money. Okay? So let's pray for the Pope, because clearly the Pope has offended God. He also says, why does not the Pope, whose wealth is today greater than the richest of the richest, he's saying the Pope is the richest man in Europe, why doesn't the Pope spend this money and build the church himself? Build just this one church of St. Peter with his own money rather than with the money of poor believers. Okay? Why is he exploiting the poor when he is the richest man in the world? Okay? As you can see, and as you can imagine, the church is furious with him. And they deem him a heretic, and they want to burn him at the stake. But again, he's protected by powerful political patrons, and they fight a war over this issue. And it ends with something called the Peace of Augsburg, which divides the Holy Roman Empire, Germany, into Lutheran areas where they're free to believe in Lutheran, and Catholic areas where they still adhere to the Pope. Okay? So this is the beginning of the Protestant Reformation. Martin Luther starts this doctrinal debate, and John Calvin also contributes to it by introducing the idea of double predestination. All right? So Martin Luther, he wants to reform the church, and then he eventually realizes that he needs to build another church. But John Calvin, with his idea of double predestination, he's trying to deny the authority of the church. Okay? He's telling people that because God has already decided who will go to heaven at the beginning of time, then the church is lying to you. The church is fooling you, deluding you. Okay? All right? So, he's a Frenchman. He went to the Sorbonne, the University of Paris, and as you can imagine, he's deemed a heretic, and he flees to a place called Geneva in Switzerland. And Switzerland is one of the birthplaces of the Protestant Reformation. The reason why is there are a lot of independent towns in Switzerland. And as I mentioned, the first believers in the Protestant religion are actually townspeople. That's aspirational middle class. Okay, they want to be connected with God, and they want a religion that encourages them to achieve more in life. And that's what the Protestant religion is about. There's also another famous theologian that's really not discussed today, but he's considered one of the three major founders of Protestantism. His name is Ulrich Zwingli, and he's based in Zurich. Okay, and he's probably the most extreme of the three. Okay, all right. So the Protestant Reformation, it opens a can of worms. It opens a Pandora's box. Because before, the ultimate authority was the Pope, who represented God. But now, you're free to believe whatever you want. So there are lots of peasants who rebelled against nobility because they thought that feudalism was evil in the eyes of God. Okay, so this is a proto-communist movement. These are people who wanted total equality and democracy and freedom in the world because they believe that is the will of God. Okay, so they rebel against the feudal lords that kill them, and then the entire monarchy unite. The aristocracy unite because they see these peasants as a threat. Okay. Now, there are lots of these peasants. We estimate maybe about 200,000 join in this rebellion. But they are not educated. They are not organized. They have no weapons. And they have no centralized authority. And therefore, they're all massacred by the aristocratic armies, okay? All right, so this is the Peasants' War. And this is important because eventually we will discuss communism. And communism will be developed in response to the Peasants' War, okay? So this is the deadliest massacre of peasants before the French Revolution. 1534 is the Act of Supremacy. That is when the King of England, Henry VIII, declares his independence from the Pope, okay? But because there's such a strong Catholic contingent in England, Henry VIII maintains Catholic practices. But rather than have Pope be at the head of the church, he himself is now head of the church, okay? It's called the Church of England now. And the region is called Anglican, the Anglican religion, okay? The Anglican religion, all right? So the thing that we should observe about the Protestant Reformation is that, first of all, it's extremely diverse, okay? There are lots of different denominations. The Lutherans are those who believe in Martin Luther, okay? The Calvinists are those who believe in double predestination. The Anglicans are English who still follow Catholic rituals, but rather than follow the Pope, they follow the King of England, okay? The Hussites are those who adhere to Jane Hus in Bohemia. The Unitarians are interesting. The Unitarians are those who deny the divinity of Jesus. They deny the Holy Trinity. God is God, and Jesus is just the Messiah. He's just a prophet of God, okay? So they affirm the moral teachings of Jesus, but they deny his divinity. You also have the Anabaptists, okay? The Anabaptists are interesting as well because they believe that to truly believe in God, you must choose to do so. Therefore, you must not baptize infants. Because when you do so, you force children to believe in God, even though they themselves lack the capacity, lack the reason to believe in God. Okay? So only adults can join the faith. And they must do so voluntarily. All right? So as you can see, there's tremendous divergence, there's tremendous diversity within the Protestant faith. And it still continues today, okay? Every day you have new denominations opening up because people are interpreting the Bible differently. Another thing that you will notice is that most of the Protestants are actually located in Northern Europe. All right? So the countries of England, Germany, the Nordic countries, Switzerland, they will go Protestant. And in the South, France, Spain, Italy, they will remain Catholic. The only exception is this, the south of France, okay? The south of France. The south of France will turn Protestant. It's interesting for us because if you look at a map, okay, the Protestant French are heavily centered in the south of France. And if you remember from last week, that's where the Cathars are also located, okay? So some historians believe that Protestantism and Catharism, they sort of mingle together. They combine and became conflated together, okay? Other historians believe that it's because that culturally, the south of France, because it's like surrounded by mountains, it's always been culturally independent of the rest of France. They speak a local language called Provençal, which is different from French. Okay. These Protestants in France, they're mainly the middle class. They're extremely well educated. They become very, very prosperous, and they're joined by the nobility. And as such, the King of France, and France is right now the most powerful country in Europe, the King of France sees them as a threat. And so what he'll do is he'll kill some of the nobles, which launches the St. Bartholomew Day's Massacre in 1572. Okay, that's a day when tens of thousands of French Protestants called Huguenots were killed. And this will start a process by which these Huguenots, extremely well-educated, extremely hardworking, extremely wealthy, they will move to Protestant countries like England and the Netherlands and Germany. And they will help these countries jumpstart the Industrial Revolution. Okay? They will bring their expertise and they will help these countries jumpstart the Industrial Revolution. So this is a tremendous loss for France, tremendous gain for the other Protestant nations. Okay, so eventually, Europe is divided into two major factions, the Catholic faction and the Protestant faction. And these two factions will eventually engaged in something called the 30 Years' War, okay, between the Habsburgs, okay, the Holy Roman Empire, who was supported by the Pope, versus basically the independent states of Germany, okay? And this is a war that will last exactly 30 years. And again, it will kill at most 8 million people. It's the deadliest war in European history up until World War I. What's interesting about this war is that France, which is Catholic, chooses to join the Protestants in this war because they see the Holy Roman Empire as an imperial threat. They're afraid that if they allow the Habsburgs to take over Germany, then eventually they will swallow up France, okay? So it was a religious war, but it was also a geopolitical and imperial war, all right? And again, this war ends with the Treaty of Westphalia, which guarantees religious freedom in Europe, okay? So the religious wars will end, and Protestant religion will now be free to develop independently. Okay, so this is called the Peace of Westphalia. Okay, so now let's summarize and let's discuss the evidence for my argument that the Protestant Reformation gave birth to capitalism. Okay, so these are the three major differences between the Catholic religion and the Protestant religion. The question then is, why is it that the North will become mainly Protestant and the South of Europe will stay mainly Catholic, okay? So one thing that we discussed in this class is the persistence of culture. So again, no one knows why this is the case, okay? And you'll hear different arguments. It could have been weather, it could have been personality, it could have been a lot of different factors, okay? But one possibility I want to present to you today is the cultural factor, which is that the south of France and the north of France are culturally different, all right? So let's look at south of France. South of Europe. The southern Europe, countries of Spain, France, and Italy were heavily influenced by Roman culture. That's where the Roman Empire was based, right? The Roman Empire eventually became an imperial bureaucracy. There are three core values to the Romans, right? Liberty. Now, liberty, this is really important. It means obedience to the law. Because only by obeying the law can people be free to do what they want, okay? Second is the idea of republica. Republica means public virtue, to serve the public good, which basically means obeying what the Senate tells you to do, okay? Obeying authority. And the last is the idea of piety, which is to respect the customs and history and traditions of Rome. Okay, so these are the three major values of the Romans. And we can believe that they became embedded in the south of Europe. Now, let's look at Viking culture, okay? And when I say Vikings, I don't really mean Vikings per se. What I really mean are those Proto-Indo-Europeans that never really assimilated into Roman culture, all right? So what are their values? Well, they believe in courage, they believe in loyalty, and they believe in resourcefulness, okay? And we discussed this when we discussed the Vikings. Now, what we're going to do is this. We're going to map Catholic belief with Romans, and we're going to map Viking belief with the Protestants and see what happens. Okay, so the Catholics, they believe in orthodoxy, right? Well, the Romans also believe in orthodoxy. They call it liberty, right? Obedience to laws. Don't question laws, just obey them. Catholics believe in hierarchy. Well, Romans believe in hierarchy as well. They believe in obeying the Senate. The Senate is the ultimate authority, right? Catholics believe in justification by works. The Romans believe in piety, right? Respecting tradition. You don't have to believe in these traditions, but you must respect them. All right? So this is pretty close. I mean, it's not perfect. All right? But this suggests that Roman culture had a tremendous influence on the development of the Catholic Church. Now let's look at the Protestants, okay? They believed in direct access to God through the Bible. Well, the Vikings believed in courage. What is courage? Courage is self-exploration, to go out into the unknown and figure out things for yourself, okay? And that's what the Bible is. That's what faith is, to read the Bible by yourself and to interpret the Bible in your own way. And you have to do so using emotional and spiritual courage, all right? Egalitarianism. So the Vikings had a concept of loyalty. And loyalty is basically the idea of mutual love. I'm loyal to you and you're loyal back to me because we love each other. All right? And the last concept is justification by faith, an individual struggle to come to terms with what God means to you individually, okay? And the Vikings believed in resourcefulness, right? Which is also the idea of individual struggle. You can figure out by yourself if you work hard enough, if you will yourself, you have the courage to do so, okay? So again, I leave this as a possibility, okay? Don't treat this as a historical fact. I just suggest this as a way to think about why the Protestants became Protestants, the Catholics became Catholics, okay? And a lot of it has to do with the cultural residue from the past. Okay, all right, so this is just a thought experiment. All right, so let's now talk about why is it that the Protestant Reformation won out. Again, they were up against the Holy Roman Empire. They were up against Catholic Church. There were more people in Catholic Europe. Catholic Europe was wealthier and stronger, but they still won, okay? And the reason why they won is due to the invention of three things. The first thing is the printing press, which allowed for mass literacy and education. Now, everyone could read the Bible. Before, you couldn't do so. You couldn't afford a Bible. But now everyone can read the Bible. But not only that, but everyone can now become self-educated. You can read all the classics by yourself, okay? And the Protestant religion compelled you to be literate and to be educated. And as such, the Protestants as a whole were more well-educated than the Catholics. Okay, that's the first reason, the printing press. Second reason is the musket. This is really important. Before, the main weapon, the ultimate weapon, was a knight, the armored knight. And the armored knight was a professional soldier, right? And that's why the knights were the nobility, because they had to spend all their time training for war, going to war, fighting wars. And it's very expensive to be a knight. But now, eventually, you have the gun, the musket, okay? And it takes about 60 days for anyone to learn how to use the musket. And the musket is, the thing about the musket that's really important is it's able to pierce the armor of the knight, which makes the knight useless in war now, okay? It's a musket that is important. So in other words, anyone who has courage and devotion, meaning the Protestants, they're able to fight a war. And the musket will be vital, it will be crucial for both the American Revolution and the French Revolution, okay? And we'll discuss the musket when we get to the American Revolution and the French Revolution. The last thing is the idea of banknotes, okay? Before, people used gold or coins that were minted with gold in order to trade goods. Now you can use banknotes, which is just money, okay? And you can now monetize your hard work and frugality. You can now channel your hard work and frugality into banknotes. What's really important now is there's only a finite number of gold and coins, right? But there's an infinite source of banknotes. So you can work infinitely hard, okay? So what this means is before the Protestant Reformation, it was really hard to get people to work hard. Because let's just say that you are an employer and you want to be like, okay, I'm going to pay people more, right? But when you pay people more, they actually work less because they can't spend that money. They're like, well, you know, if I have to work 8 hours a day to make $100, but now I just work 2 hours a day to make $100, I'll just work 2 hours. So we actually work less. And in this system, slavery makes sense because the way to get people to work hard is to force them into eternal debt, which is what slavery is. But in this new Protestant system, then slavery is an evil because you're denying people the capacity to be with God, right? You are with God if you work hard. But if you're a slave, how do you measure the hard work? You're not able to work hard. And that's why, after the Protestant Reformation, one of the main things that they did was eventually outlaw slavery. Okay? So there are lots of good things about the Protestant Reformation. You have the Industrial Revolution, you have the end of slavery, you have the rise of capitalism, you have the rise of the middle class. You have lots of really good things. But there's also no denying that there are some bad effects as well, okay? All right. So this is a printing press invented by Gutenberg. This is what a printing press looks like. You have the musket, okay? So before, people had bows, right? And the bows were used by trained archers, and they weren't that powerful. But now with a musket, you're able to pierce knight armor, okay? Because there's more energy, 3,100 joules within the bullet. And then you have banknotes as well. And banknotes really is the exception of wealth, okay? Which means that in theory now, you could have infinite wealth. Why we're so wealthy today? Because we abstracted wealth, okay? Before, wealth was limited because gold was limited. But now with banknotes, with money, in theory, wealth can be infinite, okay? Okay. So this is John Wesley, who is the founder of the Methodist Church, okay? And he summarizes the idea of Protestant really well. We ought not to prevent people from being diligent and frugal. We must exhort all Christians to gain all they can and to save all they can. That is, in effect, to grow rich, right? So Protestants believe that it is God's calling. It is your mission to get rich. And that's how you know that you're favored by God, all right? And the way to get rich is by working hard and not spending any money. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is present the evidence for my argument that the Protestant religion gave birth to capitalism, okay? And to do so, I'm going to refer to three major thinkers: Max Weber, Emil Durkheim, and Georg Simmel. They're all sociologists. They're considered three major founders of the social sciences. Okay, and they're all contemporaries. They were all writing about the year 1900. Why this is important is the year 1900 is really when the Protestant religion is most triumphant. Right? This is when capitalism is most dominant. Even though most people are not Protestants, the work ethic, the belief system has conquered the world. Germany, Britain, United States are the three most powerful countries in the world at this time. They're the three largest empires. And they're all Protestant nations. And as such, they can impose Protestant beliefs on everyone else. Okay? And in the year 1900, it's also before World War I. So at this time, everyone thinks that this is the greatest thing in the world. Protestantism, Industrial Revolution, capitalism are all divinely sent by God to bless humanity, okay? And what Max Weber, Georg Simmel, and Emil Durkheim are trying to do is figure out what's really going on, okay? And to see if there are any consequences to this system. And what they will show us is, in fact, there are a lot of problems in this system, okay? So let's first look at Max Weber, who in 1904 to 1905, from 1905, he wrote something called The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism. He's trying to explain why is it that Protestants are a lot wealthier than Catholics in general, okay? And this is what he has to say. So far as predestination was not reinterpreted, toned down, or fundamentally abandoned, okay? So remember, double predestination, right? The belief that God has already selected those who will go to heaven, and you must prove to yourself that you're one of them. Two principal, mutually connected types of pastoral advice appeared. Okay? So there are two consequences to the idea of predestination. On the one hand, it is held to be an absolute duty to consider oneself chosen, okay? So only a minority are going to heaven. The odds are you're not going to heaven, but you must believe you're going to heaven. Otherwise, you lack faith in God. Otherwise, you don't truly believe in God. And then therefore, you'll be truly condemned by God. And to combat all doubts as temptations of the devil, since lack of self-confidence is the result of insufficient faith, hence of imperfect grace. Okay? To prove that God is perfect, to prove that God loves you, you must truly believe that you are chosen by God. If you doubt yourself, then you'll be condemned to hell. Okay? Then you become a servant of the devil. The exhortation of the apostle to make fast one's own call is here interpreted as a duty to attain certainty of one's own election and certification in the daily struggle of life. Okay? So you need to prove that you are one of the elect by focusing on this world. Okay? Focus your energies on conquering this world. On the other hand, in order to attain that self-confidence, intense worldly activity is recommended as the most suitable means. It and it alone disperses religious doubt and gives the certainty of grace. Okay? So this idea of you have anxiety, how do you deal with anxiety? Work, work, work. Okay? OCD, obsessive compulsive behavior. What kind of work do you do? Make money. Because the money is proof of God's grace. All right? Okay, so he continues. There's worldly Protestant asceticism. Okay? Asceticism just means like you're actually not spending any money, okay? Not only are you compelled to make a lot of money, but you're also compelled not to spend any of it. Not to enjoy it, because that leads to corruption. That leads to decadence. Acted powerfully against the spontaneous enjoyment of possessions. It restricted consumption, especially of luxuries. Okay, so no one's spending any of this money. Where's this money going? It's going to the bank. And who's using this money in the bank? The government is. And what are they doing? They're using it to fight wars, right? And that's how England, the Netherlands became empires. Because it had access to all this surplus wealth that the Protestants weren't spending. On the other hand, it had the psychological effect of freeing the acquisition of goods from the inhibitions of traditionalist ethics. Okay, so the idea here is this. Before, if you were wealthy, you were expected by everyone around you to support the community, usually by organizing feasts on religious festivals, okay? You were expected to share your wealth. If you had too much money, it showed that you were against the community, okay? It showed that you were selfish. But now, people believe that if you're wealthy, it means God favors you. The more wealth you have, the more people respect you, okay? It's a complete inverse from the historical case. Historically, we believe that those who have too much money are evil. Now we believe that those who have too much money are inherently good. Okay, it's a complete reverse. It broke the bonds of the impulse of acquisition in that it not only legalized it, but looked upon it as directly willed by God, okay? So before it's embarrassing to have too much money, now it is prestigious to have too much money. The campaign against the temptations of the flesh and the dependence on external things was not a struggle against the rational acquisition, but against the irrational use of wealth. Okay? So what's evil is not to make a lot of money. What's evil is to use that money to enjoy yourself. All right? Okay, so now he discusses the problems with this ideology, okay? The Puritan want to work in a calling, okay? So the Puritans want to be close to God. We are forced to do so. We're not Puritans. Most of the world is not Puritans. But we're stuck. We are imprisoned in their world. They created this world and we're stuck in it. For when asceticism was carried out of monastic cells into everyday life, okay, so the idea was in the Catholic Church, if you wanted to be an ascetic, if you wanted to deny the world, you went into a monastery. The Puritans made the entire world into a monastery, okay? And began to dominate worldly morality. It did its part in building the tremendous cosmos of the modern economic order. He's talking about capitalism, okay? So capitalism was created by the Puritans in order to rationalize the world. This order is now bound to the technical and economic conditions of machine production, which today determine the lives of all the individuals who are born into this mechanism, not only those directly concerned with economic acquisition with irresistible force. Okay? So they create this system which is industrial production. And this industrial production has made us all into slaves. And the soul of this industrial production system is capitalism. Wealth for the sake of wealth. Okay? And there's no denying the system. You can never free yourself from the system. You're stuck inside the system. But not only that, but this entire of industrial production, it has permeated into all aspects of life. It's permeated into the family. It's permeated into the school, okay? Why do you have grades? Why do we have tests? Because of this industrial economy, right? Grades, tests are another form of money. Perhaps it will so determine them until the last ton of fossilized coal is burnt, okay? What he's saying here is that this system will keep on going until we destroy the planet, okay? And until we run out of resources, because that's what capitalism is. It's the exploitation of the environment. In Baxter's view, the care for external goods should only lie on the shoulders of the saint like a light cloak, which can be thrown aside at any moment, okay? So the idea of Protestantism is, listen, external wealth is just a measure of your faith in God. That's not what's important. What's important is your faith, right? But the faith decreed that the cloak should become an iron cage, okay? Money was supposed to be a tool. Money was supposed to be a mechanism for us to connect with God. But now money, capitalism, industrial production, it's become our prison. There's no denying it. No one can now escape this. Okay? Okay? Does it make sense to you? All right. So now he makes predictions. No one knows who will live in this cage in the future, or whether at the end of this tremendous development, entirely new prophets will arise, or there will be a great rebirth of old ideas and ideals of neither mechanized petrification embellished with a sort of convulsive self-importance. Okay? Sorry. I read this wrong, okay? Let me do this again. No one knows who will live in this cage in the future, or whether at the end of this tremendous development, entirely new prophets will arise, or there will be a great rebirth of old ideas. Okay, so what we're saying is this. As capitalism conquers more and more territory, as it becomes more embedded into everyday life, there will be a nostalgia for the Catholic Church. And there may arise new prophets who will rebel against capitalism, just like Martin Luther rebelled against the Catholic religion, okay? And these new ideas will happen. They're called fascism and communism, all right? So capitalism will give rise to the Nazis as well as the communists, the Bolsheviks. So this is the future, okay? So he's making a prophecy. But if these things don't happen, then what will happen is this. Mechanized petrification embellished with a sort of convulsive self-importance. We believe today that we have achieved divinity. We have achieved heaven on earth. Capitalism is the greatest good. But if you think about it, our civilization has become a zombie civilization. It is about soul. It is about spirituality. It is about heart. It's all machine. It's all money. It's all obsession. Nothing else. Okay? So sorry that this is not appearing properly, okay? But that's what he's saying here. For of the last stage of this cultural development, it might well be truly said, specialists without spirit. Okay? We have scientists who lack purpose. They have no sense of divinity. They have no sense of mission, okay? They're just doing technical work. Scientists who just do technical work. Sensualists without heart. This nullity imagines that it has achieved a level of civilization never before achieved. Okay? All right? So that's what he's saying. He's saying, like, our civilization, it is a zombie civilization. It is nullity. No, it is nothing. It is nihilistic. But we believe this is perfection. Okay? And if you think about it, he's describing perfectly the world we live in today. It's perfect. Okay? He wrote this in about 1900. He predicted this would happen. And he's right. We live in a zombie civilization. All right, okay. So this is Georg Simmel, who is a friend of Max Weber's, the contemporaries, the colleagues, their friends. And he's trying to explain where money comes from. Okay, and as explained previously, money now has become a substitute for the idea of God. It's become reality itself. Okay, and why is that? Okay, here explains it. The projection of mere relations into particular objects is one of the great accomplishments of the mind, okay? So we're able to take an idea and transpose this idea onto a thing. Okay? We're able to take the idea of God and turn it into money. Okay? We can do that, and that's a great thing. When the mind is embodied in objects, these become a vehicle for the mind endowed with a livelier and more comprehensive activity. Okay? When we do this, when we turn God into money, our understanding of reality becomes much more vibrant. We're able to understand reality much better. Okay? The ability to construct such symbolic objects attains its greatest triumph in money. Okay? Money becomes a placeholder for everything. Right? For money represents pure interaction in its purest form. How do we know if we're working hard? How do we know if we are succeeding? How do we know if we have friends? Through money, okay? Through capital accumulation. It makes comprehensible the most abstract concept. It is an individual thing whose essential significance is to reach beyond individualities. It standardizes everything, okay? Everyone agrees on money. Thus, money is the adequate expression of the relationship of man to the world, which can only be grasped in single and concrete instances, yet only really conceived when the singular becomes the embodiment of the living mental process which interweaves all singularities and in this fashion creates reality, okay? So at the beginning of the class, I talked about money, right? How money takes all our different perspectives and converges into one thing, okay? And then it redesigns reality through this lens, okay? That's what he's saying here, okay? The last person I want to talk about is Emile Durkheim. And he's a French sociologist, and his most famous book is called On Suicide. He's trying to discuss why is it that Protestants are much more likely to kill themselves than Catholics. Okay? And his answer is, it's because Protestants believe you have to struggle individually with faith, whereas Catholics don't believe that. Catholics believe that you just follow community rituals and you're good. Okay? So Protestants feel that they're alone and abandoned in this world, and that they must struggle out of this darkness. And that leads to tremendous energy, okay? But it also leads sometimes to self-defeat. It leads to hopelessness, and that's why they kill themselves. Okay, so let's not read this, but that's what he's saying, okay? Okay, but I want to read this. This is really important. He's talking about the fact that Protestants transfer this anxiety in the accumulation of wealth, right? They're anxious about what God is. They're anxious whether or not God loves them, and they focus on the accumulation of wealth. Okay? And this is a problem because overexcited ambitions always exceeds the results that they achieve, whatever these may be, because they have not been aware that they should not go any further. Okay, right? Let's just say that you want to lose weight. Your obsession is to lose weight. It's possible that you may die in the process because you don't know how much weight you should lose. You don't know what the proper equilibrium is, okay? You just want to lose as much weight as possible. That's the problem with accumulating money. You try to get more and more money to prove your worth to God, but you can't stop. You don't know when to stop, okay? Consequently, nothing satisfies them, and all this agitation perpetually sustains itself without reaching any form of satiety. You cannot stop, okay? You look at Jack Ma, the richest man in China at some point, right? He has all this money, $50 billion. What is he doing with it? Nothing. All he wants is to make more and more money. Why? Because only the acquisition of money brings him happiness. Nothing else does. It's a disease. Above all, as this race towards an unattainable goal can give no satisfaction but the race itself, if that can be called satisfaction, should anything chance to get in its way, then one is left empty-handed. Okay? You're so focused on the obtainment of wealth that if you lose this process, okay, if you stop this process, you will feel devoid of everything, okay? You could have $50 billion in the bank, but if you drop out of this race, if you stop the accumulation of money, you will fall into anxiety and depression. Right? Now, it so happens that at this time, the struggle becomes more violent and more painful, both because it is less regulated and because competition is fiercer. All right, so he's talking about capitalism. How, because it's all about the accumulation of wealth, and the accumulation of wealth can only bring about more anxiety and more stress, it's bringing down all social bonds. Okay? It's bringing all traditional morality. It's bringing down all customs and norms. All classes are caught up in it because there's no longer any established classification. If you're rich, if you're poor, you're stuck in this system. No matter how rich you are, you're still playing this game. You can never escape it. So the effort is all the greater at the moment when it becomes more unproductive. How can the will to live not be weakened in these conditions? Okay, so I know this is hard, and I know what I'm saying is going to be depressing, but what Max Weber is saying is we live in a zombie civilization. Okay, that's what he's saying. What Emil Durkheim is saying is that this civilization is on a path to suicide. It's on a path to self-destruction. Because there's no purpose in this civilization. We exist for the sake of accumulating nothing of value. And eventually, we'll just recognize this and we'll all have to die. Our civilization is on a path to suicide. And you know what? They're right. They're prophets. Think about this. Never before in human history have we been as wealthy as technological progress, right? We have the internet. As more connected. We can fly all around the world. You can go to the United States and study and then come back and work, okay? You have more opportunities than ever before. But again, think about this, okay? Never before in human history have there been more depression, anxiety, more suicides, more feeling of disconnection. Okay? So, think about this. Let's do a thought experiment. Let's just say that I have anxiety. And the way that I deal with this anxiety is I collect newspapers. Every day I'm out collecting newspapers. I fill this room with newspapers, and then I go next room and I fill up newspapers. Everyone would say that I am hoarding, okay? The word is hoarding, and it is a disease, right? It's a disease. We all know it's a disease. If I were to go talk to a psychologist, he would say, I have a disease. I need to take some anxiety medication. I need to relax, go on vacation, whatever, okay? But let's just say this. Let's just say I have anxiety, and all I want to do is make money. I make $1 million. I don't spend it. I put it in the bank, and I go make $2 million. And then I go make $3 million. And I'm not spending it. It's all in the bank, okay? How is that different from hoarding? How is that different from me collecting newspapers and just putting it in the house? It's not. There's no difference, right? But everyone would think, I'm a great person. I am a good person because I'm working hard and I'm saving money, right? It's a contradiction in our society. It's a contradiction that exists because our society, our civilization is incapable of recognizing that we are a zombie civilization that is on the path to civilization of suicide. All right? Okay, so this was depressing, but I feel as though we needed to discuss this, okay? And again, this thinking ideas that we learned previously, we're combining it, and we are going to use these ideas to understand the future development, okay? All right, so any questions?
Yeah, I have several questions.
Great.
The first one is the Protestants are more likely to suicide.
Yep.
I believe that it's believed in Christianity that suicide is a sin.
Okay. You're absolutely right, okay? You're absolutely right. So in the Catholic religion, suicide is the worst sin that you can commit. Okay? And in the Protestant religion, there are also mechanisms against suicide. But let's go back to the theory. The theory is double predestination. God has already decided who will be burned in hell and who will go to heaven. And only a minority can go to heaven, right? And there's nothing you can do to change this. You understand? So if you follow the logic, if you commit suicide, you're doing God's will. Because you commit suicide because you don't believe in God or you don't have enough faith in God, which means that you were condemned anyway. Okay? So suicide, it's not a sin, it's a sign of weakness. Does that make sense? Okay? But also what's important for us to remember is that suicide, it's also a feeling of disconnection. It's a belief that no one cares if you die or not. No one supports you in your life, and therefore you're better off dead. If you die, you're not actually impacting the community. Okay? And that's Emil Durkheim's argument. You're always going to have people kill themselves in all religions. You can't really stop that. But Protestants are more likely to kill themselves because Protestant is a much more individualistic religion than Catholic. Okay? All right. Does that make sense? Great. Okay. Next question?
You mentioned three philosophers, I believe.
Okay, so these three are not philosophers. These three are sociologists. So they're social scientists. They're Max Weber, who is considered the founder of sociology, Georg Simmel, and Emil Durkheim. These are the three major sociologists that really created modern social sciences. Okay.
They unearthed a lot of problems, but do they have any idea of providing potential solutions?
Okay, that's a great question. Okay. Okay, so these are social scientists, and the thing about social scientists is they feel their responsibility is to diagnose problems. And once they diagnose problems, then it's up to us to figure out the solution, okay? So let's figure out what they're saying, okay? So Weber is saying that this anxiety, which leads to capitalism, will ultimately lead to civilizational decline. Okay? That's his main argument. Okay? So, again, he's not writing at the beginning of Protestantism, where Protestantism was a persecuted religion, and where it really gave hope to a lot of people, and it really empowered them to transform their lives. Okay? He's really talking about late Protestantism when it's really conquered the world, and he's seeing a lot of issues. Okay? And so he's looking at this. He's looking at the anxiety which causes capitalism, which causes civilization to decline. So he says there has to be a response. And there's going to be three possible responses, okay? The first possible response is nothingness, okay? In which case, guess what? We become a zombie society. A zombie society just means that we just go on day to day doing whatever, but we don't know why. We don't really care. We have no soul. We have no spirit. We have no energy, okay? That's what a zombie society is. And that's what he's afraid of. But it's also possible that there is a reaction, okay, which will lead to the return of the Catholic Church, which was basically a theocracy. Does that make sense? That's the second possibility. And then another possibility is the idea of new prophets, or people who are trying to channel this discontent with capitalism in order to form new movements in the way that Martin Luther and John Calvin did, right? And in the 20th century, there were two major responses to the problem of capitalism. The first, of course, is called communism. The second is called fascism, okay, or the Nazis. All right, so the 20th century was really about defeating these two critics of capitalism, right? That's what the 20th century really was about. You first had World War II, which defeated Nazism, and then you have the Cold War, which defeated communism. All right? So this is out. Okay? So right now, okay, our two paths ahead of us is either a zombie society or a return to a theocracy. And so, if I'm a betting man, what a future looks like, I think it is most likely the world becomes a theocracy. All right? And there are theocracies that exist today. So, for example, let's look at North Korea. North Korea is a theocracy where people are not allowed to think for themselves. People must do what they're told. Okay? And it's all a very heavily ritualized society which worships the divinity of the supreme leader. We may hate this society. We may be disgusted by the society, but guess what? Okay, this is really important. People in North Korea, even though they're poorer, even though they have less freedom, they are on average happier and more fulfilled and more energetic than most societies. You compare North Korea with South Korea, okay? Right? In South Korea, no one's having kids. That's a sign of complete hopelessness in their society. North Korea, they're having a lot of kids. That's a sort of faith in their society. Okay? So that's what Max Weber is predicting. He's predicting these three possible paths. We tried the New Prophets path, didn't work. Okay? We don't want to become a zombie society. So the only path ahead of us is to become a theocracy. Okay? A return to the tyranny of the Catholic Church. But the tyranny gives us meaning, purpose, and spirituality, a connection with God that we are lacking into this society. Okay? But, okay, let's just say, for the sake of argument, you know what? I like my individual freedom, right? I don't want to go to a theocracy where everyone's a slave. What can we do about this? Okay, so one issue that Max Weber doesn't really address, because he doesn't recognize the problem, is all these problems we're talking about is a problem of mass society. Okay? When you have mass society, your options are much more limited. When you're a mass society, you need to feed millions and millions of people. You need to organize them. You need to give them something to do. Therefore, your political flexibility doesn't really exist. Okay? So, in other words, okay, thinking ahead, there are two solutions. Either you become a theocracy, or you figure out the problem of mass society. Okay? If society becomes, I'm sorry to say this, but if most people in the world died, then we would have more freedom in this world. Okay? But if we choose to continue the system where we have 8 billion people struggling on this earth, then you're stuck with moving towards a theocracy. Okay? So that's what Max Weber is saying. He's basically giving us a prophecy about our future. All right? Now, okay, having said that, let's look at Durkheim. Okay? Durkheim. What's he saying? He's saying this, okay? This is really important, okay? It's a hard argument, but this is what he's saying. All right. What if suicide? Suicide is the result of disconnection. If we do not think we are valuable in the world, if we think that we are alone in this world, we don't want to be part of this world, we kill ourselves. Okay? It's a very simple idea, right? But then the question then is, why is there disconnection? Because of anxiety, right? It's a belief that if I don't work hard, God will not favor me. Right? Why is anxiety important? Because it leads to capitalism. So in other words, these four concepts are interconnected. All right? Disconnection leads to suicide, but we have disconnection because of anxiety. But anxiety is what feeds capitalism. If people weren't anxious, they wouldn't go out and work so hard to make money, right? They'd be like, you know what, I'm pretty happy making my $10 a day and sit at home and eating noodles because I don't care, right? Your society will collapse. Capitalism will collapse. Okay, so do you understand? Capitalism creates suicide. That's why we have the highest suicide rate in the whole, in entirety of human history, okay? More anxiety, more depression, more suicide, more unhappiness, more loneliness than ever before in human history, okay? So, you can't say capitalism is the issue, but if you work out the logic, capitalism is the issue, right? And that's why today in the United States and elsewhere in the world, they're talking about a return to a theocracy. Because the direct response to capitalism is a theocracy. Let's just all obey the church, and we're good, okay? Now, women will have to stay at home and give birth to kids. Oh, and also, like, if you're homosexual, we're going to have to kill you. But, you know, that's the price we're going to have to pay, okay? So it's a terrible world that we're going to. But what Durkheim is saying is, if we continue on the path of capitalism, people are going to choose the path of theocracy. That theocracy is almost a natural outcome of capitalism because of the problem of disconnection. Okay? But are you going to be able to defeat capitalism ever? And the answer is no, okay? We tried in the 20th century. It led to the death of tens of millions of people. Okay? Good luck trying to defeat capitalism. You can't do it. It can't be done. It's too powerful. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. Any more questions? Okay, great. So next Tuesday, we do the Silent Revolution, okay? All right.